The story begins in one of the dark, damp dungeons. On the ground lie the remains of several adventurers who were unlucky in their search for treasure. In one of the rooms, where a small altar was located, a crowd of goblins were milling about, chatting among themselves. They were soon to perform a human sacrifice ritual. The goblin shaman was dressed in various furs and carried a long staff tipped with an animal skull. Soon, a noise reminiscent of scraping metal was heard in the room. The thick door leading to the goblin altar room suddenly began to creak, and someone tore a large hole in it from the back. Soon, a hand appeared in the hole holding a scroll. All the goblins immediately began to move closer, trying to figure out what was really going on. The scroll in the man's hand suddenly burst into flames, and the words "poison cloud" were heard from outside. A dark miasma immediately filled the area around the door and began to creep further. The goblins began coughing, realizing the aura was poisonous. The goblin shaman continued to stand by the ritual stone. The goblins braced themselves and were on guard. The poison cloud was indeed a third-level poison. This magic was voice-activated and had a 100-foot radius. The poison also inflicted debuffs that reduced the enemy's damage and lifespan. Finally, the poison took effect. The goblins began coughing and choking, so they soon rushed to the door to destroy the intruder. All creatures in the room on level 2 and below perished instantly. The goblins began pounding on the door, but the man placed his hand on it and closed it with magic. The monsters soon realized they were locked in the room and couldn't open the door. At the same time, 3 people stood on the other side. They were 2 girls, one of whom was armed with a bow, and the mage himself, who launched a poisonous cloud into the room. The mage continued to stand at the entrance, waiting for the right moment. He held an hourglass in his hands, using it to determine how long the poison would take to affect the monsters. 3 minutes, it turned out, was enough, and the magician told the girls to get ready. The man reached for the door handle, preparing to open it. When the man opened the front door wide, he immediately saw mountains of dead goblins standing in front of him, knocking on the door until the very end. The mage, wearing a special plague doctor mask that blocked the poison's effects, began to walk deeper into the room, passing the monsters lying on the ground. Only the goblin shaman was still alive, as his level exceeded that of the other goblins in the room. He lay on the ground, breathing heavily, when a mage's foot soon appeared in front of him. The magician looked down on the surviving shaman. He continued to reach for his staff, which the magician did not stop at all. The shaman took hold of the staff and declared the magician a coward. The mage then abruptly kicked the shaman's staff. It immediately broke into 2 pieces, and the goblin watched in horror. Soon the magician removed his mask. Behind it was a dark-haired man who said that if he hadn't done it, he would have ended up like the people lying behind him. He pointed toward the altar, where many of the dead lay. Among them were girls and men of all ages. All of them had been stripped of their clothes. Suddenly, the shaman began to tremble violently, and his voice became pitiful. The monster begged the young man to spare him, saying he would offer a reward in exchange for his life. The monster said he would give up all the treasures that had previously belonged to their captive girls. The boy glared at the shaman and told him to shut up and die. One of the girls, an elf with a bow, fired an arrow at the shaman, hitting him squarely between the eyes. The second girl watched in horror, and the monster died. The boy reached out to the goblin leader and pulled out a ring of keys, which began to jingle loudly. The mage said they could now move on. They headed toward a large metal door with bars, behind which they could hear voices. It was several of the girls' captives huddled in a corner. The magician opened the door with the keys he'd taken from the shaman. The girls immediately rushed to greet him, shouting words of gratitude to their savior. But the guy only walked a little further. He was looking for someone in particular, examining the girls. Soon everyone ran out of the cage, and the guy was left standing there alone. The 2 girls accompanying the magician approached him and called his name. Their faces were worried, and they silently waited for the boy's reaction. Yukito thought angrily that he hadn't found that person here either. He was looking for his younger sister, Sana, who had come to this world with him when they were reincarnated. Afterwards, they all headed out of the dungeon and onto the street. The happy girls, freed from captivity, walked on together while the boy looked up. They were now in a parallel world of Sword and Magic the Eternal World. This had happened a couple of hours before he, an ordinary schoolboy, had been reincarnated here. Yukito sat and played his console. He was delighted to have completed the first level without magical restrictions, thus earning an achievement. Suddenly, behind him, he heard his sister's excited cry, running toward her brother with her arms outstretched to hug him. Meanwhile, Yukito remained focused on his game. The girl hugged her brother and said the game he was playing was really fun. The boy was startled, letting out a small gasp, and Sana said she'd expected it. Yukito lowered his head, resting it on the table. Sana stood behind him, telling him she was very hungry. Yukito thought he could even hear her stomach growling. Sana clasped her hands and asked her brother if he could cook something. Yukito agreed and asked what Sana would like. She immediately shouted out that she would like paella. Soon they were sitting at the table where paella was already prepared. Sana asked Yukito if he really enjoyed playing games with restrictions, to which he replied that they were more difficult. The girl also said that any game becomes more interesting, which Yukito agreed with. She smiled and said that any game is more interesting if you play it with your brother. The boy's name was Kirihara Yukito, and he was 16 years old. He lived a joyful life with his beautiful younger sister. And here was Sana. She's 14, and Yukito has noted that she excels in sports and studies, and is also the head of the student council. At one point, Yukito became slightly depressed and had no desire to go to school. His sister tried to support him, urging him to spend time together. It was then that Sana was the only person who supported Yukito. He also said that he didn't care at all if anything happened to him. The boy said he would protect his little sister no matter what. The girl rose from the table and thanked her brother for the delicious dinner he had prepared. The girl headed for the door and said she'd go to her room because she still had a lot of schoolwork to do. Yukito asked his sister not to overwork herself, as it was a holiday. Afterwards, he asked Sana what she'd like for an afternoon snack. Sana looked at Yukito lovingly and said she really wanted pancakes. Sana started laughing as she stood near the door. She decided to joke and said that pancakes would help the girl regain the health she would lose due to the large amount of homework. Yukito laughed in response. Sana asked for more cream inside, and her brother added that he'd slice some fruit on top basically. He'd do the usual. Having already opened the door, Sana turned to Yukito again and asked him if they could play today. He said they could do it later, with some restrictions. Sana smiled. Sana's face was genuinely happy, and her cheeks were flushed. She said she was glad Yukito was her older brother. Yukito, for his part, remembered once again how his sister had always supported him, regardless of what the guy was going through at school, and also regardless of how he might spend his time at home, sitting for hours on end at the computer. Sana always smiled at him and brought him only positive emotions. Yukito smiled broadly and said that he too was glad that Sana was his little sister. Sana ran to her brother and hugged him tightly, telling him she loved Yukito. Yukito thought his sister was super sweet and precious, and of course he loved her too. Suddenly, the light in the room dwindled sharply. Sana and Yukito exchanged worried glances, and then their sister went to the window and asked why it was so dark outside. Yukito stood there, thinking it was daytime. This was a bad sign. His eyes widened and cold sweat began to trickle down his face. He moved closer to the window, and soon they saw a huge monster blocking the light with its enormous body. Yukito grabbed his sister and shouted that they needed to hide. Yukito held Sana's hand, and they began running away from the window together. At that very moment, the horned demon smashed the glass and began reaching for the boys, trying to grab them. Glass shattered across the room, and Yukito continued running, shielding his sister. Sana clutched him tighter, grabbing his hand, tears beginning to well up in her eyes. The demon swung its arm and struck Yukito in the back, tearing his clothes and drawing blood. Yukito's mouth dropped open and he screamed, then slowly began to collapse to the floor, still holding his sister tightly. It was dark all around, and he couldn't see anything. Yukito seemed to be floating in the air, constantly falling. He couldn't understand what was happening to him. Continuing to float, the boy heard a voice. The stranger said he was very sorry for the boy. Yukito looked up and asked who was speaking, and soon saw flashes of light in front of him. The voice continued, and various images began to appear before him. The stranger said he was truly sorry, as the boy had lived so short a life and died because of such an accident. The stranger said he would give the boy a chance to be reborn and start a new life. Yukito sat in shock in the void, unsure where he was or what was being said. Soon, he saw a long-legged girl sitting on a large chair in the center. She was dressed in luxurious black robes, and a pair of horns were visible on her head. The goblin, like a secretary, was writing something down, and the girl soon said it was eternal peace. Yukito cried out in shock, repeating the girl's words. He had absolutely no idea what eternal meant. Demanding an explanation, he stared at the blonde girl who only smiled furtively. Afterwards, the girl said her name was Nephilia, and she was the goddess of this world. It was a world full of magic and magical creatures. They, the gods, constantly watched over them, and in the boy's world, everything like that was called parallel. Yukito jumped up and started running toward the goddess. He cried out to ask if his sister was okay and what was wrong with her. The girl smiled and said his sister was safe, which made Yukito happy. The boy asked if this was true. The girl in the chair leaned forward slightly and then said that it was true, but Yukito himself was dead. Yukito's face darkened, but he still had a nervous smile. The scene that had happened at their home began to flash before Yukito's eyes. He recalled the monster's attacks and how he had been wounded by it, which led to him ending up here. He fell at Nephilia's feet. Looking at his violently trembling hands, Yukito began to complain plaintively that things couldn't be happening like this. He also laughed nervously, sweat continuing to trickle down his face. The boy clutched his chest and realized that he would never see his precious little sister again, which made him feel very sick. Yukito thought that even if he died, he had managed to protect what was dear to him in the end. He believed that in doing so, he had fulfilled his duty as an older brother. Nephilia smiled and said that now that the boy had finally come to terms with the fact of his death, she would tell him about the eternal world, in which he could be reborn and start a new life. The guy raised his head up and out of nowhere, a flash of bright light appeared above him, in which he could make out the outline of a large book. The goddess said that before him now lay the book of the world, from the very top of the mountain to the bottom of the ocean, from the enlightenment of the sages to the desires of fools. This book contained everything by which the gods monitored all beings. Yukito approached the book and saw a page with his image. It also contained a wealth of information related to him. Nephilia scratched her chin and said that the boy would be reborn as a resident of this world. The girl slightly extended her hand forward towards the guy and said that now, as it was written in the book, they needed to determine the characteristics that the guy would possess in his new life. Yukito simply looked at the goddess in shock, still surprised by most of the words he was speaking. The choice of characteristics seemed very strange to him. Soon, the goddess began spinning a die with many numbers on it. Yukito continued to watch, and soon the number 17 lit up on the die. The goddess declared this to be the boy's intelligence. The goblin who had been sitting behind him with a huge quill began writing something on the sheet of paper again. Yukito saw changes taking place within the book of the world, and the number representing his intelligence began to appear there. The guy decided to voice his observation out loud, saying that all the information that the secretary begins to write is immediately duplicated and appears in the book. Nephilia, continuing to spin the number cube, smiled and said the boy had figured it out quickly. She thought he must have been quite clever in his past life, and then congratulated him, saying it would help him survive in the eternal world. The next stat to be determined was dexterity. The die rolled 13, and Nephilia announced it to the goblin, who continued writing it down. The number 13 also appeared in the book, and the boy thought he'd been getting good results so far. Next, the young man's endurance would be determined. Something bothered the Nephilim, and she covered her face with her hand to hide her emotions from the boy. Yukito asked if everything was all right. The girl said yes, and that the selection of characteristics was complete. Afterward, the goddess said she had something else for the young man. Nephilia said Yukito would receive her blessing and immediately offered to choose whichever one he liked best. He was given a choice of 4 valuable artifacts: the sword that killed 5 demon-bane lords, and an elixir that produces an unlimited supply of all-powerful medicine called the Endless Bottle. Also on offer was a staff, which, when held in the hands, the owner received the power of a great magician, staff of the young beauty, or a dragon on which one could fly. Mechanical wyvern. The boy scratched his chin again, lost in thought and realizing that all the rewards were quite generous. There was a sword with which he could defend himself, or also endlessly heal himself with an elixir. Nephilia continued to smile and said that they were all very powerful artifacts, and each of them would be very useful in any case, but you could only choose one. Yukito, however, thought the staff was the most effective and useful, especially since the boy had a high IQ. In all other games, he'd always chosen the mage. Soon, Yukito made his choice. He said he was choosing the staff, and Nephilia praised his choice, saying he'd hit the mark. The goblin immediately wrote it down in the book, and the staff appeared on the boy's page. After all the stats and blessings had been selected, Nephilia rose from her luxurious chair and walked closer to the boy. The goblin joined in, raising his hands, causing a bright flash of light. Light illuminated everything around, and Yukito's face took on a frightened expression. A huge stream of power began to spread around, while the goddess continued to wave her arms, performing the ritual. At some point, Yukito, trying to cover his face and closing his eyes, realized that the power emanating from the goddess was being absorbed into him. Nephilia also stood, closing both eyes. She extended her hands forward toward Yukito, and a multitude of small particles began to fly around her, the same ones that had appeared earlier in the book when the stats were updated. Soon, a magical object began to materialize above. It was the staff Yukito had chosen as a gift in the new world. As Nephilia continued the process, she calmly stated that it would take a little time to create the staff, so Yukito would need to wait a little while before he could move on to his new life. The goddess's words surprised the young man a little. He continued to stare straight ahead, where the book of the world lay. The information within began to blur. Yukito could no longer understand what was written in it. He understood that it really was like being reincarnated, but he also understood that his sister Sana would not be in this world. Yukito shouted out loud that he wanted to see his sister again. The pages of the book in front of him began to glow even more intensely and turn at an incredible speed. A bright light blinded the boy, and he couldn't understand why the book had suddenly started emitting such light. He grabbed the book, and what he saw shocked him. Yukito grabbed Nephilia's hand and glared at her through his dark hair. The goddess turned to the boy confused, trying to understand the reason for his reaction. The goddess asked the young man what was wrong. She had warned him that he needed to wait a little, but apparently the boy couldn't handle even that. Yukito bared his teeth and tightened his grip on the book, which he turned toward Nephilia. He asked what all this could mean and showed the goddess the page he had seen. The girl's eyes widened, staring at him. It was Sana's page, and the boy continued to shout about why his sister was in this world too. The boy continued to stare at that very page in the Book of Peace, fuming. Yukito said it was definitely her, and there could be no mistake, he was certain of it. Demanding an explanation, Yukito said the goddess had informed him that Sana was completely fine. If she was here, just like him, then that meant the girl was dead. The boy began to recall the words Nephilia had spoken to him. She had said earlier that all the inhabitants of this world were recorded in the Book of the World, and that the selection of characteristics was random for everyone. If Sana's characteristics were already here, that meant Sana had also been reborn here, in this world. The boy didn't understand why Nephilia hadn't told him this right away. Nephilia grew angry and held out her hand. The goddess said that people shouldn't read this book at all, so she immediately asked for it to be returned to its owner. Yukito, continuing his aggressive behavior, knocked over the stat die and demanded that the goddess of eternal peace immediately answer all his questions related to Sana. The number cube fell to the ground, immediately creating several huge cracks under Yukito's legs. The goblin was shocked by what was happening and began to back away. Nephilia extended her hand again, and the book began to slip from Yukito's grasp. Yukito gasped, not expecting such a turn of events. The cracks beneath his feet continued to widen. Soon, the floor Yukito stood on began to crumble and cave in. He fell to his knees, while Nephilia and the goblin remained standing on the edge as chunks of stone flew in all directions. Yukito began looking around, trying to collect his thoughts, and saw a book fluttering in front of him below. He thought it contained all the information he needed to find Sana. Yukito immediately jumped down and rushed toward the book, his hands outstretched. Nephilia shouted menacingly at the boy to stop and not touch the book, which belonged to the gods. Yukito continued to fall into the abyss, clutching the Book of Peace tightly with both hands. Nephilia watched him slip away from her and was powerless to stop him. Yukito fell, thinking that he wasn't going to give up so easily. He was ready to go even against the gods to keep his sister safe and make sure she was okay. The boy bared his teeth and thought that he wasn't going to be reborn according to Nephilia's rules. He decided that he would survive and find Sana, no matter the cost. A very bright light appeared before Yukito. His thoughts were focused solely on Sana, begging her to wait for him as he was already on his way to her. Little did he know, he was about to be drawn into a very serious situation. The glow vanished before Yukito, too. His face instantly changed, and the boy was overcome with fear and terror, unable to comprehend what was now before him. After the light faded, Yukito began to see the outline of the ground and realized he was hurtling toward it at incredible speed. However, tree branches saved him and cushioned his fall. Carefully climbing down from the tree, Yukito began to survey the surrounding area. All around was a vast forest and empty hills. It was dark outside. It was likely evening. The young man thought this was the very eternal world Nephilia had told him about. Trees grew in the clearing here, though in his world it was a perfectly ordinary park. Looking up, the boy saw that, in addition to something resembling the moon, there were several other stars in the sky, very close and visible. Yukito thought this really was another world. Therefore, there was only one conclusion. The young man had indeed been reincarnated. Continuing to look up in fear, realizing everything that had happened, Yukito suddenly remembered the book in his hands. Having opened the Book of Peace, the boy began to frantically flip through the pages forward until he again came across the place where his sister Sana was depicted. Yukito understood there was no mistake here. Sana had also been reincarnated in this world, along with her brother. She had likely appeared earlier, as her characteristics had already been chosen, but where was she now? Carefully studying the page, Yukito suddenly noticed a small line indicating the resident's current location. He saw that the girl was currently in the city Reinhardt capital. Surprisingly, the young man was able to read all of this, as the book automatically translated everything into the reader's language. Yukito found this a very convenient feature. Afterwards, he continued studying the book and decided to find and open the page containing his characteristics again. It was the very next page after Sana. Opening his page, the boy saw that he was currently on the plains of Mana. His stats were quite excellent, and he belonged to the wizard class. There was just one catch. Each level also offered the character several different and unique abilities. Yukito could detect poisons, had deciphering and illumination skills, and could also launch a magic bolt and put enemies to sleep. The boy continued studying his page and suddenly saw that he only had 1 health point. Yukito was outraged and started shouting that he couldn't be that weak. Studying the information, he saw that a fall from a height of 6 feet should deal him between 1 and 10 damage. Yukito remembered the dice and figured that the damage rolls were also random in some cases. Yukito realized he'd been extremely lucky when he'd fallen earlier and landed on the treetop. He'd have to be much more careful from now on. Yukito was also glad that Sana was stronger than him. So, the boy had the wizard class, and his sister, Sana, had the cleric class. He needed to figure out what Yukito's class could do, so he set about learning the elements of the class. Yukito clutched his head, noticing that the book was written in far too much detail and was overly complex. The pages themselves contained a ton of information that needed to be absorbed. Looking at the book, Yukito realized that although he now knew the location of his sister, many things in this world remained a mystery to him. Looking around, Yukito thought that moving so recklessly was very dangerous. But then again, spending the night in the forest wasn't the best option either. He couldn't understand why he only had 1 HP. It was decided that, regardless of the game, Yukito would first have to gather information. This might take him some time, but there was no other choice. He needed to learn more about this world from the Book of Peace while it was in his possession. He opened the book and realized that the only way to stay alive and meet Sana was written inside this artifact. As he continued on, Yukito held the book in his hands and read its contents. He noted that if he continued along the path he had chosen, he would soon be able to reach the road. Suddenly, the boy saw a tree above him bearing fruit. He began studying the book to decide whether he should pick the fruit or not. An interesting fact: if the boy wants to know something, the book will open automatically, and the page with the information will appear automatically. Yukito read that this fruit is edible. After this, the young man plucked several fruits from the tree and began eating them with great gusto. They were truly delicious, and the fruit looked like an apple, though it tasted like an orange. The boy then noticed the terrain, which was quite lush with vegetation. The herbs would also be useful to study, and Yukito saw that they contained medicinal samples. which he decided to take with him. Suddenly, the boy heard something rustling in the bushes nearby. He turned his head and saw the animals that lived in this forest. The animals gradually approached. Yukito opened the book again and read that the creature was a snow rabbit, a species of nocturnal rabbit with a timid and calm disposition. Thanks to their cute appearance, they became popular among humans and demi-humans. This book, a wonderful magical object, was precisely what was needed to know what was dangerous and what wasn't. The boy thought that maybe the language changed to Japanese because he wanted to read it. Yukito decided to extend his hand to the rabbits, who were sitting on the grass and watching him with interest. He thought Sana would be happy to see this. Suddenly, the rabbit bared its teeth and prepared to attack. Its bite was piercing and could deal 2 points of damage. Yukito began to run, knowing he couldn't take any damage at all. Having broken away from the forest animals, the boy walked dejectedly through the darkness, rubbing his chin. Sighing, Yukito wondered if Sana was scared or if she'd gotten hurt somewhere. But Sana was a smart child from birth, so she must have avoided the problems she might have encountered. I wondered if she knew her position and status. Yukito thought that even if he tried his best to find out about all of this, there would be no more information about Sanya except for the only one that was written on the page of the book. Yukito thought he could certainly learn general information about anyone, but all personal information seemed to remain vague. On the other hand, the boy might not be using the world book to its full potential. Sana was now in the capital, and he wondered how she'd ended up there and what she was doing there. Yukito thought he didn't even know how far he could walk. To the young man's surprise, as he walked a little further, armed magical creatures began emerging from the bushes, from various directions. They were small, long-eared goblins. Yukito stared at them, unsure who they were. The goblins began chattering among themselves, discussing and concluding that the figure before them was human. They began to examine the boy closely, asking him if he was dirty or if he had sustained any injuries. Yukito was surprised that they could talk and even care about him. One of the monsters reached out and took Yukito's hand. He said the boy was fine, and that was good. Yukito wondered what these monsters were called, and then thought they might have something interesting to tell him. The monster who had approached Yukito grinned and gave him a rather sharp and unexpected push, slamming his head into the ground. At that moment, the book fell from the wizard's hands. The monsters all started to boo loudly at the foolishness of the newcomer. One of them, the one who had pushed Yukito, threw his leg over him. The screams continued for a long time, and Yukito was deeply angered by the situation. He realized that these guys who had greeted him so warmly had been trying to deceive him from the very beginning. A book that had fallen nearby was open. Yukito thought he'd like to know more about these creatures and found the page he needed. There he read that they were goblins. Goblins were humanoid creatures and part of the goblin race. They lived near human civilization and were weak alone, so they traveled in groups. Goblins were a creature of twisted evil. Though weaker than humans, they committed terrible acts for pleasure. There were many instances of them using humans and dwarves as slaves. The goblins immediately surrounded their prey, weapons in hand, shouting that the man must be killed. They wanted to have more fun, so some started shouting that they could cripple him first. Yukito realized he couldn't reincarnate just to be immediately killed by such vile creatures as goblins. He became angry, considering it a stupid joke. Sana began to appear in his thoughts, and the boy recalled her smile. At that moment, the young man screamed her name, and one of the goblins began to raise his enormous cleaver over the boy's body. Footsteps began to sound in one direction, immediately attracting the attention of the entire goblin gang. They cautiously turned toward the path where the noise was coming from. From the thicket of the forest, the silhouette of a girl, clad from head to toe in sturdy armor, began to emerge. She drew ever closer, confidently advancing toward the crowd of monsters. The girl calmly said that protecting the weak and eradicating evil was the duty of each of them who had sworn to serve the gods. Yukito looked up, and the goblins began to growl, trying to figure out who was approaching them. The girl decided to respond to the goblins by introducing herself. She was Duke Ronia's third daughter, Paladin Charlotte Ronia. The Duchess said she could not tolerate the violence occurring on their clan's territory. A commotion erupted around them, and the goblins began shouting indignantly that a female paladin had arrived. Many of them raised their weapons, but Yukito continued to stare at the girl who had approached him. Charlotte handed the boy his book and asked if he was injured anywhere, calling him a wanderer. Yukito was speechless and couldn't answer her right away. After the boy took the book from Charlotte's hands, the Duchess rose to her feet and gripped her sword tightly. She said she was now forced to ask the boy to flee as quickly as possible. She lunged toward the crowd of monsters, shouting in defiance. Charlotte called the crowd vile goblins and then added that she would judge them with the holy sword. The girl seemed slightly tired and swayed slightly on her feet. Despite all this, she swung her blade quite skillfully, but the goblins managed to dodge her blows. Having made her way into the very epicenter of the monster horde, Charlotte began spinning and twirling, holding her sword in front of her. Yukito, watching all this, didn't understand what she was trying to do. Making too many unnecessary movements in full armor, the girl soon ran out of breath and her sword began to fall toward the ground. Then she fell to her knees, breathing heavily. The goblins stood around, calmly watching it all. Charlotte raised her head, and Yukito saw tears in her eyes. The girl apologized, saying the sword was too heavy for her. Her body trembled, and the boy opened the book and decided to look at the Duchess's characteristics. Soon, the book provided him with the page he needed, and Yukito began reading. Yukito checked her strength stat and saw that the girl's stat was 7. She was also wearing a debuff that reduced her stat by 2. Yukito thought even he had a higher strength rating than the paladin. He thought that despite her gallant appearance, she was terribly poor with her sword. The next second, the goblins charged, leaping at the paladin from all sides. Charlotte covered herself with her hands and began screaming, holding back the onslaught. The goblins began attacking the defenseless girl from all sides with their weapons. The armor clanked, and the goblins only laughed, continuing to strike. Yukito extended his hand and shouted for them to stop. Charlotte possessed the holy armor skill, inherited from the Bronia family. The armor could ward off various attacks, but it was difficult for those with low strength and heavy armor proficiency to wear. She shouted that now he had time to escape, assuring Yukito that she was fine. But the boy shouted that he had to do something, no matter what Charlotte told him. Yukito stood a few meters away from Charlotte, who was still being attacked. He realized he had no weapons or anything else, and only one health bar. He could simply run away, as Charlotte had told him. Panic gripped the boy as he began to think that if he were caught, he would be beaten just as badly and ultimately die. Yukito clutched his clothes tightly to his chest, and his breathing became harder. Yukito thought that his main goal was still finding his sister, so he had to survive and couldn't take any risks. Just as he thought this, he saw that the book was open to her page. All this only strengthened his desire to escape and save his life, as he realized he was of little use and unlikely to be of any help. At that moment, one of the goblins leaped at the boy. Yukito dodged the attack and ran as fast as he could. The boy began to glow, attracting the attention of all the goblins, who stopped beating Charlotte for a moment and watched him go. Yukito gritted his teeth and continued to run, realizing that if he wanted to survive in this world, he had no choice but to try to escape in this situation. The goblins burst into loud laughter, shouting that the man had proven weak and had decided to run away, abandoning the girl. They shouted that he was very stupid. One of the goblins turned back to Charlotte and asked the others what they would do with her. All the goblins began to ponder, scratching their heads. One of the goblins, leaning over the young woman, drooled and declared that she would become a slave. The others echoed this idea, noting her stunning armor. The goblins began grabbing the terrified girl by the legs, trying to drag her back to their lair. Charlotte began screaming, and soon the sound of hooves could be heard approaching the crowd. The horse was rapidly approaching the goblins, and on top of it was Yukito, who had grabbed the animal's neck tightly and was trying to hold on. Yukito was shaking all over, but he managed to stop his horse in front of Charlotte. The goblins scattered, and the boy himself extended his hand to the girl, begging her to hurry. The girl was shocked by this action because she did not expect that the guy would be able to come back for her, especially since he had found a horse somewhere. Yukito admitted in a trembling voice that he had initially just wanted to run away, but then said that Charlotte hardly wanted to die here in such a senseless way. The goblin gang came to their senses and charged. They weren't about to forgive the attempted theft of their slave, so they planned to kill the humans and deal with the horse. After the goblin dealt a sharp blow to the horse, the animal reared up and immediately attacked its attacker in response, pinning him to the ground with one blow of its hoof. The sound a horse could make had a profound effect on the goblins, tearing their hearing apart. The monsters dropped their knives and began covering their ears with both hands. The horse, continuing to utter his battle cry, began to jump and attack the frightened goblins. The goblins took up their weapons and charged back, shouting that the horse needed to be dealt with quickly. The animal, meanwhile, scattered the crowd left and right with the blows of its hooves. Soon, the entire group of goblins was defeated. The monsters lay on the ground, groaning softly and trying to crawl away from the battlefield to save themselves. The horse fixed its gaze on the goblins, who began to rise. The group of monsters began to flee from the enraged horse, and Yukito watched the whole time. Yukito picked up the book and decided to look at Charlotte's page. He found it very strange that the girl had come with such worthless equipment, given that she also had neither strength nor skills. The girl had holy armor and great holy sword, which she didn't even know how to use. Yukito opened the equipment page and saw this, but he also noticed that the girl had warhorse. Usually, a warhorse hears nothing but its master's voice, but this one seemed to react strongly to the name Charlotte. Eventually, they managed to defeat the goblins. Having made their way a little further from the place where they encountered the goblins, Yukito and Charlotte decided to set up a small camp, lighting a fire in the middle of the forest. Charlotte, smiling, placed her hand on her chest and introduced herself again, stating her name and title. Afterwards, she approached the horse and hugged it, thanking it for saving the girl. The girl turned to Yukito and bowed. She said that earlier she had shown him something inappropriate during the fight, but Yukito had simply reassured her, saying it was all fine. The boy added that he, like Charlotte, had been saved. He took a few steps toward the warhorse and decided to pet it, also thanking it for saving him. The horse, however, shied away, disdaining the stranger. Charlotte apologized, saying she'd been with Rosinante since she was a foal, so she only got along with her. Yukito smiled and said they were really good friends, to which Charlotte immediately agreed, saying it was her favorite horse. Yukito thought it was all very sweet. The boy opened the book and compared the stats of the warhorse and Charlotte. Charlotte was level 1, while the horse was level 3. The horse's strength and health were 4 times greater than its owner's, which surprised Yukito. While Charlotte poured hot tea, Yukito continued to ponder the fact that the horse had 20 strength points. It also had high agility and combat power. It seemed the guy was losing to the horse if his charisma and intelligence weren't taken into account. At that moment, Charlotte handed the guy a cup, offering him a hot drink. The guy also decided to introduce himself. He said his name was Yukito Kirihara Yukito. It seemed like with the goblins he had no trouble understanding thanks to his linguistic skill. The girl leaned closer to the boy, staring at him with wide, clear eyes. Charlotte commented that his name was strange, and the boy's heart began to pound from such close contact. The guy thought it was the first time he'd been this close to a girl's face, other than Sana's. Charlotte noticed the guy was wearing unusual clothes and then asked where he was from. The young man said he was a wanderer traveling here and there. Then Charlotte said there were problems with public order here. Even though there was a road here, it was still dangerous to walk alone. The girl said that for this reason they should rest a bit before setting out again. Yukito shuddered and wondered if he would be able to find Sana in such a complex world. The boy held a mug of hot tea in his hands and continued to think that if any other monster attacked him, he might die. Then he began studying the Book of Peace again, searching for anything useful. The young man understood that he was quite weak and in no condition to fight. At this rate, he certainly wouldn't be able to find his sister, so he had to use his greatest advantage, his knowledge from the book and his intellect. Opening the page displaying Charlotte's information, the guy studied everything in detail. He clutched his head and thought that he shouldn't burden the girl with his problems, since she was his benefactor. The boy continued to clutch his head, quietly grinding his teeth. He realized he was completely alone in this world, and therefore had no other choice. Soon he jumped up from the tree he was perched on and addressed Charlotte. He explained that the girl was a holy knight, and therefore he wanted to ask her for something. Yukito fell to his knees before the Duchess and uttered the name, Sana. He asked Charlotte for help in finding his sister, who had also entered this world. The girl looked at the boy in surprise. Yukito said he had no money, no equipment, no anything else. He only owned one book, which he held in his hands. The boy began telling a story about being attacked by a monster and being separated from his sister because of it. He also said he was very far from his hometown and didn't know what to do. Afterwards, he raised his head and shouted that he really wanted to find his sister and as soon as possible. But he would not be able to do it alone because he did not have the necessary strength and knowledge of the area. Continuing to bow to the ground to incline Charlotte, Yukito groaned pitifully, continuing to beg for help. Charlotte, meanwhile, continued to watch in shock. The girl said the guy's name and then added that she understood everything. Charlotte began to rise from her seat, and then said that she would help the guy in his search. Yukito couldn't believe Charlotte had agreed so easily. He looked up, and the girl was already extending her hand to him, telling him that it was a holy knight's duty to help those in need. Yukito smiled, his eyes filling with hope. He offered his hand to the girl and began to stand, thanking Charlotte, saying that she was his savior. After Yukito got back on his feet, he said that his sister was somewhere near the capital, according to the latest information, but he didn't know exactly where. Charlotte bent down and began to pack everything into her bag. The girl said that in that case, they needed to hurry, as the capital was far away. She also suggested they go to the city of Orpeda first. Yukito was very unfamiliar with the layout of cities, but he realized the girl seemed to be looking for something to seize, so he agreed. The boy thought he'd done a good job convincing Charlotte to help. He'd noticed the book described her as kind and possessing a strong sense of justice. But her character could cause a lot of trouble, but the girl believed in the god of justice and love, so the current stressful situation that Yukito was in would not be able to change her judgment. The guy himself doesn't plan to rely too much on Charlotte's power, but right now it would be invaluable. He needed someone to help him better understand this world. Yukito, clutching the magic item, thought again that all he had was the book and this girl. He decided he wouldn't place much hope in this. As Yukito approached the warhorse, he noticed Charlotte turning to him. She said they would do their best, and God would surely help them. The boy truly had no choice but to rely on this holy knight and her warhorse. He said he was now in the girl's debt and was looking forward to their collaboration. The girl, riding her warhorse, and Yukito, who walked alongside, continued on toward the city of Orpeda. Meanwhile, Yukito continued studying the Book of Peace and picked up a few things. Firstly, in this book of the world, one could see the status of other people, as well as understand the laws of this world by which they are guided. The status of certain monsters and gods could also be studied. However, there are those about whom not much has been written. The boy didn't know exactly what he needed. Perhaps the more he studies the world, the more information he'll be able to capture in the book itself. There was another interesting fact. The amount of magic a guy could use depended on the level of the spell. The first level spell could only be used 3 times per day. Each time the character slept, they could restore the spell. Completely engrossed in his book, Yukito's attention was suddenly drawn to a noise coming from the bushes surrounding the path. Soon, a monster appeared before them. Yukito was genuinely surprised to see goblins again. He thought that if they were encountering them here again, this forest might be a habitat for this type of monster. The goblins ran toward Yukito and Charlotte's company, hoping to quickly dispatch the humans. However, the warhorse began defending its mistress, scattering the small group of monsters. Eventually, the goblins were defeated again and everyone was on the ground, covering their heads. Charlotte felt confident on horseback, holding tightly to the horse's reins. But apparently, not all the goblins had emerged from the bushes. Yukito noticed a goblin standing right next to him, right there, drawing his bow, aiming at the boy. Yukito grinned, deciding that now was the best opportunity to test the results of his research and try to fight back against the attackers. The boy stood with his hand raised and used the Radiance skill, which even scared off Charlotte's warhorse. A flash of light began to spread around him. In order to cast the spell, it was necessary to follow several important steps, which Yukito had already read about in the Book of the World, having also become familiar with the characteristics of his class. At the moment of casting, the caster's heart must be focused to make precise gestures and utter the spell. If the mage makes a mistake during the invocation, the spell simply won't work. The boy began to move his hands and also spoke, asking the blue light that had just appeared to become an arrow and head towards the enemy to pierce him. As Yukito pointed his hand towards the goblin, reciting the spell in full, a magic seal appeared on the tip of his fingers, which fired a magic bolt and struck the opponent. Charlotte, who had already dismounted from her warhorse, immediately ran to Yukito. She grabbed him by the shoulder, who still couldn't believe what was happening, and told him that he really was a wizard. Magic Bolt was a first-level spell activated by voice and action. There was no resistance to this spell, so it worked. The boy looked at the goblin he'd killed and then turned to the book. He'd come to the conclusion that he could earn experience points for certain actions. After he managed to dispatch the goblin, the boy's attention was also drawn to the treasure that the defeated monster had also dropped. It was a small bag of coins. Yukito knew he shouldn't refuse such a gift and should take the coins, as he'd likely need them later. He bent down and picked up the bag. Charlotte stood behind Yukito at that moment. He briefly wondered what he was doing, but then convinced himself it was all for Sana and her quest. Passing through the dark forest, Yukito and Charlotte soon emerged into an open clearing. Dawn had already broken outside, so the world could finally be fully seen. Walking a little forward, the girl put her hand to her forehead, closing her eyes from the sun, and solemnly declared that Yukito could already see the city that was located right in front of them. Yukito was stunned by what he saw. He smiled as he gazed at the walls of the fortress city, which was called Orbita. Charlotte said it wasn't the capital, but it was the largest city in the area. Approaching the city's main gates, Charlotte dismounted to gain entry. Yukito, meanwhile, studied the stone walls and the two guards who were glaring at the newcomers. Yukito thought the city, like its walls, was simply enormous, and now from this close distance, he could fully affirm it. Meanwhile, a menacing guard stared intently at him. As the boys approached, the guards blocked their way with their spears, crossing them. One of them apologized and asked to see his pass. Charlotte immediately began searching for something in her pockets, and literally a few seconds later pulled out a small gold medallion, which she showed to the guards, asking if this thing would fit. The two guards exclaimed nervously when they saw the girl's medallion. They recognized it as the Brownia family crest and then apologized for their rude behavior. The next moment, they immediately saluted the girl and said they would escort the city's guest to the station barracks. Yukito immediately realized that Charlotte was a noblewoman. The girl left the boy at the gate and soon returned, handing him several new items. It was a robe which turned out to be just the right size for Yukito, and now his clothes wouldn't be conspicuous. The girl asked the guy to change and wait for him at the castle, and then she left. The guy wondered what Charlotte could be doing in this city now, since they had come here on purpose. As soon as the young man had sorted out his clothes, the gates in front of him swung open with a small, characteristic creak, and the great city appeared before him in all its glory. Stepping over the wall's threshold, the boy saw the bustling streets of Orbit. Numerous people were gathered in the square near the fountain, going about their various business. Yukito exclaimed in delight upon seeing it all. He realized that before him lay a truly authentic fantasy city, the kind he'd previously seen in his games. While they were there, the boy wanted to explore as much as possible, so he quickly walked forward, looking around and amazed at every detail he could notice. Everything here was absolutely wonderful to his eyes, shops that no one had seen before, people and races that were also present here in abundance, and it was worth noticing that his home world was specifically different from all of this. The boy decided he owed all this to Sanya, remembering his sister again. He smiled and began to open the book. What he saw shocked him, and he shouted at the top of his lungs that this was nonsense. Yukito couldn't figure out why he couldn't see his sister's location anymore. He thought it might be some kind of glitch with the Book of Peace. After the boy asked himself numerous questions, the book itself began to turn the pages and opened a map that showed the current area. Gripping the book tighter, Yukito noticed a small icon appearing over some locations. He tried to figure out what it meant, then remembered that the map page had opened when he thought of Sana. Gradually, Yukito began to come to the conclusion that this icon could somehow be connected to his sister's location, but there were several of them, so the information was too imprecise. All this greatly angered Yukito. Suddenly, he heard a female voice call out to him, asking him what had happened. Yukito, seeing Charlotte, quickly closed his book. The girl announced that she had changed her clothes. Yukito stared at Charlotte, thinking that she looked wonderful in this outfit and much prettier than she had appeared in armor. Yukito winced slightly, then asked where the girl had left the armor and Rosinante. Charlotte said they were being looked after at the barracks of her father's friend. Yukito, continuing to furtively examine the girl, thought that this was to be expected from the charming 17-year-old duchess. Nowhere in his school was there a girl as sweet as her, except for Sana, of course. They struck up a conversation, and the girl asked about the card. She noted that it could contain information about his sister's current location. Yukito told the girl that she was a noble lady, to which she agreed. However, the boy wondered what she was doing alone in the forest at night. Charlotte began to explain that her grandfather was a knight known as the Dragon Slayer. For his skills in slaying these monsters, he was hailed by the lord who ruled this land. Charlotte said she had inherited her grandfather's qualities and wanted to be a holy knight who protected the weak. That was why she had embarked on a journey to master combat skills. Afterwards, the girl clasped their hands, closed her eyes, and, with a smile, said that meeting Yukito was also part of the goddess Faria's plan. The boy smiled back, finding such a statement quite ambitious. The young man chuckled slightly, thinking the girl was wasting her agility wearing such heavy armor. Then he saw that she was also carrying her sword, which he immediately asked about. Charlotte stated that it was because the great holy sword that killed the dragon was a family heirloom of the Bronia family, so she never left it unattended. Yukito looked at the book indignantly and thought that according to his data, it was just an ordinary magic sword that gave a small attack bonus of 2 units. The girl also had too little physical strength to use it. Soon, she called out to the guy as she opened the door and said they had arrived at the place he wanted to visit. The building turned out to be the Adventurers Guild, the organization that registers and manages adventurers in Orbita. Charlotte noted that it was the best place to gather information. There were many different characters around who were constantly drinking, exchanging gossip with each other, and also making further plans for conquering the dungeons. Yukito, looking at the book, noticed that there were quite a few different races there. He wondered if there were elves and dwarves among them, so he began looking around. The boy thought the guild was a really good place to find out his sister's location, as well as information on how they could return to their world. He figured that if he rose to fame as an adventurer, Sana would notice. Soon, the girl behind the reception desk called out to them. She asked the guy how she could help, noting that Yukito looked quite handsome. Yukito was a little embarrassed by this, hiding his emotions. Approaching the counter, the guy placed his hands on it and said that he and his girlfriend wanted to become adventurers. The girl's mouth dropped open at this statement as she was quite surprised. She asked again if the couple really wanted to become adventurers. Laughter erupted from the table closest to the counter. An elf and a dwarf were drinking together and shouted that the boys were still brats, so this was way out of their league. Yukito's expression darkened and he asked why everyone else was laughing. The guy thought he'd said something wrong. The girl behind the counter was smiling along with the others. Charlotte, however, wouldn't tolerate such behavior from the guild's patrons and immediately headed toward her attackers. She grabbed her sword and asked them to repeat what they had said. The dwarf merely continued laughing in response, saying it would be nice to relieve some of the tension. He noted that this was the first time anyone had come here dressed like that. Continuing to laugh, he said the girl looked like she was trying to find someone for the evening. Charlotte began to draw her blade after these words. But here, roughly the same thing happened as in the forest. As soon as the girl drew her sword, it proved too heavy for her, and she immediately fell to the floor with it. This made the gnome laugh even harder. He stood over the girl who was still lying there and asked her what she was doing. The gnome also said that the girl apparently couldn't use her weapon. Then the dwarf menacingly slashed his sword into the floor right in front of Charlotte's hands. She glanced down menacingly and began to finish his ale. Swirling ale in his mug, the dwarf inquired why the girl had grabbed her blade. Charlotte screamed that he had insulted her. Yukito tried to calm the girl down, thinking she'd rushed into a fight too quickly and thoughtlessly. The dwarf tugged at her hand, telling her that at least she had the courage. The dwarf picked the girl up in his arms and said with a wide smile that he just wanted to have a drink with the girl, so he asked Charlotte to join him. Yukito decided to stand up for Charlotte and rushed forward, holding out his hand. He asked her to let him go, but immediately received a blow to the head with a plate of snacks. Yukito was immediately thrown back, but a tall, fair-haired woman caught him and immediately pressed a cold, wet cloth to his head. The woman asked if he was okay. The woman said that when this gnome gets drunk, he always does terrible things. Afterwards, she said she could serve the guy however he wanted and suggested they stay somewhere alone. Yukito was confused and tried to break free from her arms, but the girl didn't let him escape and hugged him tightly to her chest. Her class was that of an ordinary human who provided services to men in the guild. Her abilities, according to the book, indicated this. The next moment, Yukito slipped and began to fall backwards, screaming that he was completely fine. He fell to the floor, finally breaking free from the woman's grasp. All the adventurers who were in the guild at that moment gathered in a circle and began to laugh at the two newcomers, saying how pathetic they were. One of the crowd told the boys to leave and that they were welcome. Yukito, however, thought that he hadn't come here to be laughed at. He had to become an adventurer to find Sana. He couldn't just leave. Yukito rose to his feet, squared his shoulders, and confidently asked everyone in the building who wanted to join his group. A man in armor watched him from one corner. Yukito's question was immediately met with a negative reaction, and one of the men shouted that there were no fools here who would want to join. Yukito then shouted out that adventurers always risk their lives in search of adventure and rare materials. He also mentioned his sister, the dwarf, who had grabbed Charlotte from the very beginning, apparently got tired of listening to the guy and took out his dagger, which with one quick movement he pointed towards the young man. The man remained completely calm and silent for a moment, sitting with a sullen expression. Charlotte, however, was terrified and was about to shout the name of the young man standing a millimeter from the knife's tip. Then the dwarf turned around and angrily told the boy to keep quiet. He spoke for all adventurers, saying that no one was eager to join the likes of him. Yukito, however, was extremely nervous as he continued to stand before the blade. He realized he had mistakenly been overly optimistic in thinking everything would be as simple and as he wanted. He had no choice but to leave. But Charlotte was still in danger, so Yukito had to do something. He had magic, and nothing else, in his arsenal. Remembering this, the boy decided he should at least try. He wasn't sure his trick would work. Then he whispered something and waved his hand toward the dwarf. While the dwarf and his drinking companion continued to laugh at their table, Yukito cast the spell Mage's Hand. This spell created a ghostly force field that allowed objects to be moved. Yukito cast his spell to snatch a mug of ale from its place on the table. His hand grabbed the object, and the elf sitting across from the dwarf noticed. He only had time to let out a surprised cry when the next second the mug, full of drink, spilled onto the dwarf and soaked his entire beard and clothes with its contents. The man was very angry and immediately grabbed his neighbor by the clothes, pulling him toward him. The dwarf screamed, accusing the elf of spilling the drink on him. The elf shouted that the mug had moved on its own, which the second adventurer couldn't believe. The same mysterious man had witnessed it all, and Yukito, having diverted the drunk's attention, took Charlotte with him and headed for the exit. This act impressed the stranger and made him smile. The man continued to sit, lost in thought and watching the teenagers. Running away from the guild, Charlotte and Yukito soon stopped and the guy tried to catch his breath, saying that they had already gone quite far. The guy thought that was when he was saved, when he accidentally opened the guild members page after they went inside. Yukito began to recall that this dwarven warrior was a level 3 and they couldn't have him as their companion at the moment. The Book of Peace said this man loved to drink like no other. As a result, Yukito decided he hated people who were careless with alcohol. He was saved by this information, and afterward asked Charlotte if she was okay. Charlotte continued to be angry and a little embarrassed, recalling the incident in the guild. She clenched her hand into a fist, saying that no one had ever insulted her as much as today. While she continued to shout that she would make this gnome regret making her angry, and then she would become stronger and come back. They were suddenly called out by that same mysterious stranger. The man came a little closer, apologized, and introduced himself, saying his name was Lang and that he was a cleric. He offered the boys a document to join him. The document outlined one of the guild's quests. Taking it in hand, Charlotte shouted that it was a request to exterminate kobolds, admiring the contract. Yukito looked up incredulously and asked the man why he decided to cooperate with them. Lang said the boy had used a mug of magic and was impressed. The man extended his hand and said he simply didn't have enough men. He was a cleric, and the men in front of him were a knight and a mage. Lang believed such a team would be perfectly balanced. Charlotte smiled and said they definitely wouldn't have a problem with that. Yukito picked up his book and decided to find out the suspicious man's true intentions. Lang was a level 3 warrior and believed in the god Osmar, who was responsible for justice and fairness in his world. Yukito smiled and thought he'd worried needlessly, having already assumed that all adventurers were arrogant. Yukito extended his hand in return and shook Lang's hand. Lang thanked him, saying they would definitely get along. Yukito thought to himself that this was simply the best thing he could ask Lang for, because with him, the boy would be able to gain experience and resources more safely. Yukito smiled broadly and said that there were still good people in this world after all. Lang smiled back at the compliment. After some time, the new group found themselves in the right place where the kobolds were supposed to be. It was a dungeon with deep stone cliffs and damp walls. Yukito looked up and thought it was quite human, but the temperature was no different from outside. Lang then said that the boy should watch his step. Yukito couldn't stop admiring the man who had helped them, as thanks to Lang, they were able to officially register as adventurers. The boy once again thanked Lang, who was walking behind him, to which the cleric put his hand to his chest, smiled, and again said that there was no need to thank him for that. After meeting Lang, Yukito returned to the guild to re-register as an adventurer. None of the regulars were there anymore, and no one was trying to flaunt their accomplishments. Furthermore, when the guild staff learned that Charlotte was the daughter of the Duke of Brunia, they immediately changed their attitude towards them and were very welcoming. After all this, they bought some equipment before going into the unregistered dungeon. Each aspiring adventurer also received a copper plate, which could reveal a small amount of information. Rank depended on the number of achievements achieved, and this allowed for the acquisition of more valuable and accurate information. As he continued to move forward, Yukito heard a crackling sound, followed by a muffled squeak. He looked up and saw bats. After studying the book, he realized that this cave was their natural habitat. Lang said they were going to fight the kobolds now, and it seemed like this order from the guild was related to the recent increase in the local population. Yukito decided to immediately figure out what these monsters were and found the right page in the book. Kobolds were small creatures, known for their cowardice and weakness, but they compensated for this by hunting in groups. Lang, rubbing his hands, asked Yukito what spell he prepared today. Yukito said his main attack was sleep. Lang said it was quite reliable. Charlotte walked ahead and asked about traps. Lang said they should be wary, as none of them had the skills to detect and disable them. But kobolds weren't particularly skilled at that. Yukito continued walking, thinking about how he'd nearly died from the goblins when he'd been transported to this world. There might not be many traps here, but they were deadly for him. Suddenly, Charlotte heard a noise ahead. She pointed the torch forward and shouted for everyone to be ready, as she heard something coming from the shadows. The group of adventurers stood their ground and peered into the shadows, when suddenly kobolds emerged from them and rushed to attack. Some of them hurled rocks from a distance, which could have caused minor damage. Yukito was covered from both sides, and Charlotte, continuing to cover herself, shouted that she was protecting the guy, and he could use his spell to attack. Yukito closed his eyes and began to perform a spell with his hands. He said he would grant a short, peaceful sleep to humanoid creatures. So Yukito extended his arms and cast Sleep. This spell inflicted magical sleep on the creatures. It lasted for about a minute but also drained the opponent's health. The groups of kobolds that had attacked Yukito and his team fell to the ground, sound asleep. The boy thought he had done a great job. Suddenly, one of the kobolds, who had not been within the spell's radius, jumped out of cover and aimed his blade, preparing to attack the boy. Lang shouted the spell Osmond's Verdict, which gave him a speed boost, and he quickly dealt with the threat that loomed over the team's wizard. Lang smiled, saying it was quite dangerous. Then he began to spin his weapon and said he wanted to finish this group of monsters quickly. As soon as Lang swung, Yukito asked him to stop. The cleric looked at the boy in confusion, and Yukito thought he needed to get stronger. The boy shouted that he wanted to finish off these opponents himself. Yukito understood that in order to gain experience, he had to defeat the enemy himself. Lang looked at the boy in surprise, then slung his weapon back over his shoulder. He didn't object. Yukito thanked him, thinking once again that accumulating experience points and leveling up meant growing in this world. It seemed the inhabitants of the eternal world themselves didn't know the laws of their universe. Yukito, however, knew this because he possessed the Book of the World. The boy drew his blade and began slowly approaching the sleeping kobold. He stared at the monster for a moment, trying to make up his mind, and soon raised the knife above his head. Yukito looked at the monster confidently and silently apologized, declaring that this creature would be his meal today. He plunged his blade into the body, and blood immediately gushed out. After the boy finished, he stood up and, without raising his head, urged everyone else to move on. Charlotte told the boy that he had blood on his clothes. Seeing Yukito show his desire to complete the task, Lang felt something was wrong and began to get angry, hiding his emotions from the others. After that, the process of destroying the kobolds went well, thanks to Lang's offensive abilities and Charlotte's defense, or rather the protection of her armor. Yukito continued to finish off kobolds, gradually accumulating experience. He had almost reached the required level, and was only 5 points away from leveling up. Yukito's subsequent actions angered Lang. He saw the boy reading his magic book very often. Soon they found themselves in the heart of the lair, where many goblin remains were found. Seeing also several human skeletons, Yukito thought that it all looked as if the local inhabitants and travelers had attacked and robbed them. Charlotte bowed over the bones of the dead and folded her arms. She asked Luria, her god, to calm these souls and bestow his blessing upon the departed. The girl said they could continue, but they'd better go back. Yukito agreed, saying he needed to recharge his sleep. Lang, standing behind him, sternly declared that now really was a good time. He swung sharply and struck Charlotte from behind. Absolutely no one expected such a turn of events. Charlotte immediately fell to the ground under the weight of the blow and her armor. The girl was speechless and couldn't utter a word. Yukito turned around and shouted the girl's name, worried about her, and then asked Lang what he was doing. Lang bared his teeth and said Yukito was a desperate rookie who overestimated his abilities and ultimately perished in the kobold lair. A perfectly ordinary story, one many would believe. Yukito couldn't believe it was a trap. His character, according to the book, was portrayed as kind, so why would a cleric serving Osman, the god of justice, attack them? Lang's gaze was intense, and he said he wouldn't allow a believer in an evil god to use the name of his great god. For the man, it was an insult, and Yukito couldn't understand what kind of belief in an evil god he was talking about. Lang shouted that he sensed the foul aura of the evil goddess Nephilia in the boy. As soon as he saw the boy at the bar, he was already waiting for the opportunity to send him to Naraku. Osmar's faith bonus allowed him to sense the presence of an evil god and any existing divine protection in others. This ability could be used any number of times per day. Yukito thought that it was because of the book that the man considered him a minion of the goddess to whom this thing had previously belonged. Now he understood that killing the followers of evil gods was what good meant to this guy. Lang said that Osmar had given him the task of destroying the influence of evil gods in this world. Lang looked at Charlotte, who was struggling to her feet. He walked up to her, threw his leg over hers, and laughingly shouted that he should have expected that from the Duke's armor, since the girl was fine. Yukito shouted at Lang to stop, saying Charlotte had nothing to do with it. But the cleric said she was guilty of accompanying a follower of an evil god. Lang picked up Charlotte's sword from the ground and said with a smile that it would be perfect for destroying them. This weapon would help him accomplish great deeds. Yukito smirked and said that Lang had fallen greatly because in the world where the boy was from, such actions as attacking people and stealing things were evil. Lang was petrified by these words and began to grow enraged. He couldn't believe they were calling him evil when she served Osmar. He didn't think that destroying the infidels and taking their weapons for good was a bad thing. After this, Lang asked the guy to stay in his place and immediately launched an attack. But Yukito managed to dodge. Lang said he wouldn't let the boy blink, and then continued his attack. Yukito shouted at him that he wasn't Nephilia's follower, but simply carried her book describing this world. The man simply tossed the guy aside and said that there was absolutely no point in arguing about it, because he felt an aura in him. Yukito quickly opened the book and realized he urgently needed to do something. He decided he needed to find out how he could counterattack Lang. Once again, when Lang rushed at him swinging his cross-shaped hammer, the boy shouted the spell Magic Bolt and directed it at the cleric. The collision caused a large explosion that knocked down nearby rocks. Yukito was also thrown back a bit, and Lang disappeared from view. Taking cover behind a large rock, Yukito looked at the smoke that was beginning to dissipate. The boy picked up a book and thought he had figured out this problem, but soon the boy heard footsteps that began to approach him. From such a turn, Yukito began to shake. Soon he heard Lang's voice, who said that the boy had another ace up his sleeve besides sleep. But nevertheless, he considered the young man an insignificant brat. Lang touched the stone where Yukito was sitting and said that he was able to dodge the bolt that the wizard shot. Then he swung and shouted that this was his end. Right during the swing, a whistle was heard in the dungeon. Yukito shouted the name of his companion, and then said that it was necessary to act right now. Longday was surprised by what was happening. The moment Lang was distracted, Yukito immediately jumped behind him, clutching his knife in his hands. The guy's face reflected complete confidence in his actions. Lang managed to see out of the corner of his eye how Yukito very quickly passed him. The cleric could not believe that the youth had such a high dexterity indicator that allowed him to pull off such a feint. Yukito analyzed the third-level warrior's armor and found a gap in his armor. The guy knew that he would have to strike there because it was a weak spot. Afterwards, Yukito thrust his blade with all his might into the gap under Lang's arm, causing him to immediately scream loudly. Blood began to flow from the hole in his armor, indicating a successful stealth attack. Lang continued to scream as he bled. His body began to slowly fall towards the ground, and the cleric rushed to cover the wound with his hand. Yukito stood over the man, still holding the knife. Lang, still amazed by the blow, looked up at the boy and asked him how he managed to move so fast. He said that only thieves had such a technique. Yukito, trying to overcome his shortness of breath, said that he had the abilities of both a magician and a thief, so Lang could only guess what class he belonged to. Yukito knew he had succeeded because from the very beginning he had aimed the magic bolt not at Lang, but at the bat that was behind him. This way the guy was able to level up when he killed the creature. After that, he was able to accumulate some experience points, which was exactly what he needed before the promotion. Before Lang attacked them, the boy had been studying the book constantly and learned that defeating a bat would give him 15 experience points, and he was 9 short. In the situation that eventually developed, it was the best outcome. Afterwards, Yukito thought that he could have a multi-class if he upgraded the abilities of different classes. The class skill, Observation, was a thief-exclusive skill that allowed him to identify his opponent's weak points. That's when it came in handy for the young man. After Yukito found a gap in the armor, he used another class skill, Sneak Attack. By skillfully striking the enemy's vital point, the thief skill could increase the damage several times. Lang still couldn't accept what had happened. Cursing at the boy, he kept saying that Yukito was a follower of an evil god. It was already quite difficult for him to speak, and after each sentence he began to cough heavily. Afterwards he said, looking at Yukito, that it was his mistake. Lang, still covering the wound with his hand, smiled and said that he no longer had the strength to fight. In addition, he also noted that the boy had used all his charms. Afterwards, he told the boy that he most likely wanted to leave and quickly heal the girl who was lying on the ground after Lang's blow. The cleric suggested making their meeting a draw for today. Lang continued to speak, suggesting that the boy forget about the misfortunes that had happened between them. After all, different gods, in his current opinion, should not become the cause of murder. Yukito continued to stand and listen for a while, but did not answer Lang, who changed his mind too quickly. He turned around and walked towards Charlotte. After that, Lang started laughing, but in a way that no one could hear. He thought that Yukito was really stupid for believing his words and giving the cleric time. He began to rise to his feet, thinking that due to his class being a monk, he could heal himself with quick recovery and then kill a couple. He realized that something was definitely missing. Lang began to look for a seal, which the man never parted with. Yukito stood nearby and attracted the cleric's attention. The guy was holding the very thing that Lang needed now. Yukito guessed that this was what the warrior of the god Osmar was trying to find now. With this information, Yukito was one step ahead of his opponent. Having studied Lang's class, he knew that the monk would not be able to cast the faith spell without this item. With the help of another class skill, Pickpocket, the boy was able to take out this small object without being noticed. Seeing this, Lang immediately began to show his teeth in anger. Gathering his last strength and filled with anger, Lang rushed at Yukito, calling him a brat once again. The monk threatened to kill the young man, but since Lang was greatly weakened, Yukito outpaced him in speed and grabbed his head, shutting the cleric's mouth. The next second, the boy knocked Lang to the ground. Continuing to shut him up, Yukito sarcastically apologized to Lang, saying that the boy was not as kind as Osmar's warrior. Lang tried to throw his hands off, but his attempts were useless. Yukito began to angrily shout the words of the spell, calling for the pure water that belonged to the blue tide. Lang's eyes widened, understanding what the mage wanted to do. Yukito shouted again, saying that now the monk would have the opportunity to quench his soul's thirst for healing as well as purify his hatred. Water gradually began to appear from the mage's hands. Water creation was one of the Zeroth level spells. It was voice-activated and had no resistance or duration. The spell's effect could create up to 10 liters of water. After everything was over, Yukito helped the girl get out of the dungeon, and together they headed to the inn. Along the way, the guy healed the girl, so they got there pretty quickly. Charlotte, holding a mug of hot tea, said that Yukito saved her by giving her a healing potion to drink. The Duchess was very grateful to the guy who had never left her in trouble. Yukito smiled back and said that he was very happy because he and the girl were safe now. He also added that he sent this guy to guard, so everything should be fine. Ultimately, the story with Lang ended like this. Yukito sold his equipment and weapons to get the money he needed, and also stole the healing potion from him. With this healing potion, he was able to heal Charlotte, who is now much better. Afterwards, the guy leaned over and thought that he was very naive and careless. He also understood well that if he had been late with gaining experience then, he and Charlotte would already be dead and would remain in that dungeon forever. Yukito knew he wasn't ready. Eventually, the boy abandoned rational thinking and accepted the information in the Book of the World without question. Now he understood it. Yukito summed it up by saying that he couldn't survive in this world as a coward. The boy clearly understood that he needed to become stronger to save his sister. Meanwhile, in one of the dark dungeons, a dim light was burning. A large number of people had gathered, from whom rustling and other sounds emanated. These people were dressed in black hoods. They stood at the altar, which was strewn with the bodies of young girls. They all said in one voice that the moon had risen. While worshipping at the altar, which had a horned skull depicted on it, somewhat reminiscent of Nephilia herself, a voice began to say that the goddess of fate was speaking to the people. Soon a huge monster, similar to a dragon, began to appear. The voice ordered the people to capture the one who dared to take the Book of Peace. The worshipper said that the order of Lady Nephilia would be carried out. At this time, Yukito was sitting with Charlotte in a cozy room and talking with the girl, who periodically laughed very loudly and continued to drink her tea. The next day, while Charlotte was still asleep, Yukito had already woken up and began studying the Book of the World again, looking for useful information. The boy realized its usefulness to a greater extent after the incident with Long. Checking his sister's page once again, Yukito saw that the exact location had not appeared. Then the boy turned the pages of the book further. Opening the book to the page where Yukito himself was, the boy saw that his class had changed and was now called Rogue Wizard. After he leveled up, he went the multi-class route, a mix of a mage and a thief. The rogue has many useful skills, such as detection, eavesdropping, knowledge of dungeons, disguise, search, etc. And the skill gathering information could help in finding Sana. Multi-class people can do much more, but even though their job level increases, their skills decrease. Charlotte said that adventurers with different jobs are rare. As he continued to flip through the Book of the World, the boy noticed that he had acquired his thief skill by accident. Yukito thought that it would be better if he studied it so that he could learn more about his sister's location. However, soon the boy saw the very thing that had been bothering him throughout his entire stay in this world. He saw his maximum health, which was still equal to 1. Yukito grabbed his head, starting to sweat heavily. He didn't understand why his health was the lowest in the entire world. Even though the Book of Peace stated that the character's health would increase by 1 every time he leveled up, he believed that it was all a mistake, just like Reincarnation. The boy was very upset and thought that this was most likely all happening because of the goddess Nephilia, whom he had harmed so much. After that, the boy plunged into the book again. The guy stopped at the page where there was information about the goddess Nephilia and saw that she was a rather self-confident deity, merciless, and could also give a bonus to faith, which was called Nephilia's Grace. Yukito immediately noticed this. He decided to find out more about what this bonus could do, and also with all this, the guy was curious about one detail. He knew that Nephilia was an evil god, but what kind of mercy could she give then? The sweat did not stop running down the face of the young man holding the book in his hands. Suddenly, the boy saw something that really shocked him. This, of course, concerned the evil goddess. The book said that the girl was the god of fate and that she could harm anyone who crossed her path with her curse. The guy's hands began to shake violently, but he did not stop reading. Yukito saw that he could be affected by religious bonus, which was a curse. His resistance to poisons was higher. His health did not increase or recover, and the goddess did not allow him to follow another faith. Nephilia also had a sister, the goddess of light Xandu. Her character is chaos and wildness. The goddess was also called the Queen of Darkness and the Mother of the Dead. She had an evil soul and was an undead assassin and evil thief who also had her own dragon under her command. Yukito now knew the reason why he had so little health. He was under the influence of the curse of Nephilia, which prevented him from increasing and restoring his health. The guy punched the wall, still angry because he couldn't change his faith either, because this goddess was very jealous. Yukito considered all this a mockery, because such bonuses are even worse than a curse. The guy thought that in this world not only monsters are evil and aggressive, but also people are the same as Lang. There were a lot of threats from all sides, so he still did not understand how he could survive with one haste bar. Yukito turned to the window, when suddenly he heard the rustling of bed linen behind him. The guy immediately turned around, realizing that he had literally just a minute ago loudly hit the wall. The guy smiled and closed his book. He apologized for waking the girl, and Charlotte in turn said that Yukito woke up quite early. Charlotte really wasn't lying when she said she never parted with her sword, because she even slept with it. The girl yawned and wished the guy good morning, asking how he slept. The girl began to stretch upwards, looking out the window and noticing that the weather was nice today. Yukito covered himself with a book, embarrassed that the girl was in her pajamas. When the girl stood up, Yukito became even more embarrassed, opening his mouth wide, but continuing to hold back from screaming. Charlotte, not noticing his reaction, suggested that the guy have breakfast in the guild. The girl smiled shyly and said that they should definitely try hard today. She adjusted her hair, moving it to the side, and looked into the guy's eyes. Yukito at that moment began to hide and hide in the blanket, completely closing himself. Such behavior alerted Charlotte, and she jumped out of bed, asking what was wrong. Yukito grabbed his head with his hands, mentally asking himself how a woman could be so defenseless. He also didn't understand why they were left in the same room. After Charlotte washed and dressed, Yukito calmed down and came to his senses. He also got ready, and they finally set out from the inn towards the Adventurers Guild. There were already quite a lot of people inside the building, who were also sitting and talking to each other, discussing various tasks they had been on just recently. Yukito opened the door and walked in first. Charlotte, wearing her everyday clothes, followed, remaining behind the young man. As soon as they arrived at the entrance, they were greeted by the dark-haired girl who worked at the front desk. She saw the busy guys and said that they now had adventurous faces. Smiling, she also pointed to the board and said that it was used for announcements, so available assignments were constantly posted there. She added that the kids could take any they liked. Yukito and Charlotte slowly made their way to the large board to inspect what would suit them. They knew that if they were going to go together, they would need something they could handle. As he began to read, the boy saw ads like Research City Sewage with a reward of 60 gold, kill a large number of mice for 80 coins, or research the remains of an ancient civilization for 200 coins. Charlotte's attention was drawn to one of the announcements, and upon seeing it, she immediately called Yukito. The girl said that there was a request to kill a black dragon with a reward of 6,000 gold. The guy came up and said that it was impossible for them to do this. The girl said that everything would be fine because she already had a dragon sword. But Yukito thought that she couldn't even master it. Yukito knew that he needed to increase his adventurer rank as quickly as possible to find information about San. But it was very dangerous to do so while remaining at 1 HP. Even doing many simple quests would take him too much time. Meanwhile, while Yukito and Charlotte were standing at the board, a man burst into the guild and immediately began shouting. Holding a small bag of coins in his hands, he attracted attention. The man shouted, turning around, that he really needed help, but he was only willing to pay 30 coins for it, realizing that it was a small amount but collected by the entire village. One of the adventurers in a white robe pushed the man away, saying that no matter how many times he came here, nothing had changed. He added that no one would accept a losing request below the market price. Charlotte immediately ran up to the man and covered him with her hands so that the old man would not be thrown out. She shouted for the adventurers to stop being so harsh towards him. The man began to explain to the girl that adventurers have the right to choose their assignments. If you don't offer enough money, you won't be able to hire anyone. Charlotte, still covering the man, said that it was the duty of a holy knight to help those in need, and it wasn't about money, so she wouldn't allow this old man to be treated so cruelly. The two adventurers who were standing and talking to Charlotte immediately turned around and started walking away in the other direction, saying at the end that all the newcomers were behaving very impudently. Charlotte took the gray-haired man by the shoulders and asked if he was okay. He looked up and said that yes, he seemed fine, just a little scared. Yukito also glanced at the man and thought that 30 gold was indeed too small a reward compared to the other quests on the notice board. The guy thought that those adventurers were right not to take on this. Even exterminating mice and exploring the city's sewers was much more profitable than helping a man. Yukito clearly understood that Charlotte might be a good girl and might be nice. But in this world, he had a main goal, finding his sister, and therefore he needed to save time. The boy approached the gray-haired man and asked him for forgiveness. The old man looked at the boy with horror, clutching his bag tightly, and Charlotte was shocked by such indifference. The old man moaned pitifully that he lived in the village of Ida. His house was attacked by a pack of black wolves who continued to attack the villagers. He also said that at this rate his village would be completely destroyed. Yukito picked up the book and opened it, thinking about Ida Village. It seemed familiar to him. When the guy saw the place where the village was on the map, his face immediately changed. This immediately turned everything upside down and greatly influenced the decision. This village was marked with a marker indicating the possible location of his sister. When the boy realized that his sister could be in danger there, he turned a little pale. Continuing to look at the book, the guy decided to get acquainted with the person who was now standing in front of him. Charlotte saw the changes in the guy's face and asked what happened to him. The man was labeled as the head of Ida Village. His status was neutral, and his character traits indicated that he was decent. The man continued to look at the wizard with a pleading expression in his eyes. Yukito looked up at him again and thought that it really did look like the man wanted to save his village. However, there were some parameters that he couldn't see, like with Lang. Yukito also understood that this very mark could lead the guys to one of the clues about where Sana might be now, although it could also be something else. Yukito slammed the book shut and confidently said that they would take on this task and help the old man. However, the boy was fully aware of it. Judging by the lack of reaction, Yukito got the impression that they didn't believe him. He repeated that they were taking on the old man's assignment, knowing that it could be quite dangerous. After they had accepted the order, the old man and the boys went outside and escorted the village chief, who bowed to the young men before mounting his horse. The man said he would be kind if the heroes would wait for him until tomorrow. Then he suggested meeting at the castle gate, saddled his horse and began to walk away. Charlotte watched him go and then smiled, saying that the village chief was definitely very happy when they agreed to help him, unlike the other adventurers. The girl turned to Yukito and told him, clenching her small fist, that she always knew that Yukito was a good person. The guy looked down, realizing that there was something she didn't know. When Yukito and Charlotte returned to their inn, the boy took the Book of Peace and began to prepare for the upcoming journey. He opened the page that contained information about black wolves. The guy understood that this was a pretty serious threat. They could easily win if there was only one wolf, but if it was a pack, then everything would be completely different. The boy knew that they had to prepare well since they wouldn't be able to attack first. Yukito wanted the bow since he would definitely be able to use projectiles with the thief class. The guy thought that he needed to temporarily forget about magic, because there was a significant difference between spells and direct attacks. And besides, the bow cost 15 gold, and the armor set 150, which caused surprise. He also needed to buy a potion for Charlotte, get some equipment for himself, and the situation was looking increasingly hopeless. The guy took out his wallet and saw that he only had 40 coins. This finished off his already bad emotional state. Yukito collapsed on the floor and thought that it was a complete failure in this case. Afterwards, the guy saw that even one healing potion cost 50 gold coins, so he couldn't buy it either. He has 1 HP and no money at all, so the guy thought he'd better take that cheat staff. Yukito quickly began to flip through the book, looking for something that could help him. He needed to think of something that could help him get more money. Equipment would be needed in any case, and soon the boy found what he was looking for. He exclaimed with joy and then realized that it was time for them to hit the road. Quickly getting ready, Yukito ran out of the room, heading to the stables. The guy found Charlotte, who was petting her horse, and then shared his plan with her. The girl began to close Rosinante in horror, saying that she could not be sold because she was a family horse. Yukito explained that they would not sell her, but would simply give her as collateral and would definitely return her later. Yukito said that trained war horses were sold for 600 gold coins. If you pawned them with Rosinante, you could get 300 gold coins. All this was needed to buy equipment before going to the village. The girl decided to ask about other options, and then remembered that they could now complete the task of exploring the sewers. Yukito objected, saying that they would not finish until tomorrow. Afterwards, the guy thought that Charlotte was the Duke's daughter, so she should have had some money. He asked how many coins the girl had now. The girl began to look for her small purse, and after opening it, said that she had 13 gold coins. Yukito exclaimed that this was a very small amount. Charlotte said that she had left the house of her own selfish desire, so she could not take the Duke's wealth. The girl explained that she was traveling with what she had in her hands. Continuing, she said that initially she had more, of course, but she shared with the beggars she met along the way. At these words, Yukito put on a grim smile, thinking that the girl was too kind. Afterwards, the guy remembered that at the hotel reception, the girl asked for a double room, which surprised Yukito. She decided that this way they would save gold. Charlotte began to get more nervous and then said that they could take the warhorse with them on the mission, thereby gaining strong support in destroying the wolves. Yukito said that they couldn't take Rosinante with them this time. Charlotte was surprised to hear such an answer and asked the reason for such a decision in shock. Yukito explained that the warhorse would be stronger than any of them, but this time they would be fighting to protect the village. The wolves would have the advantage of speed and numbers. As a result, even a warhorse would not be able to protect the village and the boys during the attack. Yukito had already thought of a plan, and pointed to Charlotte and said that he would trust her to fight on the front lines this time. The girl asked him in surprise if she understood everything correctly. Yukito said that he had thought of a way for them to win the fight without getting hurt. The guy said that now they just needed to think about how they could get the money to buy Rosinante. Once she realized that, she would probably be able to let him pawn the horse. Yukito grabbed the girl by the shoulders and began to shake her gently, shouting that they were doing this for the good of the village. The girl could not bring herself to give the horse into someone else's hands. Yukito thought of something and, removing his hands from Charlotte's shoulders, directed them towards the warhorse, saying that Rosinante herself would now tell her everything the girl needed to know. A bright light appeared from which Charlotte began to hide. Yukito continued the directed magic and soon the horse began to talk, only its voice was male. Rosinante said that everything would be fine with her and now she had to trust Yukito as she trusted her. Charlotte couldn't believe that she could hear her horse's thoughts. Yukito explained that it was a spell called Talking to Animals. With it, they could understand animals and speak to them in human words. Suddenly, Rosinante reared up and began to scream, stamping her hooves on the ground. Charlotte became frightened, asking what was happening to her. Rosinante came down again and said she was sorry. Everything was fine, just for a moment. The horse had the urge to fight them. Charlotte said the warhorse was taking care of her. As Rosinante glanced at Yukito, who stood there petting her, Charlotte noted that the horse's speech was a little strange, considering the fact that she was a woman. Rosinante told the girl not to worry, for she was saying this for fun. Then the horse added that Charlotte should go and give her up as collateral, for after all, it was her idea. Charlotte was very surprised to learn whether it was true or not. Yukito looked down sadly and said that as an adventurer, he wanted to equip himself properly, but he had no money. Using this spell, he often consulted the horse about making decisions. Yukito began to use his persuasion skill to the maximum, starting to squeeze out tears. The boy turned away and said that he did not want to do this, but they had to consider Rosinante's feelings. Charlotte also began to cry, after which she said that she was very sorry because she did not consider Yukito and Rosinante's feelings at all. After that, she apologized and said that she was not worthy of being a paladin. Yukito said what he should have said earlier. Charlotte leaned towards her warhorse, hugging its muzzle. The girl said that they would have to part for a while. Afterward, Charlotte rushed to hug Rosinante tighter, saying that they would go and do some errands and would soon ransom her. While the girl continued to shed her bitter tears, Rosinante also began to cry. She looked at her mistress, who was already leaving, and then Charlotte shouted for the horse to just wait for them. At this time, Yukito was already receiving the collateral gold, which was given to him by a young man, a slave working in the stable. The young man tried not to show his joy until the very last moment. Charlotte headed for the exit, and Yukito, clutching the gold, mentally apologized for deceiving them both. The guy used the spell Ghost Sound, which imitated the voice of an animal. Afterwards, they headed back to the center of town where there were many shops. They needed to be well equipped and buy some potions for Charlotte. since she would be on the front lines after all. Entering the shop where you could buy weapons, the guy went to one of the walls where there were bows and crossbows. Yukito began to examine the firearms, choosing the one that would be better. Afterwards, they went into a shop where potions were already being sold. Yukito looked over the assortment, looking for anything else useful. As it turned out, Charlotte knew nothing at all about potions. The road to the village was not close, so it was decided to get there on a passing carriage, which was carrying some goods, returning from Orbed to its home. When Yukito reached the village, he saw a very small settlement with about 15 to 20 buildings. There was a deep moat around the village, which protected it from attacks from outside. Yukito cast the spell Levitation and flew into the air, hanging over the village. We need to quickly make a clear defense plan and place the villagers who can fight in their places. Yukito took a piece of paper and a pen, after which he began to draw a small model of the village, where he showed the main forces, the enemy's approach routes, as well as the positions of the defenders. Soon the guy noticed one interesting detail. Near one of the buildings, there was a guard that was too big. These people were not watching the surrounding area, but were patrolling just one entrance inside. Yukito started to go down. Charlotte was already waiting for him at the place where the guy was going to land and asked the guy if he noticed anything that could help them. The effect of levitation gradually began to dissipate. Such a spell was the first level and had a range of 60 feet. The duration of levitation was achieved up to 10 minutes. The spell also gave the caster the following effect. Any object or creature can be suspended 20 feet, maximum 100, in the air. After the duration expires, the objects immediately begin to fall. After the guy had explored the village completely, they had a snack and went to the house allocated to them. It was already getting dark outside, telling the heroes that there would soon be an attack. Yukito lit a candle and spread a map on the table. He said that he had made a plan of the village. The first attack would most likely come from the cliff behind the village, and the second would come from where the fence was broken. The guy started scratching his chin, continuing to remain thoughtfully silent. Charlotte said that the guy must have noticed something strange since he was thinking so seriously. Yukito said that was indeed the case, and then pointed at one of the buildings in the village. The boy thought it was a barn, but then why did it have such strict security? In light of the recent attack, there were other places where guards could have been placed. Therefore, the boy came to the conclusion that the villagers might be hiding something from the adventurers. The boy thought that this barn must be the real reason why people came to the guild. Yukito continued to say that the people needed help and most likely it could have something to do with what caused the attack of the black wolves that were about to attack. There were 3 things: the black wolves, the villagers' secret, and the symbol in the book. Yukito didn't know how all of these could be connected. But this was the first clue to get closer to Sana. The boy clenched his fist tightly and thought that he would take any lead, no matter how small it was. He firmly decided that he would find Sana no matter what. It was for this purpose that the guy was ready to fight difficulties every day and survive in this world, which had already shown its cruel and sometimes unfair face. The people on the street continued to patrol the area, as well as the same barn. The peasants were armed mainly with various household items, such as pitchforks and shovels. One of the girls started listening, and then said that it was too quiet outside. She added that she didn't hear any howling, to which the man next to her said that they shouldn't relax just because adventurers came to their aid. Meanwhile, in the forest, there was a girl who clearly belonged to the Elven race. She was dressed in furs and was riding one of the very animals that the village was waiting for, a black wolf. A pack of black wolves gradually began to approach the village where Yukito and Charlotte were now, and were also waiting for their attack. The animals were a small community, about 10 to 12 individuals. One of the wolves signaled the others by howling, which was also heard in the village. The villagers and adventurers stood at the main gate, and the villagers began to notify the others about the enemy's advance. Yukito stood in front, holding his new crossbow. Charlotte said from behind the boy that the wolves had come, just as the boy had told her earlier. The boy turned around and saw that there was no determination in the eyes of the peasants. They were afraid and looked askance at the adventurers who had come to their aid and did not look very reliable. Yukito turned around completely and addressed everyone standing behind him. The boy told them to absolutely adhere to the plan he had devised, because that was the only way they could win. Answering hesitantly that they would follow the instructions, Charlotte also felt uncomfortable holding the weapon Yukito handed her. She thought that it didn't look like a paladin's weapon at all. Yukito calmly replied that this was not the case at all. This was a weapon that was sung about in various legends and was very revered. The girl said in surprise that the guy knew a lot for a magician. The guy lowered his head, thinking that he didn't know how else to accept the straightforwardness with which Charlotte usually did everything. In any case, she trusted him, and that was already good. Suddenly, one of the men holding a spear extended his hand forward, pointing his finger at the bridge. He shouted that a pack of wolves was about to attack, which immediately made Yukito turn around. The wolves really did rush to attack, huddled in a tight line of their pack. They had good defense and were able to move within a range of 15 meters per move, attacking with their bite. The wolves were getting closer and closer, which greatly frightened the locals. Yukito grabbed the scroll and shouted at the girl to start acting, to which she quickly agreed. The girl joined her hands and began casting the spell Sacred Weapon and then Divine Blessing. Through this, she strengthened her weapon and also filled herself with divine energy. Yukito, meanwhile, used bear power, resistance, and a magic defense. The whole bet was on the new weapon and Charlotte's power, so all the buffs were in her direction. The wolves continued to rush forward, beginning to bare their fangs. Charlotte, however, gave a warlike cry and stepped forward, leaving all the people a few meters behind. Swinging her new weapon, which was called the Spiked Chain, the girl knocked all the attacking wolves off their feet with one deft blow, and they fell on the bridge. Many of the animals were stunned by such an attack and attempted to rise to their feet. It was obvious that they were doing so with difficulty, which was accompanied by plaintive whining. Yukito continued to watch the scene, realizing that everything was going as he had planned. One of the men in the vanguard exclaimed that the girl had managed to knock them all down. At this point, it was time to implement the second part of the plan, which was to put an end to the attacking beasts. Yukito extended his hand and loudly commanded all the archers. The beast took aim at one by one. The archers, who had already managed to pull the bowstring, opened fire with arrows at their opponent. The volley instantly spread across the entire bridge. Most of the wolves were immediately struck down and fell back to the ground, dead. The archers continued shooting, finishing off those who could still stand on their paws. The villagers began to shout triumphantly that this plan would surely work if things continued at this rate. Their fighting spirit began to rise as the peasants sensed victory was coming. Yukito remained calm and alert. The boy picked up his books again and began to study further information that could be useful to him. The Spiked Chain is a weapon that uses centrifugal force. Charlotte is basically trained for combat, and if Yukito increases her power with magic, she will be able to use the chain. The greatest strength of this weapon is its ability to knock down the enemy. If they can hold the beast at the entrance, then they will continue to maintain the initiative in the fight. The wolves continued their onslaught, and when Charlotte was about to raise the chain for another strike, a black wolf jumped on the girl, opening its toothy mouth. Charlotte slightly narrowed one eye and put out her hand. The wolf grabbed only the girl's armor, which he could not penetrate with his fangs. The village chief was clearly worried about the girl, and when the wolf grabbed her, the man shouted at Charlotte. Yukito tried to calm him down, saying that the girl was okay. Of course, it was necessary to avoid attacks from wolves, but by combining magic armor and spells, it was possible to achieve incredibly high defense. Even a wolf bite would cause almost no damage. Charlotte continued to stand her ground, continuing to knock down the wolves one by one. The pack of animals became smaller with each attack, and they were no longer so willing to attack. Yukito clearly understood that with Charlotte knocking the wolves onto their backs with her chain, the villagers armed with bows and arrows would definitely be able to focus on shooting. The arrows continued to reduce the number of black wolves, which were already very few. The bridge was already littered with the bodies of animals which were pierced in several places. Choosing a narrow passage to meet the enemy, placing a stationary vanguard there, and multiple long-range attacks. All this was the winning combination that Yukito had bet on. The remaining wolves, who had not yet had a chance to try their luck in the attack, began to huddle together and exchange glances. It was clear that they had almost admitted their defeat. The people who were shooting the bow were the first to start cheering. Seeing how the wolves were scared and about to retreat, Yukito understood that the animals were now simply keeping their distance and regrouping. The wolves raised their heads and began to howl into the sky. At this time, Yukito again began to use another spell that he had ready. The wolves charged forward again, making their way across the narrow bridge toward Charlotte, who was already preparing to use her chain once again to turn back this raid. Yukito used ghost sound, knowing full well that black wolves hunt in packs and use their barks to communicate and coordinate attacks. So if he could copy the sound they might use when attacking, he could interrupt their regrouping. Another attack of the wolves was repelled according to the same unchanging scenario. Charlotte knocked everyone down with her chain, and the archers shot at the bodies of the knocked-down animals. Yukito smirked, saying that everything was working perfectly, as it should. The guy also said that in his opinion, everything was great for a strategy that was made up in a hurry. The young mage began to look at the beasts, realizing that their number was increasing each time and that it was very small. It was time to take the next step in this fight. To Yukito's surprise, a village elder shouted from behind him, stretching out his hand and pointing his finger at something. His face was filled with fear at what he could see. Above his head, the boy saw how the girl who was riding a wolf jumped over the moat and the palisade of the village, getting straight into the center of events. This was definitely not part of the young man's plans, so Yukito's expression changed dramatically, starting to get a little nervous, not understanding what he should do about it now. The wolf landed in the very center of the crowd of peasants who stood behind the vanguard. This knocked many of them off their feet, and the girl jumped down and took out her bow. The people were frightened, and some of them immediately began to run away in different directions. The archers turned away from the bridge and began to shoot at the wolf, who was already in the village. The wolf rider continued to hover in the air, gradually descending. She attacked with her bow in flight, returning fire to the peasants with a long-range attack. The girl was a very good shot, but she did not try to kill anyone. Her target was the bows, which were used to return fire. Her wolf also tried harder to scare away anyone who stood in their way. People gradually fell into panic, running to their homes and bolting their front doors. The archers who were holding back the vanguard, having lost their weapons, also began to run away, screaming for help from the higher powers. Soon the wolf approached his mistress. Yukito turned to the villagers and shouted at them to continue holding their positions. He didn't think anyone could jump over such a high fence so easily. As it turned out, the commander of the Black Wolves was a human, which Yukito did not expect at all. If things continue like this, then the village's defense will be broken through. The girl, still holding her bow, rushed straight into the depths of the village, running past Yukito, whom she completely ignored. The peasants stopped attacking altogether, and the village chief, kneeling, watched as the girl ran forward. Her speed and dashes were astonishingly fast. The head of the village, seeing this girl, immediately grabbed his head, shouting that this was the one, and he could not believe that she was able to survive. Yukito turned to the man who was shaking, trying to say something else while stuttering. The guy couldn't understand that the girl had survived under some circumstances, and, most likely, this wasn't their first meeting. Yukito told the villagers that he was going after the girl, ordering the others to stay and support Charlotte at the front. The whole twist kept spinning in the boy's head. The boy looked at the arrows that were aimed at the weapons that the peasants were going to attack with. All of their equipment was broken in half, which also left questions in the magician's mind. Meanwhile, the girl stood by the barn, which had been so heavily guarded before, and pounded on it with her hands. It felt like the girl was trying to call someone. Yukito decided to take advantage of the moment while the girl in furs was standing with her back turned. The guy decided that he could put her to sleep and then tie her up and sort her out. But the attempt to use the spell was unsuccessful and the archer was able to dodge. After that, the girl sent an arrow at the guy, who managed to cover himself with a magic shield. The girl was surprised that the guy used magic and even managed to reflect her arrow. After that, she decided that she would try to take the guy alive and find out the truth. Yukito looked at her angrily and shouted that it was close. Yukito was very glad that he learned this reflective spell. Soon, a hand reached out to the young man. The girl grabbed the guy and threw him to the ground, and then pinned him with her legs. Yukito hit the ground quite hard but did not receive any damage. The next second, the warrior archer grabbed the boy by his clothes and swung the tip of her arrow at him. Yukito was in a hopeless situation. Yukito was amazed that even for an archer, the girl had a very high speed. It was simply impossible. The boy shouted, trying to find out the reason why the girl attacked the village. The girl aimed the arrow towards the guy's head, but intentionally hit it nearby, wanting to scare the guy and show her serious intentions. Yukito opened his eyes and looked at the archer. Afterwards, the girl took the same arrow and loaded it into the bow and pulled the tatiwa right in front of the magician's face. Yukito understood that he had to find out the truth, so he continued to look at the girl. The archer began to address Yukito, wanting to know who the boy was. She immediately realized that he was not a resident of this village, but his presence here remained unclear to her. Yukito replied that he was an adventurer and was currently carrying out one of the assignments he had received from the village elder. The man asked him to destroy a pack of black wolves. The girl watched the boy closely. Yukito began to look around, thinking that it had become suspiciously quiet. At that time, the headman told everything to Charlotte, who was already running to the boy. After Yukito let it slip about the village elder and the task the boy was carrying out, the girl clenched her teeth and began to shake with anger. The girl started screaming that the people of this village dared to destroy after they stole everything dear to her from her village. She also called them pathetic strangers. The girl said that she would never forget or forgive such an act to the people of Iwa. Yukito was stunned by these words, asking what the girl was talking about. The girl took off her wolf mask that covered her face. Seeing who the girl was, he immediately noticed her ears. Realizing that an elf was in front of him, Yukito continued to shout in confusion and asked the girl the reason for the black wolves' attack on the village. The girl continued to watch the magician, remaining silent. After Yukito asked what kind of nonsense was in that barn, and the girl explained that it was there, inside, that her brothers were being held captive. The guy was starting to get angry about the whole situation that was developing. He understood that he had been deceived again, leaving out a bunch of details. Charlotte, seeing the guy, ran to him, shouting his name. The girl pulled the arrow again and shouted that if Yukito stood in her way, his life would end instantly that very second. Charlotte was already standing next to her, frightened. Yukito gradually began to receive the truth he wanted. The boy asked the elf again about the prisoners who were currently in the barn. The girl said that this was indeed the case. She again began to speak negatively about the people who inhabited this village, then adding that they had captured and kidnapped the elf's younger sister, Lumilia. Charlotte stood nearby for a while and watched. While the girl was pointing her bow at him, it was obvious that the boy was in danger, so at some point, Charlotte decided to fix it. She reached for her magic sword, but Yukito immediately stopped the girl by raising his hand. He put the book in front of him, thinking about the elf. The book immediately began to search for the page he needed. The girl had the class Pathfinder and was at level 2. Her alignment was neutral good, and the class skill she possessed was animal friendship. Yukito thought again that he had suspected that there was something fishy about this destruction request. It was a good thing they hadn't taken Rosinante with them, though, because things could have gotten worse. If Rosinante had ended up being enchanted by the elf, then it would have definitely been a disaster. The warhorse would have finished off the villagers faster than the wolves. But nevertheless, the question also arises about the very symbol that appeared in the Book of Peace. Now it was displayed on the elf's page and still raised many questions. It was exactly the same symbol as Sana's. Perhaps this was the key to the girl's location. And this elf might have been somehow connected to Yukito's sister. Yukito came to this village only to find his sister. To be honest, he wouldn't have considered the mission at all if he hadn't had the opportunity to find her here. While the guy was thinking about all this, he continued to silently stare at the girl, realizing the scale of the whole picture. At some point, the elf called out to him, aggressively asking why he was silent. The elf's face remained tense and she continued to hold the arrow drawn in her bow. Yukito understood that now was the time for him to stand by her side and help. The young man had a choice because he had already come to this village and found himself in the middle of what was happening. He could stay at the initial request and help the residents, for which he would receive 50 coins, or the elf. Yukito thought that he could get information about San no matter what he chose in the end. However, in the current situation, he could only choose one. The girl began to look around. The people who lived in the village were watching the dialogue between the adventurer and the elf, waiting to see how it would all end. Finally, after a short pause, Yukito finally said that he understood what it was like to have your family torn away from you. The elf was surprised by these words and stared at the wizard. Yukito continued, saying that he wanted to help her and that they could search the inside of the barn together. The young man made his choice and decided that it was better for him to be on the side of truth. The elf was skeptical about this request, not understanding what the young man was talking about. She said that even if she believed him, there were still a lot of locals in the village who had already shown their true intentions. Yukito began to tell the girl that he was actually traveling because he was also looking for his missing younger sister. This is one of the reasons why the guy wants to help. As the girl began to look at him with an increasingly surprised face, Yukito continued, saying that their circumstances might be different, but the guy couldn't just leave someone who was in the same situation as him. After a minute, the elf felt a sense of solidarity from the adventurer. She believed him and began to slowly lower the bow, saying that she understood him. Afterwards, the girl pointed her finger towards the guys and firmly said that Yukito, with all this, should know that if he deceived her, the girl would kill him without hesitation, which she swore to herself. Yukito, being a little worried, told her that she shouldn't worry about it. He then introduced himself, saying that his name was Yukito. Charlotte also told the girl her name. Afterwards, they asked about the elf's name. The girl stood there for a while, then turned to the barn and walked towards it, saying that she was Serena. Yukito walked up to the barn and grabbed the padlock that held the door closed. He shook it slightly and thought that a 20-level padlock was too cool for a basement. The boy searched his pocket for something that could help and soon pulled out a lockpick. Yukito thought that he didn't have the skill to open, but he had to try the skill lockpicking, which he had never done before. The thieves' tools gave the guy a small bonus to success in breaking in, and he began to turn the tools, getting them into the keyhole. After the first attempt, the guy soon failed. He said that he couldn't hack it, but he would try again. Serena looked at all this and sighed heavily. Serena couldn't wait that long, so at some point she took a few steps forward and said she would open the lock herself. Charlotte joined in, asking the guy to step aside. The girls stood in front of the large door to the barn and swung their legs in unison, aiming them at the wooden base of the door. Yukito was extremely surprised by this method, so the door was breached. Charlotte and Serena did a great job together. The paladin girl began dusting off her armor as Serena walked through. Charlotte turned to Yukito, who stood in shock that his companion could open the door so easily just by knocking it down. The girl called the magician inside. As soon as they entered, Serena immediately shouted her sister's name and was about to run deeper into the barn. Yukito grabbed her by the shoulder and abruptly stopped this impulse. The guy said that further on in the darkness there could be traps. He certainly knew that the girl felt her sister, but it was necessary to remain calm. The young man first dropped to the ground, picked up a small stone, and then stood up and began to call upon a pale light that was supposed to remove the entire curtain of darkness that was located ahead. The stone acted as a material catalyst for the spell. Light eventually began to appear around the stone, illuminating the path ahead. The spell itself could brightly illuminate a space of up to 5.5 meters. As Yukito slowly moved forward, he thought that it didn't look like there were any traps here. The barn was filled with barrels of drinks, as well as various foods in good stock. As the trio continued to walk inside, they looked around for any clues. Charlotte's attention was soon drawn to a passageway that was filled with barrels on the floor. The girl immediately rushed there, starting to push aside the massive wooden barrels. After she opened the passage with a creak, the girl immediately called the others. There was indeed a descent down a massive stone staircase. As soon as they started going down, they no longer saw anything that could be connected to food supplies. Very soon, they saw an elf girl hanging by the wall of the basement, her hands tied. From the scream of Serena, who immediately ran to her sister, Yukito realized that it was Lumilia. Cursing the people who did this, Serena rushed towards her sister, cutting the ropes with the tip of an arrow. Lumilia was unconscious, so she showed no signs of activity. After Serena managed to break the ropes, the girl began to fall. But her older sister immediately caught her, anxiously shouting the girl's name. Charlotte leaned over to Lumilia and stretched out her hand to her and said that she was in a very bad condition. Then she added that the girl needed to be cured right now. Yukito was very worried about the situation he found himself in. The guy turned to Serena and angrily said that she was not telling him something. Serena started to speak but was immediately interrupted. Instead, the village chief spoke up, appearing from the shadows with a torch in his hands. Behind him were several villagers holding spears. The man said that this girl was a ritual sacrifice to the Black Dragon. Yukito, still bending over Lumilia's body, asked again about what he had just heard. He could not believe that offerings to the Black Dragon existed. The old man bowed his head down sullenly and said quietly that it was all for the protection of the village. He also said that it was to help them stay alive and save the lives of the villagers. Yukito began to angrily shout at the village chief that such an act should cause a huge sense of shame. How could he even call this protecting the village? The elder put his hand to his chest and shouted that they had no other choice in this situation. He asked what else they could do. Yukito stared at the village chief, thinking angrily that he felt an evil aura coming from him. Inside, the boy was very angry and was about to answer him, but he was beaten to it. It was Serena who continued to support her sister's head. She said that the villagers must be making fun of her for talking about all this. The girl continued, remembering her village and the people she lived with. Serena said that all of this had disappeared because of those who were now standing before her. After her introduction, Serena shouted that these elves trusted a man and he betrayed them and sent them to their death. The man's face showed that he was experiencing some kind of remorse. His emotions were giving him away, but despite all this, he waved his hand, giving the order to the people behind him. The armed villagers rushed forward, their weapons raised. Soon they surrounded Yukito, Charlotte, and the two elves, keeping them at a distance. The elder did not want to let go of what already belonged to him. Moreover, this was a sacrifice for the Black Dragon, who still threatened the village with his appearance. Charlotte was paralyzed by what had happened. They had helped the villagers, and in return they were surrounded and had guns pointed at them. The elder adjusted his glasses and addressed the company. The man called the boys dear adventurers and then said that he was deeply sorry. After everything they had seen, he could not let them leave here alive. Yukito opened one of his scrolls and summoned a shimmering powder. This spell was called Shimmer Dust, and it created a cloud of golden particles that targeted all beings within its range. The dust immediately spread throughout the room and was directed at the villagers, who immediately began to clutch at their eyes, complaining of wild pain. From weakness and surprise, they threw the weapons from their hands. The villagers continued to rub their eyes, shouting for someone to bring water. Some were already coming to their senses, still coughing. Someone knocked over a fire on the supplies, and they quickly caught fire. Yukito quickly threw Amelia's body on himself and jumped to his feet. The boy ran towards the exit, shouting for the others to follow him. Charlotte doubted that they were doing the right thing. The boys had to act faster, as the blinding effect only lasted for one turn. Yukito added that monsters who did something like that to a young girl deserved more. The elder began adjusting his glasses, rubbing his eyes, which were sore from the dust. He saw the adventurers slipping away and shouted for them to stop. After they ran outside, Charlotte turned around and saw that the entire barn was smoking. Yukito continued to hold Amelia on his back and thought about what to do next. Charlotte turned to the guy in fear, asking him what they should do now. Yukito continued to look towards the forest and then began to speak. The boy said that first, they had to take care of Amelia, who was unconscious. Yukito shouted the name of the elf's older sister and asked for a safe place in the forest. The girl said that she knew about it, and then asked to follow her. Yukito turned to Amelia and told her to be patient because there was only a little time left. Suddenly, a terrifying roar was heard outside, gradually getting closer. Serena turned upstairs with fear in her eyes. Serena froze in place, continuing to look at the sky. Yukito called out to the girl, trying to find out the reason for her stop. The next second, the girl rushed to run towards the forest, shouting for everyone else to run faster. She also said that someone was already approaching them. After she said this, a huge black silhouette landed on the roof of the barn, flapping its wings. Serena said that they were late in leaving. The creature that landed on the barn was the black dragon Garzamug. Its breath could be felt from several meters away, and the dragon itself was larger than the house it was sitting on. Yukito stared at the creature, realizing who Serena was talking about. But he couldn't possibly guess that the creature was a dragon. Yukito knew that he couldn't fight someone like that. This creature was on a completely different level, so for him, Yukito and Serena, who were level 1 and 2, were just pathetic bugs under his feet. Yukito knew he needed to run, but Yukito's legs were shaking violently. For some reason, the boy's legs wouldn't obey at all, and wouldn't move from the spot. The dragon soon began to speak in human language, saying that he had come here for a sacrifice. This sacrifice was to be for the great Nephilia. Yukito was surprised when he heard the name of his old friend, because of whom he now has 1 HP. The guy immediately realized that this dragon is a follower of the evil goddess. Serena didn't wait for anyone to dare to answer. She wasn't going to give up her sister anyway, so she immediately shot the dragon with her bow. Serena immediately shouted for Yukito and Charlotte to take Lemelia and run away. The girl was going to resist the dragon alone, shouting that she was its opponent, calling the creature by name. Yukito yelled at Serena to stop. He also added that this was not just another person she could resist. The boy said that they needed to escape from here. The dragon laughed at what he heard, calling the adventurers brainless fools, saying that they actually thought they could escape from him. The dragon loomed over the barn and then bent down and began to release something from its mouth. Yukito was horrified when he realized what kind of breath the monster was emitting. As everyone knows, usually a dragon spews flames from its mouth. But in this case, the monster released its black breath, which smoothly spread across the ground. Yukito froze, waiting for what would happen next. But Charlotte immediately grabbed the guy who still had Lemelia on his back and threw them aside. Charlotte immediately asked Yukito if he was okay, to which he hesitantly replied yes. He then remembered Serena, who was standing next to him. At this time, the black breath of Nephilia's dragon had already reached the elf, and she fell to her knees, losing consciousness. Yukito began to shout the girl's name. Yukito immediately rushed to help the elf, but Charlotte tried to stop him, saying that it was too dangerous to approach her now. Yukito shouted that the girl was still alive and needed help. As this breath spread further, it soon reached the young man, who immediately covered his face. The black mass emitted a disgusting smell and also melted the ground beneath it. Yukito was clearly disgusted, assuming that this dragon was spewing acid. At that moment, the dragon began to fly away from the barn. The flapping of his huge wings began to shake the air, and soon he landed in front of Yukito and Charlotte. The roar was loud and dust began to rise. Yuki couldn't let go of the thought that their levels were very low and they wouldn't be able to even get close to the monster. If they didn't run away, they would be doomed to certain death. But Serena was still there. The dragon loomed over the boys and addressed them, calling the people before him fragile and insignificant. He asked the adventurers the reason why they stood before him. Charlotte at this time spread her arms wide and began to cover Yukito and Lemelia from the dragon. The dragon began to reach for Serena, who was under his paws. The monster covered the girl with its claws, causing Serena to immediately scream loudly. Yukito immediately shouted Serena's name and was about to rush to her aid again. But he did not understand what he could do. Charlotte decided that this was her chance to show her grandfather's strength. She rushed forward, shouting her class and full name at the fierce dragon, and then said that she would end his life. The dragon immediately fixed his gaze on the girl, calling her a paladin in a drawn-out voice. Yukito stayed with Lemelia and shouted at Charlotte not to do this, as the boy considered attacking him useless. The girl was immediately affected by the effect of the black dragon's breath, which, by releasing a strong acid, could corrode ordinary metal armor, causing it to lose strength. But this did not stop the girl. Charlotte took off from the ground and rushed straight towards the head of the huge black dragon. Her sword began to flash as she began to draw her weapon. By using the class skill Defeat Evil, which the paladin could only use once a day, the girl increased her attack bonus against targets that had a negative nature in this world. But it was no problem for the dragon to reflect the blow from the girl, and waving its long tail, the monster guard interrupted Charlotte's throw, throwing the girl back several meters. Charlotte hit the ground, her armor clanking loudly. She returned to where she had started running. Yukito reached out to her, shouting her name. Yukito immediately began to remember why he was trying to survive in this world. The dragon was already hanging over him, and the guy understood that this was where his adventure would end. Yukito squeezed Lemelia tighter and closed his eyes. The dragon opened its mouth wide, preparing to swallow the wizard and the girl who was also intended for him whole. But suddenly he stopped, feeling the aura of the boy. He said that it was an unclean, sinister aura that he knew very well. The curse of Nephilia. He asked the boy about it. The young man was surprised when he heard that name again. He immediately remembered that this was the very goddess who had sent Yukito to this world. Yukito decided that this was something he could latch onto and quickly said that he had been sent by Nephilia herself to this village to prepare a sacrifice for her. He then said that he was doing just that right now. Yukito knew he needed to buy some time, and he had a bonus to persuasion. The dragon backed away from the guy and began to think, realizing that something was wrong. After he spread his wings again, a huge pack of black wolves appeared from the forest, who immediately rushed to attack the dragon, trying to take Serena away from them. Yukito was surprised by the pack that appeared, thinking that they, along with the villagers and Charlotte, had already killed everyone who was nearby. And of course, they were trying to save Serena, who was in the clutches of the dragon. The wolves gradually began to surround their target to attack from the flanks. The dragon didn't hesitate and immediately began to fight back using his acidic black dragon breath. The wolves rushed at him, trying to ignore the acidic poison. Yukito immediately realized that this was their chance to escape. While the dragon was busy fighting, Yukito thought about Serena and remembered her request to take care of her little sister. Grabbing Lemulia and throwing her onto his back, Yukito immediately began searching for something in his pockets and soon pulled out a small magic ball. Yukito threw a smoke bomb under himself, which could help knock down the dragon and hide the side they would run to. The dragon looked into the smoke and thought that it was a person with the curse of Nephilia. The monster had already fought off all the wolves, and the villagers immediately approached him. The elder addressed the great Garzamug, saying that he was sorry. The sacrifice that was prepared for him was stolen by adventurers. Garzamug was outraged that the humans had failed to save the gift for the goddess Nephilia. He looked around the crowd of people and then tightened his grip on the paw that held Serena. He glared at the villagers, who immediately began to fall to their knees and beg for mercy. The elder said that they could not have gone far and all the villagers had already been sent out to search. The elder begged to give them some time so that they could return the sacrifice and hand it over to the goddess. But the dragon was not satisfied with this. He only said that the people had not fulfilled the terms of the agreement with him. At this time, Yukito was making his way through the forest, carrying Serena's younger sister, as well as Charlotte, who was unconscious. The guy used the spell, Floating Disc, which lasted for a couple of hours, which was enough for the hero. This magical ability could carry a load of up to 200 kilograms. Yukito thought that they should be grateful to the wolves for allowing them to escape. He cursed the dragon that had come to the village, still carrying the girl's body on its back, already quite out of breath. But everything had to be put off for later, because now they only needed to think about escaping, since they could be pursued by the villagers. Suddenly the guy turned around and saw that the sky above the village had turned red. This was the same village that was burning in the fire. The dragon burned it, accusing the inhabitants of failing to bring him a sacrifice, thus violating the agreement to preserve their place of residence. Sometime later, Yukito, Emilia, and Charlotte were sitting in the forest by a fire. The boy turned away while Charlotte tried to dress Lemulia. After a while, she tightens the bow on her chest and forehead and says that it turned out just great. Charlotte then turns to Yukito and tells him he can watch, and he agrees. He asks Charlotte if her wounds still hurt. The girl smiles awkwardly and says that they still hurt, but she has already felt much better. It's good that they had healing potions. Lemulia looked at the girl and the boy silently, and then asked who they were. The girl introduced herself as Charlotte and said that she was a paladin. The boy introduced himself as Yukito and said that he was a magician. The protagonist then added that Serena had asked them to save the girl. Lemulia jumped up and asked if it was really her sister, Serena. Charlotte took Lemulia by the shoulders and asked her not to make such sudden movements because she needed to rest. Yukito asked the girl if she could eat now. He said that there was not much here, but it would be better to eat something now to regain her strength. Lemulia took the food and looked at the boy awkwardly, but did not say anything to him. Yukito then asked the girl to tell him what happened between the elves and the village. The girl was silent for a moment, and then said that their village was located a little north of this place in the mountains. The village was surrounded on all sides by lush greenery and plants that always bore fruit. The spring allowed them to quench their thirst and left the land fertile. Thus, they did not think about the need for a friend next to them. It was a great place to live until they were attacked by a black dragon and his evil followers. It all happened very quickly. The dragon and his followers started grabbing the elves. Lemulia and her sister tried to escape from the dragon. The surviving elves turned to the people of Ida village, as they had traded with them before. The villagers could hide them from their pursuers. The village elder placed all the elves in a safe place, and the villagers helped them in every possible way, feeding and watering them. Then the headman went to the main square of the village and felt some kind of commotion among its inhabitants. Suddenly the black dragon's followers and the elf kidnappers appeared. The elder saw them. The villagers ran away, but the man remained in his place. Then one of the Black Dragon's followers approached the trembling man. He said that it seemed that the man was the leader of this village. He asked if the man would tell them where they were hiding the surviving elves. After some time, the villagers who were near the elves tried to calm them down so that they would not worry because they would protect them. The elves thanked the villagers for their help. However, suddenly the headman entered the house. He was gloomy and cold. The man ordered the inhabitants of the minor to seize these elves right now. They didn't understand why they had to capture the elves they had just helped. The man replied that the Black Dragon from the Black Mist Mountain demanded an elven sacrifice, and if they did not give anyone up, the village would be destroyed. Suddenly, the villagers began to grab all the surviving elves. Then the Black Dragon's followers rushed into the house to catch the rest. They caught and captured the elves, who screamed in pain and hurt at the betrayal. Lumilia and her sister tried to escape, but suddenly Lumilia was caught, and then her sister. She tried to break free and protect Lumilia, who was crying, looking at her sister. Their hands did not have time to touch. That's how Lumilia finished her story. Charlotte was shocked and covered her mouth with her hand, and Yukito sat tensely and thought about what really happened. The status of the headman was neutral, kind. A person with such a kind status strives to help those in need. However, in this case, the kindness was nothing other than the kindness of protecting the residents of the village of Ida. It was similar with Lang, so the status in the Book of the World does not fully describe the character of a person. This can only be useful as background information. At this time, Lumilia looked around and then she asked where her little sister Serena was. Yukito was silent for a moment, but after a while, Lumilia was surprised by what she heard. The village of Ida was destroyed by a black dragon, and Serena was kidnapped by Garzamug. The young man apologizes to the elf and says that all he could do was run away. Lumilia is silent at first, but then says that her sister is alive. Well, at least she should be alive. Yukito says that the evil temple will perform their rites on the night of the Moon of Calamity when all the moons converge, so they are unlikely to perform the sacrifice right away. As far as he remembers, there are 3 moons in this world, and then he asks what the Moon of Calamity means and says that it should happen in 18 days. Lumilia jumps up and says that she has to help, but suddenly her legs give out and she falls to the ground. Yukito and Charlotte immediately rush to the girl's aid. Charlotte turns to Yukito and suggests that he go and save Lumilia's sister, as the paladin will never forgive such a terrible evil. The protagonist thinks that he knows one thing for sure: they can't defeat Garzamug. Honestly, he would rather avoid another encounter like this. But then he looks at Charlotte and Lumilia, and then at the book. He sees a symbol next to Lumilia's photo and thinks that he is different from the others. He must definitely get them closer to Sanaa. The location of Sanaa is more important to him than any other task they have performed so far. He thinks that a marker for an evil temple has just appeared on the map. The path there will give them a lead to Sanaa, but before that they need to level up and get information about this temple. They were lucky to escape from this dragon, but next time luck will not turn to face them. But what if this symbol means that Sanaa is being held captive by the followers of the Temple of Evil? He sees the girl crying and starts breathing heavily because he is panicking. Charlotte gets scared and asks Yukito if he is okay. Then Lumilia jumps up and says that she has to go. Charlotte tries to stop the girl. Lumilia shrinks and says that she doesn't want to lose anyone again. Yukito is surprised and realizes that this is true. He tells the girls that they will defeat Garzamug, but first they need a well-thought-out plan. Charlotte calls the boy by name and at this time hugs Lumilia. The young man picks up a book from the ground and decides to think about how to defeat the Black Dragon using the Munchkin game. The hero looked at Lumilia and realized that the girl was a level 1 ranger and her health level was only 7. Rangers are skilled with a bow and they can also befriend forest creatures and use native magic. Yukito thinks that Charlotte must have leveled up when she defeated those black wolves. He then looks at the writing in his world book. It says that Charlotte has over 2,000 experience points, but she is still at level 1. The young man wondered why this was happening. He addresses the girl by name and asks if she shouldn't have raised her level. Charlotte, meanwhile, holds Lumilia and asks what level the boy is talking about. The boy explains to the girl that it is when you can better use and learn new skills. The girl is surprised by Yukito's words and asks if he means exaltation. She explains that the ascension is held in the church of the god you believe in. She believes in the god of the sacred forest. Once you feel the time is right, you can perform the ascension ritual in the temple, praying all day. After the ascension, adventurers can benefit from the power granted by the god. Yukito wonders if the abilities, values, and skills that a person will receive depend on God. However, he wonders if it will be possible to choose a specific bonus from the ascension. For example, if you want to improve your sword skills or use new spells. Charlotte says that it is all by God's will. The young man understands that acquiring skills is a matter of chance. He considers this theory to be complete nonsense. He opens the book of the world and sighs. Yukito thinks he could try writing it in directly. He crosses out Charlotte's level 1 and assigns her a level 2. Suddenly, the book started glowing. The boy is surprised by what is happening now. Charlotte suddenly became the second level. It really worked, although the boy did not believe it. A few seconds later, Charlotte herself began to glow. She said that she felt power boiling throughout her body. Yukito realized that although the girl had enough experience to level up, she remained at level 1. To reach the next level, you need to do something. In Charlotte's case, that action is praying. If you don't do that, you'll stay at level 1 forever. So if he writes everything down directly in the book, he can freely choose skills and distribute ability points as he pleases. This will be a serious advantage if he learns to use it correctly. He will be able to level up and upgrade the skills of his party members. Now Yukito decides to see what a paladin can learn at level 2. He looks at the book and sees the number of skills the girl can use and that it has increased. He reads the names of the abilities: Divine Strike, an improved version of Smite Evil. He decides to check them later, and then notices something interesting. The boy calls the girl by name. Charlotte approaches him and asks what is wrong. Yukito smirks and says that as he promised, he will return Rosinante back. Charlotte is surprised by this. Some time later, towards night, a man was killing himself in the stable. At that time, the horses were standing in their stalls. The man smiled and said that he thought it was hard for him to be pawned by his master. He gives the horse a carrot and tells him not to be upset and everything will be fine. The horse sadly chews his carrot, but suddenly he starts to glow. Suddenly, a magical shining seal forms right on top of the horse. The man covers his face with his hands to hide from the bright light. Then he looks at the place where the horse was, but finds nothing. He shouts that this is very bad because one of the pawned horses simply disappeared from its stall. At this moment, a bright light appears right under Charlotte. The girl does not understand what is happening and why everything around is so shiny. Suddenly, Rosinante appears in place of the seal, sweetly chewing on a carrot. The horse beetles the carrot and then realizes that he is in an unknown place. She begins to turn her head in panic and look in different directions. Suddenly, Charlotte knows his name. The horse turns around at the sound of his name and sees Charlotte in front of him, who is looking at her horse in surprise. Rosinante began to cry with happiness at seeing her mistress again. The girl immediately ran to her pet. She began to hug him and said that she missed him very much and it was very unusual to see him again. The horse was crying with happiness at that time. Charlotte then pulled away and asked where Rosinante came from. Yukito replied that Rosinante had come to fulfill the girl's wishes. Charlotte said that she understood and then said that she was very happy to have her back. Of course, the hero pawned Rosinante only because he wanted to get her back. But what caught his attention was the second-level paladin class bonus. Second-level paladins gain access to a sacred creature. If none is chosen, chooses the creature with the strongest bond to the paladin. Rosinante now has a holy title on top of her already immense power. And as a bonus, her appearance has changed, and they can insist that she is a different horse even if a loan shark notices her. Charlotte asks if it is really okay if they don't pay. The boy says that later they will explain and give the money that they should receive after they defeat the dragon. Charlotte says that she understands, and the boy thinks that it is good that the girl is so naive. In any case, their first priority now is to save Serena. Lumilia and Charlotte agree with the young man's words. He approaches Rosinante and says that this is why he is glad to see her again. Suddenly, the mare becomes filled with anger, rears up to strike the young man. Suddenly, small and thin hands reach out to the horse's head and try to calm it down. Lumilia used her tracker skill, talking to animals, and thus calmed the animal. Charlotte tells Lumilia that this is very cool. Usually, Rosinante does not listen to others. The young man was scared at this moment and wondered if his HP was still there. He thought he would die on the spot. Then Lumilia notices the backpack. She walks up to it and takes a small blade. Yukito and Charlotte ask what the girl is doing. Suddenly, Lumilia thought about asking her sister to wait a little longer. She then takes and cuts off her long hair with this blade. Yukito and Charlotte are very surprised by the girl's action. Lumilia looked at the girl and the boy with determination and thought that this time she was going to save her sister. After some time, Charlotte, Yukito, and Lumilia arrived in the city of Orbeta. The first thing they did was go to the public baths, where the elf was able to wash herself. Lumilia was very embarrassed and tried to cover her body with her hands. She said that she could do it herself. At that time, Charlotte was standing next to her. The girl held a sponge in one hand and said that Lumilia would not be able to wash herself, because everything needed to be washed properly and very thoroughly. Charlotte sat Lumilia down on a chair and ordered her to sit still while she rubbed her with soap. Lumilia was very embarrassed by what was happening. After Charlotte sprayed the elf, the girl splashed clean water from the basin on her, and after a while they found themselves in a hot bath, where everyone was having fun and talking nicely. Charlotte noticed the temperature of the water and asked Lumilia if it was too hot. Lumilia looked at Charlotte and then turned away, feeling awkward. The girl began to say that when she lived in the village, her older sister always cut her hair, which grew back very quickly. Lumilia took a lock of hair in her hands and said that she needed to fix her hair since she had cut it earlier with a blade. Charlotte said that she thought the girl looked good with her new hairstyle, with her short hair. Then the girl sighed and relaxed in the bathroom. Lumilia was embarrassed by her words at that moment. Then Charlotte looked at her hands and thought she felt something, but now she was sure it wasn't her imagination. The girl hugged herself and thought about how she had grown as an adventurer. She felt her body become lighter and filled with new strength. However, she realizes that she did not perform the ritual of ascension. She rejoices and thinks that the goddess Luria must have given her a blessing to help her eradicate evil. Charlotte then turned her attention to Lumilia, who was sitting quietly next to her and not making a sound. Suddenly, the girl called out to her older sister, Serena. Charlotte didn't ask her any questions, but simply took the girl and hugged her, holding her close. Charlotte said that she and Yukito would be with her. Lumilia looks at Charlotte and a blush appears on her cheeks. Charlotte says that they will definitely save Serena. She swears her word as a paladin. After a while, the girls come out of the public bathhouse and they get to their hotel room. They were wearing beautiful casual clothes. Yukito turns away and thinks that he doesn't know where to look. At this time, Charlotte starts a conversation and asks the boy what the problem is. Yukito turned around, exhaled, and said, looking at the book, that the problem was the same as before leaving for Ida Village. They had no money at all. The young man says that they used up all their scrolls and potions in Ida, so they don't have enough equipment, and they also need to give Charlotte's armor for repairs, because it melted due to the Black Dragon's breath. The Evil Temple is a place where it is recommended to go with at least level 6. Yukito explains that in order to survive the battle with the Evil Temple, they need durable equipment and magic items for 3. And by the way, they currently have 265 gold coins. Some requests in the guild are well paid, but they require a high rank and they simply do not have enough strength to fulfill them. Besides, they don't have time for simple tasks. At this moment, Lumilia starts to say something. She says that she could use her body to earn money because she heard that there is such work in human cities. Yukito was simply shocked and asked what the girl was saying. He was incredibly embarrassed and began to cover his face with his hands. Then he put his hand forward and asked the girl to stop several times. Lumilia looked at Yukito's actions in shock. The young man exhaled and said that it was true that call girls earned 6 silvers a day, which was more than the salary of a normal worker. However, it was a trifle compared to what they could earn by traveling. Charlotte didn't understand what the young man was talking about and why they needed to call someone. Lumilia blushed at that moment and remained silent. Yukito said that since the two of them weren't exactly financially literate, he asked for permission to explain everything to them. Firstly, there are 3 types of currency used in cities: gold coin, silver coin, and copper coin. The importance of each increases in the following order: copper, silver, and gold. 1 gold coin is worth 10 silver ones, and therefore 1 silver coin is worth 10 copper ones. In his world, a gold coin was worth 10,000 yen. A skilled craftsman could earn 1 gold coin per day. Usually, silver was used most often. 1 silver coin was half of a worker's wages. Copper has the least value and is used to buy bread and other everyday items. Charlotte is surprised and says that she didn't even know she used silver and copper. Yukito calls her a cursed princess. The healing potions Charlotte used restore 1/10 of your HP. They cost a few gold each and are about 500,000 yen, which is more expensive than premium French champagne. Also, the scroll of the first level spell costs 250,000 yen. The acid protection potion that they need to protect themselves from the breath of the black dragon costs 300 gold, and I would like to buy several of them, but they are very expensive. Magic items will cost even more because the hero has only 1 HP. He wants 1 amulet of protection from the magic swamp, and the magic bolt is not that strong, but it is guaranteed to cause damage to the enemy. If he doesn't have a defense against it, he'll just die. But this item costs 1,000 gold. They must not only earn money, but also gather information about the evil temple. They can't just rush in without knowing anything about the layout or size of the building. Their limit is 18 days. It will take about 3 days to gather information, 2 days to prepare for the attack, and 2 days to get there. They also need to find time to raise their levels. The girls watched the boy carefully. Charlotte said that there was not much time left to complete the task. The young man opens the Book of the World and thinks that the task is far from the city of Orbeta, the task that they can complete in the shortest time. He chooses the Goblin King quest, where the recommended level is 3. If they complete this quest, the boy and Charlotte will be level 3, and Lemelia will be level 2. He asks to leave the task to him. Then Charlotte asks what should be done about the money. Yukito thinks that money is still the main problem. They need to earn a huge amount of money as quickly as possible. Then a brilliant idea comes to him. If he sells it, he can get a lot of money. He tells the girls that everything will be fine because he has thought of something and will do it. Charlotte said she hoped it wouldn't rock Rosinante again. The boy said it looked like he couldn't pawn Rosinante again. He said it certainly didn't concern Rosinante. Lemelia looked at them attentively, and then the girl asked why they were going to such lengths to help her. Charlotte and Yukito looked at the girl in surprise. Lemelia clutched the hem of her skirt and said that this was the elves' problem. She couldn't drag Yukito and Charlotte into this trouble any more than she already had. Yukito knelt down and said that Lemelia shouldn't worry too much about it, since they also had reasons to target Garzamug. Charlotte responded that a paladin could never forgive such a monstrous evil, and Yukito added that they needed Lemelia's power to defeat him. The girl was surprised by the boy's words. Then Charlotte sat down next to her and said that they would definitely save her older sister Serena. Yukito, kneeling, hugged the girl and said that they were going to defeat the Black Dragon. He himself thinks that Serena is not who he thinks. He uses poor Lemelia and her revenge to find a way to Sana. It was deep night. Charlotte and Lemelia were sleeping in each other's arms. Yukito, meanwhile, puts on a dark cloak, opens the door of the room, and goes outside. He comes to the stall where the unicorn was sleeping. He had dreams where Charlotte hugs him. The young man looked at the animal gloomily, then took out a small dagger and mentally apologized to the unicorn named Rosinante. After some time, the young man was walking down a street where many people were walking. Everything was lively, but Yukito decides to turn the corner into a dark, narrow alley. Reaching the end of a narrow street, he sees a huge door in front of him. Reaching for the door handle, he is suddenly stopped by something that appeared out of nowhere. It was a huge man with an axe. He asked the young man what he was doing there. The hero answered, without removing his hood, that he had come to see Volzak. The man looked at him attentively, but said nothing. Instead of words, he opened the door for the young guest. Yukito entered a small establishment where there weren't many people, but they were still there. The hero walked past all the customers who paid attention to him, but didn't say anything after him. Finally, the young man goes to the other end of the room and sees an entrance with hanging curtains. As he entered, he heard the rustle of a tail and said that it must be that same Volzak. The man smiled and said that it was the first time he saw this young visitor here. He asked how the boy had found this place. Volzak was of chaotic evil alignment. He was level 6 and his class belonged to Merchant and Assassin. Yukito asked if asking questions was against the rules. The man smiled and said I was correct. He asked what the dear customer was selling today. The protagonist took out a bundle of cloth and pulled out a horn. Volzak adjusted his glasses and sighed. He said that in front of him lay a unicorn horn of amazing quality. The man smirked and added that it couldn't be because killing a unicorn was a mortal sin. He said it was too cool for a man with such skinny arms. All the outside visitors turned their attention to the young man. Yukito said that he had not come here for idle chatter, and then asked how much the horn would cost. The man took the rock in his hands and said that its size, shape, and shine were just perfect in every way. He was ready to pay 500 gold coins for this excellent horn. After a while, Yukito leaves the establishment and walks down a crowded street clutching a bag of gold that he carries under his cloak. Suddenly, he clutches his chest and thinks that it was incredibly scary. He thinks that it's a good thing he looked up all the information about this store beforehand. He knows it was written in a book, but this place is incredibly dark. All the people there were adventurers from different corners of the world, and it is possible that they can kill you for any little thing. The horn of the celestial warhorse belongs to the paladin's special mount. The unicorn horn allows the owner to restore 1/3 of his health per day. If you use a healing potion, the rock will grow back, so technically you can take it as many times as you like. However, it would look suspicious if he gave away horns in large quantities, which is why he couldn't use it often. However, the young man did use a healing potion on the horn of a unicorn named Rosinante. Also, doing something like this will cause the wrath of the goddess of mercy Luria. This wrath will manifest itself as a curse of silence for 8 days, which is practically a death sentence for the magician. However, he has the blessings of the cursed goddess, which makes him immune to all curses, but he still doesn't really want to become an enemy of another goddess because everything should be in moderation. For now, they have enough money thanks to Rosinante. He thinks about the fact that the bag of storage costs 2,000 gold, and he should also consider buying an 11-foot pole. With these thoughts, the hero returns home. Lumilia opened the hotel window and saw 2 birds sitting on the branch of a large tree. After some time, she polished the crossbow parts until they were shiny with a cloth. The girl was sitting on the bed. Suddenly the birds began to chirp and flew in through the open window. One of them landed on the elf's shoulder and began to rub its head against her cheek. Suddenly, Charlotte's stunning cry was heard that she did not agree. The birds that were sitting next to Lumilia even shuddered in fear. The girl did not show any emotion, but only looked in the direction of the sound. Yukito smiled and rubbed his hands, saying that it would only be temporary. If Charlotte wanted, she could read it as a trial period. The girl looked at the young man in horror and said that she would never agree to this, either now or in the distant future. The young man continued to persuade her and asked her not to say that. She could just try, and then the girl could go back to what she had been before. Charlotte turned away, folded her arms across her chest, and said that she would never agree to that. She asked why he should change the god he worshipped. House Bronia was a family of paladins who had served the god of mercy, Lurius, for generations. The boy thought of Genthrak, Robert, and Endurk Bronia. He thought that the Brownia house was certainly harsh. However, he told the girl that they were going against a black dragon that would be much stronger than themselves, and that was not counting the followers of the temple. To defeat Garzamog, Charlotte will need to follow a stronger, more generous god with a better faith bonus, as this will make it easier to build a plan. The girl was embarrassed and hesitated with her answer. Yukito thought that, as expected, Charlotte would not support this idea. However, the divine bonus of Luria's faith, to put it mildly, it is not suitable. Luria is the god of mercy. He administers justice and fairness in the eternal world. He grants mercy to the just. He grants the mercy of a quick death to the wicked. Paladins, priests, and clerics worship this god. Yukito thinks that this blessing is practically useless in combat. Healing hands is indeed a convenient and effective way to heal small wounds, but it is useless when you only have 1 HP. He would like to simply erase the writing. The only thing he can do in the world book is distribute stats and choose skills when leveling up. It is impossible to change things like race or age. Only Charlotte herself can change her faith. At this time, the girl stands, turning away, and her cheeks are puffed out like a child's. Yukito says that while he thinks that the god of mercy Luria is a very great god, his faith bonus is not very good, and it will be difficult to use it in their mission. The girl became hysterical and said that she still had the great holy sword of the House of Bronia. The boy thought that it was just a +2 longsword. This is a fairly powerful weapon at low levels, but Charlotte cannot use it because she has low strength. The girl holds her sword and says that she will defeat Garzamug as a paladin loyal to the god of mercy, Lurius. She swears that she will never betray her faith in the god. Yukito looked at the girl and thought that Charlotte was very stubborn. If it came to this, then he would have to play on the girl's feelings. He bows and says that he begs Charlotte to help because it is to help those in need. She is sure that everything will be fine because it is temporary. Yukito used his persuasion skill. Charlotte stood there surprised. The young man awkwardly looked at the girl who stood silently next to him. Then she shouted that she would never agree. Yukito didn't think that she would change her faith so easily. The girl asked Lemelia's opinion and asked if she thought the same. Yukito asked Charlotte and said that they needed to do this. The girl covered her ears with her hands. The boy said her name again, but she turned away. Then the girl sat down on the bed and continued to cover her ears with her hands. Yukito thought that she was still categorically refusing his request. Well, it's not every day that you are told that you have to change your belief in God. Lemelia sat and rubbed her crossbow. The protagonist looked at her attentively. Suddenly, Lemelia asked what god she could worship. Everyone around was a little shocked. The main character began to leaf through the book. He thinks the girl would be better off with the forest god Eunice, but he would recommend the thieves goddess Shada, as she gives a strong bonus to archery. Her faith also opens up access to a unique class and a good balance of skills. Shada is the goddess of thieves, ruling over all who hide in the shadows. Her alignment is chaotic neutral. Temples to her faith are few, but it is common for thieves' guilds to have shrines dedicated to her. Many rogues, bards, and rangers worship her. If it weren't for that damn goddess's rule about changing faith, Shada would have been his choice. Lemelia says she understands, then adds that, in that case, she would change her faith to Shada. The hero and the girl are surprised by this and open their mouths. The young man asks if Lemelia is sure, since she used to have the faith of the forest god. The girl says that the young man is right and the girl should think carefully before making such a decision. The birds on Lemelia's shoulders fluttered and flew away in fear. Lemelia replied that there was no need for that, since Eunice, the god of the forests, had not saved them, the elves. That's why she needs the power now to defeat Garzamuk herself. The protagonist listens attentively to Lemelia and then exchanges glances with another girl. She, in turn, thought for a moment and then said that everything was fine. Charlotte clasps her hands on her chest and says that Saint Loria will forgive her because she will act in the name of justice. The protagonist was happy and thought that it worked, and then called Charlotte by name. In fact, he didn't think that Lemelia would want to change her faith either, and it seemed that this made Charlotte change her mind. Charlotte said that this was only temporary. The protagonist agreed and said that it was until they defeated Garzamuk. Then Charlotte involuntarily asked which god she would prefer to worship. The young man began to leaf through the book enthusiastically. Then he asks what about this god and shows Charlotte. The young man showed the girl the cruel goddess of malice, Maleficus. She came from the depths of the abyss, is the evil goddess Maleficus, the one who rules all demons and those who have an unholy heart. She delights in blood, tyranny and deceit, chaos and carnage, the various vices of the world and her own evil. Her evil is second only to the terrible goddess Nephilia. Paladins, warriors, and barbarians worship Maleficus. Charlotte screamed. The girl shouted at the boy and told him not to even talk about evil gods. The boy replied that she could just ignore it. The boy said that was not the case. Charlotte turns to Yukito and says that this is too much and just awful. Is the boy really serious about telling the girl to believe in an evil god, even though she is a holy paladin? At this time, Lemelia was playing with the birds. Yukito replied to the girl to calm down and listen to him. Maleficus's faith bonuses are ridiculously strong. The evil aura has unlimited uses. Summon servants are very convenient, and you get an additional weapon. And you can also become even stronger by unlocking her unique advanced class called Fallen Paladin. This way, Rosinante can become stronger and gain the undead attribute. Possible to obtain a Fallen Paladin's mount. At level 5, Fallen Paladins gain access to an unholy mount. Unless otherwise selected, the creature with the strongest connection to the Paladin is chosen. The girl covered her face with her hands and exhaled. She screamed, slammed the book shut, and said that this would never happen. She said that Yukito was big and stupid. She didn't care about him anymore. The young man opened the book again and began to apologize to Charlotte. He offers her the god depicted in the book. The girl stopped crying and looked at the young man questioningly. The young man offered her the god of strength and fury, Florgus. He is the dwarven god of all warriors with a brave spirit. Florgus's right hand is an icon of strength, and the hammer he wields is known for its ability to smash any evil into pieces. His followers are warriors, barbarians, and anyone who enjoys a good fight. The young man says that this will make the girl stronger and she will be able to use the sword normally. The girl will also become more resistant to enemy attacks. In addition, one of his weapons of faith is a super powerful spiked chain. Yukito asks what the girl thinks about this. The extra bonus to strength will make it easier to use the great holy sword. Charlotte thought uncomfortably. Then she looked at Lemelia, shrank and said okay, and it was only for a while. Yukito was glad that the girl agreed. He turns away and uses the door-in-the-face technique, which takes advantage of human psychology, whereby larger demands are followed by smaller ones, making it more likely that the target will comply with the latter. This technique is meant for tricksters, but it is guaranteed to give a +2 bonus to his persuasion ability. Charlotte then asks what god Yukito himself is a follower of. He replies that he is a follower of the divine Amartya, the god of virtue. Her blessing is useful for his spells. The youth then realizes that his character has become neutral evil. After some time, Yukito, Lemelia, and Charlotte come to the Adventurers Guild. They come to the notice board. The young man stretches out his hand and takes a sheet of paper with a task from there. The quest is called the Goblin King. In an abandoned fortress south of the city of Orbeda, goblins have settled and founded their nest. Rumor has it that they kidnap young girls from nearby villages for some dark ritual. 2 groups of adventurers took on this task. No one returned. Yukito's group set out on a journey through fields, forests, and so on. After some time, they arrive in the village of Arda. They go to the nearest tavern to have a bite to eat. There are many guards in this village, too. It's because that abandoned castle is nearby. Lemelia says that the kidnapping of village girls and the ritual is just like in Ida. Yukito looks at the book and agrees with the elf. He says that it is most likely the work of that black dragon. Charlotte says that means the evil temple could be involved in this too. Yukito replies that it is possible. This symbol appears on the map every time he receives a quest. If he is indeed related to Garsamug, then Sana might be there. Lemelia looks at Yukito carefully. Suddenly, Charlotte stands up and draws her sword, then says that she cannot allow this ritual to take place. As a paladin of St. Luria, she cannot. Suddenly, the girl stopped her speech and said that she was now a paladin of Florgus, the god of rage and blacksmithing. The girl sits down awkwardly. Yukito says that right after he was summoned to this world, he had an unpleasant experience with them, and Rosinante helped him out a lot. Goblins are relatively smart for monsters. Nekatori can use magic. Goblin is a humanoid creature and part of the goblin race that lives near human civilization. They are weak alone, so they move in groups. Goblin nature consists of terrible evil. Although they are weaker than humans, they do terrible things for fun. There have been many cases where they used humans and dwarves as slaves. The young man has become a different person than he was back then. This time, he will attack. Yukito says that it will be difficult to deal with a group of them. Charlotte thinks about it and asks what their plan is. Lemelia raises her hand and asks what if they use fire. Charlotte is surprised and screams, and Yukito says that it's a good idea, but it has its drawbacks. It would be difficult to burn down a wooden fortress, let alone a stone one. They could smoke them out, but then they would have to deal with them all at once, which was undesirable. In that case, Lemelia asks what about water. The young man says that there is no river large enough near the castle, and their magical power is not enough to completely flood it. However, if you poison their water, they can kill dozens of them at once. However, this will make them wary. Yukito says that they need to do some reconnaissance first and find out the situation inside the fortress. Charlotte asks if they really plan to sneak inside. The young man thinks about it and says definitely no. After some time, the monsters were walking around the goblin nest. Suddenly, a huge bag falls in front of the goblins and they get scared. The goblins are trying to figure out what kind of bag it is. They start poking it with a stick to figure out what's inside. Then they open the bag and see a huge number of different coins, both silver and gold, and also a lot of different treasures. The goblins start to drool, and they are happy at the sight of this bag. They begin to grab the bag to take it and carry it to the lair. At this moment, the young man was on one of the underground trees and was hidden from the goblin's sight. After some time, the young man comes to his hotel. He draws something on a piece of paper with a ruler. Charlotte asks the boy what he is doing. Yukito says that he is doing mapping. The girls do not understand what the boy is talking about. After a while, Yukito finishes his lesson and says that this should be enough. In front of him was a sheet of paper with squares drawn on it. Charlotte and Lemelia watched the boy's movements in silence. Yukito raised his head and exhaled. Then he became absorbed in his thoughts and concentrated. He closes his eyes and sees the gold that the goblins recently took from their cave. Suddenly, he starts saying that the gold is moving 20 meters forward. At this time, he draws everything on a piece of paper. Charlotte and Lemelia watch him. Then the young man says 12 meters to the right and then another 12 meters forward. The warehouse is 12 meters ahead and 10 meters to the left. The purpose of his spell is to find the item, the contents of this bag. Find the item, this caster can determine the location of the object on which the spell was cast. If the object moves, the approximate direction and distance can be determined. If the object is somehow covered by lead, this spell will not be able to detect it. The bread was brought to the warehouse, the gold to the vault, and the weapons to the armory. Normally, this spell is only used to pinpoint a rough location, but if he imagines the image in his head and transfers it to paper, he will have a mini-map of the dungeon. Lemelia and Charlotte watched all this with amazement. A map of the paths that goblins usually take, where there should be no traps, was obtained. And finally, the highlight of the program, the horn of Rosinante, which will be taken to their boss. The goblins stand before a huge door. One of them carries the doom of Rosinante, and the door opens before him. The young man grins and draws a map on paper. Finally, they learn the location of the Goblin King, thus completely exposing their enemy. After a while, the goblins were beating a human skeleton with bats. Then the skull bounces off to the side, and the goblins are surprised and then scratch their heads. Then one goblin goes towards the skull, but suddenly hears some knocking from far away. The goblin takes the skull in his hands, but the next moment his head flies off to the side. Suddenly a knight in armor appears in front of the goblins and cuts the goblin in half. The goblin began to attack the enemy. He hit the knight, but the blow did not go through and the goblin's weapon bounced to the side. The goblins were very scared and tried to figure out who it was. They were shaking and sweat was running down their bodies. Then the knight raises his sword and the armor makes a cracking sound. Then the knight strikes with his sword and cuts the goblin's shoulder. The monster lets out a shrill scream. The other goblin saw all this and starts to back away. Suddenly, a hand appears above him with a dagger, which plunges right into his neck. The goblin dies. The hand that held the dagger passes the dagger into Yukito's hands. This was the ability of the protagonist, the hand of a magician. This spell creates a ghostly hand the caster can control to lift and move objects weighing up to 1 kilogram. Yukito and Charlotte look around, and then the boy tells the girls that they need to hurry. The girls nod at him. The hero says that he won't be able to distract the goblins for long. Inside the armor is his spell, Create Undead. It is a low-level zombie that he created using necromancy, which was revealed to him due to his evil nature. This spell can only be cast at night. Select up to 3 small and medium-sized corpses within the spell's radius. These corpses will become ghouls under the command of the caster and will carry out all his orders. While their zombie knight comes from the front, attracting the attention of the goblins, they enter through the back of the vault. Using the entrance they found with the dungeon map, the young man thinks that this zombie is not that strong, but Charlotte's armor makes it more dangerous. Of course, Charlotte was not eager to give up a rotting corpse for her family's relic armor, but he managed to convince her with the help of his persuasion skill. They make their way through the corridors of the dungeon. Suddenly, Charlotte tells everyone to stop. The group stares into the dark corridor. The boy realizes that this is a path that is not on the map. This means that goblins do not usually go here. He looks at his storage bag. This bag can hold up to 230 kilograms of weight without exceeding 1,800 liters in volume. However, it will always weigh 7 kilograms regardless of the contents. A creature that needs to breathe can stay in the bag for up to 1 minute. After that time, it will begin to suffocate. The boy takes an 11-foot pole from the bag. He uses it to explore the dungeons. With it, the young man can check the path ahead for traps and hidden mechanisms. He bumps the pole into the floor tile and it starts clicking. Suddenly, many spears with sharp blades appear from the floor. Lumilia and Charlotte were very surprised and scared. The young man points to the girls and tells them to go in this direction. Lumilia and Charlotte say that there is some kind of dead end in front of them. Yukito walks up to the wall and starts feeling around it. He says that there should be a switch for the secret door somewhere around here. He then takes a potion of intelligence from his bag, which lasts 1 minute. The drinker gets a bonus of 104 to his intelligence. The young man begins to drink one potion after another. He even chokes from the amount of liquid he has drunk. The girls were amazed that the young man drinks one bottle after another so greedily. They ask Yukito what he is doing. Then the boy exhales and throws away the last bottle. A lot of formulas are running through his head, and he, with drool at his mouth, says that he understood everything and now he understands absolutely everything. Charlotte tries to calm the swaying Yukito. Suddenly, the young man turns to the wall and begins to feel it very quickly. Charlotte asks the boy if he is okay. Yukito turns around and stares at the girl with a grim face. Poor Charlotte is shaking with fear. She asks the boy what is wrong. Suddenly, the young man's eyes become bloodshot and he opens his eyes to full power. He points his finger and shouts that hidden doors must be found. Charlotte stood there and didn't understand what was happening. At that time, Lumilia felt the wall and said that there was an unusual brick here. She could stick her hand right under this tile. Suddenly, the girls were startled by a loud sound. The rogue skill was activated. Detect hidden doors. This skill detects hidden doors 3 meters away from them. Normal secret doors have a difficulty class of 20. Cunningly hidden doors that do not depend on magic are at least 21, and with the use of magic, at least 25. The secret door opened. Charlotte was amazed by what she saw. At this time, Yukito felt uneasy because the intelligence potion was so powerful. It felt like he had looked into another world. After some time, when Yukito felt better, he and Lumilia look inside the secret rooms. A sharp smell struck the protagonist immediately. There were a lot of skeletons in this room, and mice rustled and ate the grain that was scattered in this room. Charlotte says it's very horrible. Lumilia looked carefully into the room and covered her breathing passages from the terrible smell. The young man did the same. Suddenly, one of the goblins came out from around the corner of the corridor. Yukito realized that there was another goblin here. He was very angry and shouted about the need to kill people immediately. At this time, Lumilia turns sharply and with hatred in her eyes, shoots her bow and hits the goblin right in the head. At this point, everyone was on alert. The goblin's comrades ran after him. They shouted that they were enemies and needed to be killed. Yukito shouted Charlotte's name. The girl accepted the command and drew her sword. At this time, Yukito took out his crossbow. He thinks that because Charlotte became a believer in Florgus, the god of wrath and blacksmithing, she temporarily lost access to her class skills and paladin abilities such as Smite Evil. However, the girl shouted in the name of Saint Lurie, but she misspoke and called the name of the god Florgus. Yukito thinks that she can finally use her +2 longsword properly. Also, by wearing light armor, which allows her to fully utilize her high agility, she was able to achieve almost the same armor class as in full light. In heavy armor, her agility was simply wasted. Also, it's sad that Rosinante went mad for 8 days as a penalty for changing her faith. Although, it would be problematic to take her along to such a situation. At this time, Lumilia shot one arrow after another from her bow. She was hitting her target right on target. Yukito thought that Lumilia had the blessing of the goddess of thieves, Shada. It gave her a 6% critical rate when using a bow, and since she was a ranger, it suited her perfectly. He felt sorry for St. Luria and Eunice, but the change of faith had definitely done the girls good. Lumilia was killing one goblin after another, and on the other side was Charlotte, who was wielding her long sword. Yukito sat nearby and fired a crossbow. He managed to knock one out. The boy was in a prone knee-caught state. The hero gets a bonus of +4 against ranged attacks. but also gets a penalty of -4 against melee attacks. With Charlotte at the head acting as cover, he gets an additional +4 AC, for a total of +8 AC bonuses. This is equivalent to a standard set of armor. If they continue like this, they will definitely defeat these monsters. Then the young man notices something and realizes that the only reason for accepting this quest is to level up. If they pass it, these two will get a huge boost in strength. Meanwhile, no matter how much effort he puts into leveling up, without these two, he doesn't have a single chance in battle because he will still have 1 HP. It's a sad situation no matter how you look at it, but it's a total bummer no matter how you look at it. But it's a winning strategy for the Munchkin. Charlotte, Lumilia, and Yukito fought the monsters for a while. Soon the battle died down. Yukito asked the girls if they were okay. Charlotte answered yes. Yukito says there might be more goblins ahead. He suggests that his partners move on. He looks at the map and says that the Goblin King's throne room is straight ahead. At this time, in the throne room, the Goblin King is sitting on his throne. After some time, Yukito's group is walking through the dungeon corridors again. Suddenly, Lumilia hears something and Charlotte feels something. The columns in the tunnel began to crack and a roar was heard throughout the dungeon. Lumilia shouted for everyone to turn around because there was real danger behind them. Suddenly, there's a roar and the wall behind the heroes explodes. Then the young man notices through the smoke a huge muscular hand with a sharp object. Yukito shouts to Charlotte that there is danger from above. The girl immediately draws her sword from its sheath and holds it out in front of her to block the enemy's attack. He hits the sword straight, and the girl can't withstand the force of the blow and flies to the side. She ducks and tries to stop with her arms and legs. The girl looks at her shaking hand and thinks that this blow was incredibly strong. At that moment, a crunch of bones is heard. It was an ogre. Ogres are creatures with a light disposition, easily enraged by any trifle. They tend to ally with trolls and various races of goblins. Ogres have a huge appetite and are ready to devour any creature they come across. Next to him stood a troll. This is a creature with an insatiable hunger, feeding on anything that comes to hand. They are often found in the service of orcs, ogres, and other giants. The troll has such strong regenerative skills that if it loses a limb, it can move as if nothing happened. The girls were amazed to see an ogre in a troll, and the young man thought that he expected there might be some big monster here. While mapping, he noticed one room away from the storeroom where they kept a lot of meat. He thought the goblins kept big beasts, but these guys were the king's guard. They must be getting some kind of payment for guarding the dungeon. They are powerful enemies, a league above any goblin. At this time, the troll attacks Charlotte with his long and sharp claws. The girl puts out her sword and blocks his attack. Then she screams and squeezes the handle of her weapon. With one swing, she cuts off his huge hand. The troll begins to scream in unbearable pain. The severed hand falls right at Charlotte's feet. The girl looks straight at this hand, which was floundering as if alive. The troll took his hand and attached it back. It was as if it was stuck to the troll's body, but it could function fully. Charlotte was surprised that the troll's arm was reattached. She thought that it was simply impossible, and what kind of regeneration would there be in such a case? Yukito thought that the troll's main ability was his powerful regeneration. His constitution is 20, he definitely won't die from a few cuts. He thinks that the battle will be difficult if he acts thoughtlessly. Suddenly, he notices that an ogre is attacking him and Lumilia from the side. The monster starts to say, looking at the girl, that she is an elf. The man starts to attack Lumilia. The girl hesitantly pulls her bowstring. She releases an arrow, but the ogre attacks at that moment. But because the arrow hits his shoulder, he misses and hits the wall. Lumilia was incredibly surprised that she could not kill the ogre. The monster pulled an arrow out of its shoulder on its own and said that it wanted to eat the elf woman. He prepared to attack Lumilia, and meanwhile, the troll prepared to attack Charlotte. Yukito was very tense and said that he thought it was time to use his ace in the hole. A few days earlier, Lumilia repeated the animal companion Yukito had asked about. The boy agreed and said that it was a unique ability of druids and rangers who used the power of nature. He held a book of knowledge in his hand. Yukito said that the girl could have an animal companion if it wasn't much stronger than she was. They would form a family bond, and the animal would devote itself entirely to its owner. The girl remembered that it was always there. When they lived in the village, the black wolf was always there. The young man began to leaf through his book to find information about black wolves. There isn't much information about Lumilia's animal companion in the Book of Peace. Sadly, Lumilia's black wolf was killed by Garzamug. It seems that to get a new companion, you need to pray at the edge of the forest. He puts the book on the table and suggests finding Lumilia a new companion. Regardless of class and level, it is better to choose the strongest animal. The girls looked closely at the book, where many animals were located. Of those he had spotted, he should start with the black bear first. Considering their troop, he was one of the most suitable. He could perform several attacks at once with his large claws. He was medium in size and had a lot of health. He then offers a boa constrictor. Its attack power is weak, but it can immobilize the enemy with a grab, which will be very effective against mages. The common boa constrictor was large in size and also had the ability to swim in water. The direwolf is also quite good. Its attacks will knock the enemy down as a bonus action. The monster was large in size and also had great speed. Besides them, there are many other different companions, for example, for reconnaissance. This is a hawk. For digging holes, this is a badger. And a terrible rat also cannot be ignored, because with a successful attack it can infect the enemy. Then he thinks about Rosinante and realizes that it is obvious, because large wild animals are much stronger than these monsters. He thinks, and at that moment, Charlotte notices a marten, a tiny animal with a high level of agility. The girl squealed with joy and imagined this cute little animal next to Lumilia. The girl said that this marten was just adorable. Yukito said that it was not even considered because its stats were too low. The young man then notices the sad expression on Charlotte's face and tries to say that he didn't mean it that way, but in his mind he thought it was his fault. Lumilia showed something in the book and said that she chose this one. If they got it, they might be able to defeat the Black Dragon. The girl chose the Tyrannosaurus Rex. It was very huge and had high stats. Yukito formed and said that they are not extinct in this world after all. He does not think that this animal is easy to handle, but he wants to see one. However, he apologizes to the girl and says that he understands the girl, but they will not be able to take him until they increase their level to at least 9. He sighs and says he can't decide. Then he looks at the book and notices a beast. Its stats are incredible, but it can't enter dungeons. He had already closed the book, but then suddenly opened it and thought about stopping. It was true, but in that case they would succeed. The young man says that he finally found it. This animal companion is simply number 1 for the Munchkin. At this, the young man grins. Back to the present. The boy, Charlotte and Lumilia were fighting an ogre and a troll. At this time, the young man reaches for his bag and black smoke begins to come out of it. The ogre was about to eat the elf girl and the troll grabbed a huge rock and was completely aimed at Charlotte. They screamed for people to die. At that moment, Yukito thought that he believed it was time to use his incredible ace in the hole. The troll swings a huge boulder in his hand. Yukito tries to cover himself with his hand and realizes that this is very bad. The next moment, the monster threw a rock straight at Lumilia, Yukito, and Charlotte. The girls managed to dodge it in time. Charlotte shouted that even gaining distance doesn't help them, and what should they do in such a case, and how can they act at all? Then she doesn't find Yukito behind her. The girl calls out to him, but suddenly a voice from above asks if they are okay. Lumilia and Charlotte look up to see Yukito, who is right on the wall. He used a spider transformation spell. The target of this spell can move on ceilings and vertical surfaces at half their normal speed. To tear the target of the spell from the wall, the attacker must succeed on a strength check. The boy thought that this attack was close. He would die if even one shard hit him. He then thinks that he thought they needed to defeat the ogre first. But it seems that it won't change anything. Yukito yells at Lumilia to use it. The girl understands what the boy is talking about. Then she takes the jug tied with a rope and places it on the ground. Suddenly eyes appear from it, and then this thing starts crawling out of the pot, and then its tentacles appear. Lumilia's animal companion was an octopus that was small in size. It had many characteristics, and its abilities included ink spitting and multiple attacks. The young man begins to tell his dear friend that his body and arms should become stronger and more resilient. Suddenly, the octopus begins to glow and grow in size. Soon, it has acquired a colossal size due to its ability to increase. This was a special skill that allowed a living creature within the caster's line of sight to increase its size and weight. The target size increased by 1 category and it gained a +2 on strength checks. The troll begins to attack the girl and her companion again. At this point, Yukito crawls away along the wall. He tells Lemulia that he will leave this to her. The girl points at the troll and orders him to fight, calling him Managarmer. The octopus begins to rage, and then he spits ink from his tentacles, dousing the troll with it. The troll screamed in horror. He tried to wipe his face at all costs. Then he fell to his knees and could not move. At this time, Lemulia approached him with her companion. Yukito watched from the side and said that she did a great job. Charlotte at that moment said that Lemulia was simply amazing. The octopus is a sea creature that can move around the world for 10 minutes. It moves slowly, but its tentacles have a range of 3 meters. Usually living creatures cannot breathe for a long time while in a storage bag. But if you put an octopus inside an octopus pot that contains seawater, it can be kept there for several hours. At this time, the troll was trying to rub his eyes. He was plowing the stone from side to side. He was under the effect of blinded, meaning he moves at half his speed and also takes a 4 penalty to attack rolls and loses his dexterity. At this time, the octopus's tentacles, floundering, moved straight towards the blinded troll. At this moment, the ogre approached and began to attack the elf, wanting to eat her. At that moment, Charlotte quickly moved to Lemulia and shouted that she would not allow the ogre to attack her and then cover the girl with her sword. The girl was absolutely serious. At that moment, the ogre became incredibly angry and shouted that he needed to eat the elf right now and the human too. Yukito was scared, and Charlotte and Lemulia were very tense. Charlotte then jumped with ease and kicked the ogre, knocking the wall down along with him. Yukito screamed the girl's name while looking at the huge hole in the wall. He thought that it was too dangerous to fight the enraged ogre alone. However, with regeneration, defeating the troll would be easy. He asked Charlotte to wait a little longer. Then he threw out a multitude of daggers from his bag and shouted the octopus's name, Managarmer. The octopus picked up all the daggers lying around and then grabbed the troll with his combat weapon skill, dagger. The octopus held the troll in its tentacles and didn't give it the slightest chance to even move, and then attacked it with daggers. Yukito thought that usually wild animals were not able to remember combat skills. But there was an empty slot in the world book, and when the boy filled it, the octopus was able to remember the skill. He thought about giving him the skill of wielding a spiked chain and creating a monster with a 6-meter reach. However, with the chain, one can only attack in a wide area. But the dagger is a perfectly suitable weapon that can be used. It would be perfect against large monsters. At that moment, the octopus plunged all the daggers into the troll's body. Lucia watched the events closely. Yukito, in turn, smirked and thought that in exchange for the penalty to the octopus's attack rolls, he could attack with all his might, carrying out 8 attacks at once, an incredible ability for an animal companion of this level. Then suddenly the troll began to break free from the octopus's tentacles. Lemulia was very surprised by what was happening. The wounds on the monster's body began to heal instantly. The girl shot him in the shoulder with her hand, but the troll took out an arrow, and the wound healed again. Then the troll grabbed a huge stone and was about to hit the octopus when Lemulia pulled her arrow, but she didn't have time to shoot. The troll fell unconscious right in front of the octopus. He raised his head up. Lemulia didn't understand what was happening, but Yukito explained that it was the effect of the paralyzing poison. Poison is significantly cheaper than magical items, so all the daggers they have are coated with different types of poison. The octopus doesn't have a particularly strong attack, but it won't be easy to succeed in all 8 poison resistance skills. Looking at all the factors, poison daggers are the best choice. Then the octopus shrank in size and approached Lemulia. He began to splash around cutely and rub himself against the girl's legs. Lemulia looked at him indifferently. Yukito said that it would be difficult for him to continue fighting on land, so the girl should put him back in the pot. Lemulia crouched down and moved the pot towards the octopus, named him Managarmer, and told him to get inside. Then she looked at him carefully. Managarmer looked at the girl questioningly in return. Lemulia stroked the octopus on the head and said that he was amazing and a very good boy. The octopus was embarrassed and very happy. He began to rub himself against the girl and express his love and affection. At this time, Yukito heard something behind the wall. The next moment, the wall was broken. Yukito shouted Charlotte's name. The girl asked Lemulia and Yukito to be careful. There was not a single undamaged spot on her. Then an enraged ogre appeared from the hole in the wall. Yukito and Lumilia were frightened when they saw it. The ogre was incredibly angry. He was aiming to kill the humans, kill the elves, and kill everyone. Yukito, Lumilia, and Charlotte were very scared when they saw the huge ogre in the wall. Charlotte shouted at Lumilia and Yukito to retreat immediately. Yukito asked the girl if she could handle the vanguard alone. The ogre bared his fangs and rushed straight at Charlotte. The girl got into a fighting stance. She extended her sword, but the ogre crashed into her and slammed her against the wall. The girl could not withstand this attack. The girl fell. Lumilia and Yukito watched in horror. Then they realized what was happening and shouted Charlotte's name. The girl was unconscious at that moment. Lumilia ran towards her teammate, but the ogre attacked her from the side. The girl managed to dodge, doing a somersault in the air. The monster was serious and wanted to eat the elf. At that moment, Yukito straightened his hand and said that only he would grant him a short, peaceful sleep. The young man casts a sleep spell on the monster, which plunges all living creatures within a 6-meter radius into a magical sleep. Creatures subjected to this spell become defenseless and cannot be awakened by normal methods. The ogre's eyes began to close, and he began to fall asleep. Yukito told Lumilia that they should take this chance to get to Charlotte. Lumilia agreed with him. Suddenly, a crash was heard from the side. Lumilia and Yukito looked to the side and saw an ogre that was not affected by Yukito's spell. The young man realized that he was resisting. Since he was multi-classed with a rogue, his spell level was still low and easy to resist. He needed to take this potion he was holding to Charlotte. Suddenly, a circle in the shape of a target appears on the ogre's forehead. Lumilia used her Hunter's Mark skill. Hunter's Mark is a first-level ranger spell. It marks one creature with a Hunter's Mark. While the spell is active, attacks against the marked creature deal extra damage. Additionally, the caster gains a +4 bonus when tracking the marked creature. Lumilia starts aiming straight at the monster's head and releases an arrow. The ogre didn't feel anything and pulled the arrow out of his forehead, then smirked. Lumilia was shocked that the ability did not help. Suddenly, the ogre swung to hit the girl. At that moment, Yukito shouted the girl's name and opened his cloak, revealing many scrolls. The young man took out one scroll and then used his mouth to untie the knot on it. He opened the parchment and used the ability to slide. After a few seconds, a huge drop of unknown liquid appears above the monster. The slide covers the ground in grease in a 3x3 meter square. Creatures in or entering this area must make a dexterity saving throw. Creatures that fail fall. The area covered in grease is considered difficult terrain and movement speed is halved. The droplet bursts and everything around it is covered in slime, including the ogre itself. The monster steps on the fat and slips. Yukito approaches Lumilia and asks if the elf is okay. Lumilia ignores the boy and shouts Charlotte's name. Yukito takes out a bottle of potion for Charlotte. Suddenly, Lumilia's reflexes help her save Yukito and move aside. The boy accidentally drops the bottle of potion that was meant for Charlotte. The young man looks up and sees a huge piece of wood stuck in the wall. It was the ogre who threw his club. He was able to withstand the fat. The heroes have to overcome a new danger. The bottle that Yukito dropped rolled toward Charlotte's approaching hand. Suddenly, her fingers began to move and the girl opened her eyes. At this time, the ogre attacked Lumilia and Yukito again and again. The boy and girl were very tense just from the sight of this monster. Suddenly, the ogre rushed straight towards the elf, but she managed to jump back and dodge. The monster crashed right into the wall. The impact sent many small stones flying to the side. Yukito crawled further along the wall, trying to dodge these fragments. The ogre stopped moving for a moment, and at that moment, Lumilia, who had jumped away from the wall, fired an arrow from her bow straight at the ogre's head. Suddenly, the monster decided to defend itself and waved its huge hand. The stones flew straight at the girl and hit her several times. Yukito shouted the girl's name and saw her trying to get up after all those blows. He thought that things were bad. This ogre looked much stronger than usual. At that moment, the ogre picked up a huge stone. He smiled and said that he should eat the elf and make toys out of people. Charlotte watched the ogre's movements. She thought that now was the time to protect Yukito and Lumilia. The girl held onto the sword, but in an instant she threw it aside and reached for a bottle of potion that was lying nearby. She decided that she had to protect her comrades. Suddenly, a huge explosion sounded behind the ogre. The monster turned around and looked questioningly in the direction of the explosion. At that moment, the empty bottle fell to the ground. Lemelia somehow raised her head to see what was going on, and Yukito called Charlotte's name with a smile on his face. The girl wiped the remains of the potion from her lips, and all the wounds and bruises on her body disappeared. The girl used a faith skill called Power of Fury. Once a day, a person can receive power from the god of fury and blacksmithing Florgus. The user of this skill enters a rage for 1/4 of a round, gains a +2 bonus to strength and dexterity, and weapons will deal an additional 1/6 damage. The ogre turns to Charlotte and calls her a human. He is furiously against her and begins to move towards the girl with unstoppable force. Many stone fragments fly from his feet. Charlotte puts her hand on her chest and uses Divine Favor. Suddenly, everything around the girl begins to glow. Divine Favor grants the user's weapon an additional 1/4 of radiant damage. Additionally, the caster gains a +2 bonus on saving throws against being frightened or panicked. The girl brings her sword to her face and then swings it with both hands and charges straight at the monster. The ogre is not inferior to her and also goes on the offensive. However, Charlotte was faster. With lightning speed, she approaches the monster and swings her sword. She was so strong that she was able to cut the ogre in half. The wound begins to ignite into flames and the ogre begins to burn in them. The monster screams that the flames are too hot and curses Charlotte for what she did. Then 2 arrows flew at the ogre, hitting it in the back. The monster turned around and saw Yukito holding a crossbow and Lemelia holding a bow at the ready. They were both tense. The burning monster began to approach Charlotte and try to reach her with his hand, but he could not resist and fell without signs of life. The girl continues to beam, and then she sheathes her sword and tells the ogre not to underestimate the paladin. After some time, the goblin speaker reported to the Goblin King saying that adventurers had invaded their dungeon. The king shouted and immediately demanded that all goblins take up arms and kill those who dare to enter their dungeon. Then the Goblin King sat on his throne and said that these worthless humans had come to take the sacrifices intended for Lord Garsamug. He leaned his head on his misshapen hand and then grinned. His whole face was covered in sweat. The other goblins laughed and licked their lips. They said that among the adventurers there was 1 boy, 1 woman, and 1 female elf. They licked their lips angrily when they learned that there were 2 girls. The Goblin King smiled and said that the elves were the best and he was sure that Mr. Garsamug would be very happy about it. A small rat ran past the Goblin King's throne. Suddenly something big and sharp pierced him from above and he screamed. The goblins laughed, looking at this little rat, and talked about stupid adventurers. The Goblin King began to eat the animal and said that these adventurers were like rats in a cage. He ordered his subordinates to seize the girls and kill the man, then eat him. The goblins were jubilant and aimed at the girls, and they wanted to tear the guy apart. At this time, Lemelia, Charlotte, and Yukito were resting after the battle. Lemelia was wiping her hands after shooting a bow, and Yukito was examining the corpse of the defeated ogre. Charlotte sat down next to the elf and asked if she was okay. Lemelia just nodded in response, which meant that she was fine and okay. Yukito stood by the charred corpse of the ogre and thought that he had collected the items, but he needed to hurry. Suddenly, an unknown sound was heard, which Lemelia and Charlotte heard. Lemelia pulled an arrow and said that the enemies were already advancing. Charlotte, Lemelia, and Yukito looked into the dark corridor and waited for the enemy to appear. Lemelia had an arrow drawn from her bow, Charlotte had her hand close to her sword hilt, and Yukito was on his own, fully prepared for battle. Suddenly, a huge number of goblins appeared, laughing and drooling. Yukito thought it was a zombie knight, and it seemed like the goblins had dealt with him. Charlotte said that now they would have to break through by force. The boy shouted Charlotte's name, giving her the command to attack. The girl raised her fist and struck towards the goblins. She used a whirlwind attack to destroy a large number of opponents. This was a high-quality spiked chain ordered from a skilled blacksmith. It can attack from a greater distance than usual. If the user masters this weapon well, then he can use agility instead of strength when attacking. At this time, Lemelia attacked her group of goblins with a bow and arrow. Having dealt with one group of monsters, they moved on. The boy used the rogue's stealth skill. Someone with this skill can hide in the shadows and not be seen by an enemy. A successful perception or spot check is required to detect the user of this skill. The young man and the girl stood behind the pillars and tried to look around. They saw a huge door. Yukito realized that there was no guard at the gate. There is no doubt that they are in for an ambush. The Goblin King is in this large room, and there is another small room behind it. The bag of food he threw to the goblins was first brought to this room. Most likely the food was tested for poison, meaning the kidnapped girls are in this room. If Sana is here, then she must be there. He imagines the tear-stained face of the girl and walks towards the room with a confident expression. He slowly walks to the door and then opens the scroll. He closes his eyes and uses Detect Evil. Suddenly his eyes light up and he looks at something in the distance. The person using this spell can sense the aura of evil things, creatures, objects, spells within the area and pinpoint their location. The boy realizes that he can see everything. If they go in there right now, they will disturb the beehive. If he casts the spell slightly to the right of the center of the room, the hostages will remain unharmed. Plants grew on the houses of the village. Yukito and the others decided to stay in Arta village after they earned enough experience to level up. A wicker basket containing onions and potatoes fell to the ground. A young man with a scarf around his neck opened his mouth in surprise. Next to him stood an elderly man with a cane. He was also surprised by what he saw. In front of them stood a woman. Tears appeared in her eyes. Joyful girls ran to them. The villagers began to hug their relatives who had been kidnapped by the goblins and cry with happiness. Yukito stood next to Charlotte. They looked with a smile at the happy faces of the people who were reunited together. Lamelia stood next to them. She stood with her hands down and looked at the people hugging in surprise. Old and young people stood in front of the boys with their heads bowed. They said that they were grateful to the boys for saving their daughters. They could not express their gratitude in words. Charlotte stood in front of the people and smiled. Yukito stood and looked at Charlotte without emotion. He was thinking about something. Lamelia had arrows hanging on her back. She silently looked at the people who stood in front of her. Someone from the crowd extended his hand in front of the boys. On it lay a small bag. The man said that it was just a small token as their gratitude for the work done by the boys. Charlotte, with a smile on her face, began to say that they have been helping those in need for a long time. She and her family have been helping people for a long time. The guild should pay them for saving them. Yukito held a bundle in his hands and looked askance at Charlotte. He cast a spell. A man with a mustache stood next to the boys. He was holding a bundle in his hands. Yukito stood with his back to the man. After he said the spell, Charlotte began to fall. Yukito cast a sleep spell on her. The man with the mustache was afraid for Charlotte, who began to fall sharply in front of him. Yukito turned around and managed to catch Charlotte by the back. Yukito looked at the man with a mustache with a smile on his face and said that he shouldn't worry about Charlotte. She was just tired after a hard fight. Yuki thought that he knew that everything would turn out like this. Charlotte slept with a smile on her face. Yukito gently placed Charlotte on the floor. Lumilia gently held Charlotte's head. Charlotte folded her arms over her chest and continued to sleep with a smile on her face. The man with the mustache stood behind Yukito. He said that he couldn't even imagine how hard the battle was. Yukito took the intelligence potion and began to drink it quickly. Its effect lasted for a minute, but it gave 104 bonuses to intelligence. Yukito's mouth was drooling, and he turned to the mustache man with a strange expression. A gloomy atmosphere appeared around Yukito. The man was holding a bag in his hands, and he was very scared when he saw Yukito's gloomy face. Yukito remembered himself screaming and drinking a potion. He thought that in this world, bonuses of the same type do not add up. So you can't become a super genius by drinking a lot of potion. It makes sense to drink it until you get the maximum value. Yukito stood in front of the mustachioed man. He was holding a bag in his hands. Yukito then said that various expenses were incurred during the rescue of the girls. There were several other people standing behind the mustachioed man. Their faces were not visible. Yukito put his hand on the man's shoulder and pulled him towards him. He said with a smile that they spent a lot of different potions and other items. Yukito then showed the man a paper with the amount of expenses. The man was shocked to see the amount of expenses of the guys. Yukito frowned. He looked at the man from under his brows and said that they all needed to think about the risk he and the girls had taken to save the girls of the village. Yukito held the paper with the amount in front of the confused man with the mustache. A blonde girl approached the man with a mustache. She put her hand on his shoulder and said that these adventurers became their saviors. The man lowered his head. He thought about the girl's words and then agreed with her. After a while, Yukito stood with a bag in his hands. An elderly man, surrounded by villagers, bowed to Yukito and said that this bag was a token of gratitude from all the villagers, which the boys should accept for the work they had done. Yukito began stuffing the bag into his bag. He said that he humbly accepted their gratitude. The villagers watched the process in amazement. They did not believe that such a large bag could fit into Yukito's small bag. Yukito's face showed no emotion. He thought that the munchkin did not trust random numbers and did not worship dice, and when they had to rely on random numbers, they did so under buffs. The events moved to the city of Orbetta. Clouds float over the roofs of the city. The boys settled into a hotel and sorted through a bag of jewelry that the villagers gave as a token of gratitude for saving their daughters. Yukito was kneeling in front of the bags of jewels. Charlotte was standing next to him and looking at Yukito. She said that he had collected too much gold. Lumilia was holding an octopus in her hands and said that the jewels would be enough for the time being. Charlotte remembered hugging the crying horse's face. She said she was glad Rosinante was okay. Charlotte put her finger to her face and continued to say that she had previously thought that Rosinante's horn was bigger. Yukito's face was covered by hair. He looked at Charlotte and said that it was just her imagination. She agreed with Yukito. Lumilia was holding an octopus, and in front of them were construction blocks, which the octopus was moving with its tentacles. Charlotte was leaning her hands on her legs and watching the octopus carefully. The octopus placed one figure on top of another. The octopus stacked the cubes on top of each other to form a mound. He looked at Lumilia with delight and pointed his tentacle at the construction set. Lumilia looked at the octopus and started clapping her hands. Then she started praising it. Charlotte was sitting next to him and also started clapping and grabbing the octopus. The octopus in turn turned away from the girls and put his tentacles to his muzzle out of embarrassment. Yukito sat down at the wooden table and adjusted the book in front of him. The girls were sitting on the floor nearby. Yukito held the book in his hands. He looked at it and thought that now he needed to learn new skills. Yukito opened the book, and on the page was his picture and his skills. He took a fountain pen and dipped it in ink. Yukito thought that he should start with his level first. He crossed out the number 2 and wrote the number 3 next to it. As soon as Yukito finished writing, he was enveloped in light. His hair was disheveled in all directions. Yukito held the book with one hand, and his other hand was hanging in the air. In place of the crossed-out number, the number 3 appeared. The number 3 was located on the line between the words wizard and human. Yukito began to wave his hand and thought that he did not feel an increase in strength, but he definitely increased his level. Yukito started flipping through the pages of his book and thought that this was where the problems started. Which trait should he choose? Yukito opened a page with various entries. He began to read that a trait is a special gift or training that gives a character a special meaning. Each trait can only be selected once. Yukito was serious. He thought that export in crossbows, attentiveness, and other useful traits, but now he wants something else. Yukito saw different stats in front of him. He thought he needed a trait with extra HP. It adds health. Maybe it will ignore the curse and Yukito can still choose it. Yukito sat and thoughtfully looked at the book. He remembered the attack he made in the meeting with the dragon. Yukito thought that he needed to think carefully about what traits to choose for himself, because he needed to defeat the black dragon. Yukito held a book in his hand, and his other hand held a writing pen. He thought that they didn't have time to level up. He could only choose one trait, and since it was a valuable skill, he should think carefully about choosing that skill. Yukito imagined himself in a fancy suit with a book in his hands. He thought that he would most likely develop a wizard class, perhaps becoming a mystical trickster who has the characteristics of both a wizard and a rogue. Yukito opened the book to the page with Charlotte's characteristics and photo, then the page with Lumilia's characteristics and photo. Yukito looked at the girls and thought about what to do with the girls next. The girls were holding an octopus in their arms. Yukito imagined the girls in different outfits. He thought that he could change Lumilia's class to a druid for better animal communication skills. He could also increase Charlotte's attack power or change her skills to monk skills. Yukito slammed the book shut and thought that he would think about it, but the class would be more respectable. Charlotte opened her mouth and started screaming loudly. Charlotte clasped her hands and started shaking her head in different directions. She screamed that she didn't want to become a warrior. Her family. Bronia comes from a long line of paladins. Octopus and the others watched in surprise. Charlotte put her hands together and pressed them to her face, where beads of sweat appeared. She continued to repeat the word, warrior. Charlotte imagined two men in military uniforms and with weapons. They looked intimidating. Yukito stood in front of Charlotte. He didn't understand what her words meant. Paladins were a class that developed well over time, and the best solution would be to just continue leveling up. But they didn't have time left for that. Charlotte kept her hands clasped and looked nervously towards Yukito. Then she replied that she knew they didn't have time. But wars somehow seemed so wild. Yukito gave a thumbs up and said that Charlotte was right. Warriors seemed boring compared to paladins. But they had a lot of fighting skills, so they were quite useful. Charlotte stood and looked nervously at Yukito. He closed his eyes and began to say that in his city, warriors were called hyphae and were respected no less than paladins. Charlotte stood in front of Yukito and listened to him attentively. Yukito raised his finger and wanted to continue the conversation, when their attention was attracted by some kind of flickering. It was the mirror that was lying on the bags with jewels that began to flicker. The boys were very surprised. They turned sharply towards the bags with jewels. A gloomy atmosphere appeared around the mirror. The girls looked at the mirror with surprise and horror. Then they heard a strange buzzing sound. Yukito frowned, beads of sweat appearing on his face. A strange noise began to come from the corner where the bag of jewels and the mirror lay. Someone from the mirror began to pronounce incomprehensible and incoherent words. Yukito stood in front of the bag of jewels and listened in surprise to the voice that came from the mirror. Charlotte stood next to Yukito and looked at the mirror with her mouth slightly open. Lemelia stood with the boys, holding an octopus, and was wary. Charlotte stood in front of Lemelia, who was holding an octopus. Charlotte frowned and repeated the words coming from the mirror. He did not understand the meaning of these words. Strange lines appeared on the mirror, and the stripes from the mirror continued to speak incoherently. The mirror was lying on a bag with a large amount of gold jewelry and coins. Yukito worriedly wondered if this mirror could be a communication device between the Goblin King and the evil temple. Yukito put his hand in front of him and cast a camouflage spell. Before doing this, he thought that if what he thought earlier was true, then it would be very bad if the enemies saw them. Something irreparable would happen. The next moment, the disguise spell worked and transformed Yukito into one of the goblins. The effect of the spell was to change one's appearance, including clothes. It is also possible to turn into a creature, but it must be seen once. Yukito was transformed into a goblin. He had a cloak on and a chain on his chest. He fell to his knees and answered the head from the mirror that he was there. Charlotte stood behind Yukito, and Lemelia stood next to her. She was holding an octopus in her hands. Charlotte turned around abruptly and looked at the dark clothes lying on the made bed. An idea came into Charlotte's head, and she quickly grabbed the clothes lying on the bed. The next moment, she held out a piece of cloth that she had taken from the bed in front of her. In this way, she covered herself and pretended that Yukito, as a goblin, was in another place. Yukito was wary and waited for the answer that would come from the stranger in the mirror. Charlotte held a piece of cloth in front of her and was serious. Lemelia hid, hugging the octopus. The boys' hearts were beating very loudly. A man's face appeared in the mirror. A gloomy atmosphere filled the entire room. The stranger in the mirror began to address the goblin that Yukito had transformed into. The stranger was interested in how the preparations for the ritual for Garzamug were going. Yukito, in his goblin form, was still kneeling in front of the mirror. The stranger continued to say that there was not much time left until the ritual of the Moon of Calamity. Charlotte held a piece of cloth behind Yukito. Lemelia was hiding behind the cloth. Yukito, in the form of a goblin, broke the silence and answered that he had not yet finished preparing for the ritual. The man in the mirror clenched his teeth in anger and thought about something. Yukito was tense and looked at the stranger in the mirror with a serious expression. After a while, the stranger broke the silence and said that the ritual of the Moon of Calamity was very important, in which Lady Nephilia chose her medium. Yukito imagined a girl with a scarf on her head hugging a strange creature with horns. Yukito was puzzled by the words of the stranger in the mirror. Yukito, in the form of a goblin, looked at the pile of gold on which the mirror was lying. The stranger continued to say that if the goblin did not prepare everything by the beginning of the ritual, he would be in big trouble. Yukito, in the form of a goblin, placed his hand on the piles and bowed his head. He replied that he understood everything and would complete the task. The stranger from the mirror said that since the goblin understood everything, he should diligently prepare for the future ritual. The stranger disappeared from the mirror. Yukato's hand started to smoke. He transformed back into his form. Yukito wiped the sweat from his face. His face was very serious. He wondered if they managed to deceive the stranger. Yukito told the girl that everything was fine now. Charlotte lowered the piece of cloth and together with Lemelia, who was holding the octopus in her arms, looked seriously towards Yukito. Yukito walked up to the window, which was decorated with a diamond-shaped net. Charlotte walked up to him and wanted to say something but changed her mind. Yukito put his hand on the mirror that was in the bag with a bunch of coins. He touched the mirror and said with a serious expression that the stranger was a reaper from the Temple of Evil, so the Goblin King was somehow connected to them. The girls listened in surprise. Charlotte folded her arms under her chest. She stood in front of Yukito and said that the reaper was very angry. Yukito looked at Charlotte and said that maybe she was right. Apparently, the reaper and the others don't know yet that they defeated the Goblin King. Yukito rubbed his finger on his lips while looking at the crin that was lying on the table. Yukito then said that he hoped that they could take full advantage of this situation. Yukito held the book in his hands and stood in front of the girls. He said that he didn't really understand what that reaper's words meant, about the ritual of the moon of calamity and the medium of the goddess. The girls looked at Yukito with serious expressions. Lemelia stroked the octopus's head and said about Serena's older sister. Charlotte stretched out her hand with a worried face. Yukito looked at the book and said the words of the reaper about the medium. Yukito's book was open to the pages with his sister's picture. He frowned, his eyes full of pain. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. It was behind Yukito. He was startled by the unexpectedness. The boys looked towards the door sharply and anxiously. Someone behind the door started to say that he was asking for forgiveness. It was Mildest, the guildmaster of the Adventurers Guild. Yukito and Charlotte looked at the door in surprise. They did not understand who this person was and why he came to them. The blond man stood behind the door and began to say that he would like to enter the guy's room to discuss some things with them. Yukito went to the door. He was wary. He said that he would open the door now. At the same time, he thought about what this man wanted to talk about. Yukito took hold of the iron and round door handle and began to open it. Before opening the door, Yukito turned to the girls, beads of sweat appearing on his face. The girls and Yukito looked at each other with serious expressions. Yukito opened the door and a blond man was looking at him. His gaze was frightening. Yukito, when he saw the man, was scared. His mouth and eyes opened wide. The blond man smiled and said that it was really Yukito. He had wanted to meet him for a long time. Yukito was holding a book in his hand, and his other hand was leaning on the door. Yukito said that it was really the man who wanted to meet him. The fair-haired man, without taking his eyes off the book, answered Yukito's question positively. Yukito stood in front of his husband and held his book in his hands. Yukito stood in the doorway leading to his room with the girls. He was looking at the man and holding a book in his hands. The man was smiling and looking at Yukito. He was dressed in an expensive outfit. He was holding a cane in both hands. The man was taller than Yukito. The man stood in front of Yukito and began to say if Yukito remembered a man named Manga. He was a priest who had tried to kill Yukito earlier. Yukito repeated the man's name. Yukito put his hand to his face and recalled the events of the battle with the bald man. Yukito thought that Manga was the man who tried to deceive him and the girls. The blond man placed his hand on his chest and said that he came here to apologize to the guys on behalf of the guild for allowing a person like Manga to roam free. Yukito stared at the man and agreed with his words. At the same time, he thought that he was curious why the guild representative had come to apologize to them for what had happened now. Charlotte pushed her hand forward and said that the man could come to their room. Lemelia held the octopus in her hands and stared at the blond man. The man entered the room and thanked Charlotte for the invitation. Yukito opened the book and thought that he wanted to know the guildmaster's worldview. In front of Yukito stood a blond man smiling. Yukito saw something in his book and his gaze changed. The girls noticed this and were alarmed. The girls stood in front of the blond man. They worriedly asked if everything was okay with Yukito. Yukito stood by the closed door and looked at the open book lying on the floor. The girls were very scared when they heard Yukito shout that the girls needed to get away from the man immediately. The man was facing the girls and had his back to Yukito. Yukito looked at the man's back with a gloomy and wary look. The girls clenched their hands into fists and began to back away from the man. The man stood motionless and turned his head slightly in the direction where Yukito stood. Yukito glared at the man and asked him who the man really was. The man turned around and noticed a book lying on the floor. It was open to a page with a picture of a monster. Yukito gritted his teeth. Beads of sweat appeared on his body. Yukito thought, why would such a monster come here to them? On the page of the unfolded book, there was a picture of a monster with its different characteristics. This monster was called Illithid. The octopus, in fear, wrapped its tentacles around Lemelia's body, and she and Charlotte quickly moved away from the man. The blond man stood motionless, his hands resting on his cane. The man put his hand to his smiling mouth and began to say that he was surprised that Yukito could see right through him. In place of the man's face appears the head of a monster with tentacles. It looked like an octopus. It was an Illithid. It has level B. Its HP is 46. It is a humanoid creature. It is the most evil and insidious in the eternal world. A dark aura spread throughout the room. In the middle of the room stood the black silhouette of the Illithid. Yukito and the girls moved even further away from the monster. The octopus hugged Lemlia. Then he looked towards where the monster was standing and thought that it was his father. Yukito looked at the monster with a serious expression and waited for his next move. Charlotte, without thinking twice, took her sword in her hands and began to attack the monster with a scream. She cast a spell and rushed forward. Yukito began to shout that Charlotte should stop. The dark monster extended a clawed hand in front of itself. Charlotte almost caught up with the monster, but a flash of light appeared from his outstretched hand. He had used a mind explosion spell. The spell had a radius of 12 meters and had immobilized enemies for a while. Charlotte, Lemelia, and her octopus, and then Yukito himself fell to the ground. Yukito, lying on the floor, looked at his hand. It was shaking. Yukito thought that he could not move his body. Yukito was lying on the floor by the door, unable to move, looking at the monster approaching him. The book was still in the same place with its pages open. Charlotte was lying on her stomach. She raised her head and said that Yukito should run. Charlotte's body was still shaking. The monster crouched next to Yukito's motionless body. The monster began to scratch its face with its hand thoughtfully. Yukito looked at the monster nervously. Next to its head lay an open book. The monster reached its clawed hand to the book and said that this meant that this book was the monster's manual. The monster almost touched the book with his hand, and an unusual light and sparks began to appear from it, which pierced the monster's hand. The monster pulled back his paw. Sparks were coming out of it. Yukito's mouth opened in surprise. The monster was no less surprised than Yukito. The monster stood and looked at his blackened hand. Dark smoke was coming from it. The monster began to rub his injured hand with his healthy hand. He looked at Yukito and said that he knew that the book could not be touched by anyone other than the owner. The monster opened its mouth, which contained many sharp teeth, and said that in this case he had no other choice. Charlotte, leaning on the floor, raised her head and looked ahead with alarm. Lemelia was lying on her back on the floor and waited with horror for what would happen next. The black silhouette of a monster with an open mouth was approaching Yukito's motionless body. An open book lay next to him. The monster's tentacles approached Yukito's face, so close that the monster's face could be seen in Yukito's pupils. As if he was sitting on the floor and holding a book in his hands, in front of him, also on the floor, sat the Illithid. Between them stood a table. The window was curtained. The wind that blew from the window blew up the long curtains that Yukito and Illithid were rummaging through. They looked at each other. The air around them began to shimmer. Yukito hugged the book and looked ahead, fascinated. Yukito gripped the book even tighter, beads of sweat forming on his face as he nervously thought about how things had turned out this way. The Illithid raised its clawed hand and began to say that Yukito should not be cautious. The Illithid race is very noble and intelligent. It just wants to talk to Yukito alone. Yukito made a serious face. He did not quite understand the monster's words. Yukito suddenly approached the Illithid and shouted that the girls were in order. The Illithid raised one of its tentacles and pointed to the side. Then it said that Yukito should relax. The girls were sleeping outside. The girls and the octopus were sleeping next to each other. Yukito lowered his head. Then he looked away and sighed. The Illithid stared at Yukito without taking his eyes off of him. They were silent for a while. The Illithid broke the silence and said that he would be frank and wanted to invite Yukito to join him in a united front. Yukito held a book in his hands after the Illithid's words. Yukito moved a little closer to him and looked at him. Yukito sat silently in front of the Illithid. He couldn't get over the shock. Yukito asked to tell him more about the united front. The Illithid looked at Yukito silently. Yukito flinched when he heard the Illithid say that he and the others were keeping an eye on Yukito because he had a connection with the goddess Nephilia. Yukito remembered the face of the girl with horns and a strange outfit, who smiled at him. The Illithid continued to say that this goddess used to own the book that Yukito was currently holding. Yukito was surprised by these words. Yukito picked up the book and looked at it. The Illithid looked at Yukito and asked Yukito if he knew anything about the book. Yukito did not take his eyes off the monster. He lifted the book in front of him and said that this is the book of the world. This book contains all the information about this world. The Illithid didn't take his eyes off Yukito. His tentacles began to twitch, and he said that Yukito had the wrong information. Yukito imagined the book emitting flashes of light in complete darkness. The Illithid continued to say that this book was not just an encyclopedia. It was a rule book that could interfere with the logic of this world created by the gods. Yukito held the book in fear. Tight silhouettes of hands reached out to him. The Illithid continued to say that this book was a thing of the gods, and anyone who had any idea about it wanted to get it. The Illithid raised his black hand to his face and continued to say that Yukito was most likely the only one who could use the book's power. A dark atmosphere appeared around Yukito. He looked at the Illithid with determination and said that wouldn't the possession of this book be transferred to the Illithid if he defeated Yukito. The Illithid, without opening his eyes from Yukito, replied that he had of course considered such a possible outcome. Yukito presented the dark silhouette of the Illithid. The Illithid continued to say that there is a possibility that after the massacre of Yukito, the book will return to its former owner. The god may lose his power. Such an event may happen once in a lifetime. Yukito looked at the Illithid with a serious look. He began to say that he wanted to know more about the United Front and what goal the Illithid was pursuing. The Illithid looked ahead and replied that their goal was to kill Nephilia and suck out her brain. Yukito held the book in his hands and looked at the Illithid in surprise. He did not believe his words. The Illithid raised its tentacles, along which the liquid was being washed, and said that he was interested in how tasty her brain would be and what kind of power his species would eventually acquire after this. Yukito's expression darkened and he looked at the Illithid in surprise. He took a handkerchief in his tentacles and wiped his mouth. Then he said that he apologized for what happened. The Illithid's cloak fluttered. The tentacles began to move, and he said that even such an evil species as his did not dare to oppose the gods. But it was another matter to find the lost book of the world, because of which the goddess lost her former power. Yukito was very surprised and even cried out when he breathed the Illithid's words that the goddess would soon visit the earth to find the lost book. The Illithid began to rub his face with one of his tentacles. Then he said that the goddess was currently spending all her energy searching for this book. Yukito frowned in alarm and looked away, thinking about what he had heard. The Illithid raised a few tentacles and continued to say through laughter that he was sure that Yukito was just a pawn in the goddess's game, and he stole her beast book. Yukito repeated the Illithid's words about the board game. Yukito imagined a goddess with horns and a feathered robe. She was leaning on a board with human figures and a cube with numbers on it. The Illithid continued to say that when she gets bored, she pulls people out of their world and plays with them. Yukito's mind darkened as he recalled the events of a dragon entering his world and eventually kidnapping his sister. He then remembered how that same dragon wanted to hurt his sister, and it hurt Yukito. Yukito's heart sank in his chest, and he pressed his hand to his chest in pain. Yukito bent over and did not let go of the hand that was squeezing his chest. He did not fully understand the words of the Illithid. Yukito's body shook with fear. Yukito looked at the Illithid and thought that all the events were not accidental. The demon that came to their world was specially sent to deal with Yukito and his sister. and then summon them to this dark world. The book was on the table. Yukito put his hands on it, and his head on his hands. Yukito and the Illithid were sitting at the round table. Yukito, without lifting his coat, began to say that it was really true that he and his sister were summoned to this world only because of the goddess's wish. Yukito gradually began to rise. He straightened up completely and looked at the Illithid with a stern look. The Illithid began to rub its face with its tentacles again. It looked at Yukito and thought about something. The wind from the window fluttered the curtains. Yukito put his hands on the table and asked again about the United Front and what exactly they wanted from him and the girls. The Illithid listened to him without taking his eyes off Yukito. The Illithid narrowed his eyes and raised his clawed hand. Then he began to say that he wanted the boys to attract the attention of the goddess when they wished to return the book to themselves. Then the Illithid and the others would catch her and eat her brain. Yukito put his hand on the book and said firmly that the Illithid and the others wanted to use him and the girls as bait. The Illithid responded positively. The Illithid raised its tentacles and continued to say that he and Yukito would simply use each other for their own purposes. Yukito asked decisively that in that case he would need the Illithid's help to deal with the Black Dragon. Yukito raised his hand over the table and continued to say that if they were to form a united front, he would like them to fight together with Yukito and the girls. The Illithid began to shake its head and said that it could not help Yukito. Yukito presented a grim picture of a goddess with many eyes. The Illithid continued to say that if they acted thoughtlessly, the goddess would understand and disappear, and other hostile races might also find out about it. Yukito looked at the Illithid, who continued to say that if the other races found out about their conspiracy, it could bring disaster. Saving the people would be a conspicuous act, and he needed to avoid that at all costs. Yukito put his hand to his face and wanted to offer something to the Illithid. After a while, the door opened and the two-spirited and the octopus woke up from the creaking of the door. Charlotte opened her eyes and began to rub her sleepy eyes with her hands. Yukito stood in the doorway, looking at the girls with a serious expression. The girls ran up to him and started asking if he was okay. They were glad that Yukito was still alive. Yukito stood in front of them, looking at them with a serious expression. There was a door behind the girls. They listened to Yukito with concern. Next to Yukito stood an Illithid, and Yukito said that he wanted to tell the girls that he had decided to join forces with the Illithid. The girls were frightened and stunned by this news from Yukito. Charlotte put her hand in front of her and asked Yukito to repeat his words. The Illithid transformed into a human form and said that now was the time to leave the boys alone. Yukito looked askance at the Illithid. Charlotte frowned as she watched the monster's further actions. The Illithid looked at Yukito with a creepy gaze. Then he put his hand on Yukito's shoulder and said that he would pray for Yukito's luck in the fight. Yukito looked at the Illithid sideways and said nothing. Yukito Barda was reading a book. The girls were standing on either side of him. They were all in a corridor with several doors, watching the Illithid move away from them. Charlotte put her hand in the palm of her hand and said anxiously that Yukito was absolutely sure of his decision. Maybe he should change his mind after all. Yukito looked at the pages of the book with the picture and characteristics of the Illithid. He thought that Illithids were lawful evil. They did not consider human life as something valuable, but the guys would need their help to deal a direct blow. Yukito looked at the pages of the book without emotion and thought that he intended to take advantage of the Illithid's offer. As a munchkin, he would do anything to achieve his goal. The boys looked at the back of the Illithid who was leaving in pity. Charlotte looked sadly at Yukito. He slammed the book shut and said that everything was fine. The girls didn't have to worry about anything. Yukito frowned as he watched the Illithid walk away from him and thought that his true goal was to save Sen, and he intended to do whatever it took to achieve that goal. The events moved to the city of Orbeta. The guys are in the shopping district. The houses in this area are multi-story lanterns and shop signs hang on the facades. Yukito asked a local man about a magic item shop. Next to Yukito stood a man in an apron and pointed to the side. He said that the store was behind the intersection. On the sign of the store, the word contemplator was carved. Yukito, dressed in a cloak, looked in the direction where the man pointed and thanked him for his help. Yukito looked at the man thoughtfully when he stopped him. The man put his hand to his face and said that although the magic shop's goods were of excellent quality, the shopkeeper there was a bit strange. Yukito was surprised to hear this information. Yukito walked down a narrow street paved with cobblestones. There were countless signs and lanterns on this street. There were many people in the alley besides Yukito. Yukito turned his head and looked out the open window. Yukito stopped at the entrance with stairs leading up to beautiful doors. The sign of this shop looked creepy. It depicted a monster with an open mouth, which had many eyes and paws. Yukito thought that he seemed to have found this shop. Yukito opened the door and entered the room. It was huge, with a lot of unusual things. There were different types of weapons, books, and unusual bottles that were in the cabinet at the entrance. Yukito walked over to the cabinet by the entrance and picked up one of the small bottles that was on the shelf. He thought that there were many items in the store that he had never seen before. Yukito lifted the unusual bottle and dust from the bottle rose into the water. Yukito held the bottle with one hand and covered his mouth with the other hand because he started sneezing. Yukito held his hand to his mouth and said that this store is definitely working. Yukito saw an unusual star with an enemy inside. He opened the book and began to read that the sword shield, which can be used for both defense and attack. At first glance it seems convenient, but it is very difficult to use. Yukito passed by a stand with several cloaks. He looked at the book and began to read that the cloak in front of him was a chameleon cloak. It added a bonus to camouflage and helped to use the invisibility spell once a day. Yukito approached the stand with various weapons. His attention was drawn to a weapon with several blades. He took this sword in his hands and thought that he was holding a truly unusual sword in his hands. Yukito did something with this weapon and the blades on the sword began to move. When this happened, Yukito was very scared and surprised. This weapon is called a spinning blade, which adds one bonus. Yukito nervously thrust the spinning blade forward and shouted that he didn't understand how to stop this thing. Someone was approaching Yukito out of nowhere. The man snatched the spinning blade from Yukito's hands and put it back with the rest of the weapons, shouting that he didn't understand what Yukito was doing. In front of Yukito was an elderly man who looked at him and adjusted his round glasses with displeasure. Yukito apologized for his actions. Yukito spread his arms out and started saying that he came to this shop to buy some magic items. The man looked at Yukito with displeasure. Then his face twisted even more, which made Yukito even feel a little scared. Yukito stood motionless while an older man with glasses looked Yukito up and down. Then the man opened his mouth and a whitish smoke came out. The man started waving his hand in front of Yukito and turned away and said that this was a shop for magic items and weapons. A youngster like Yukito couldn't afford to buy anything. Yukito smirked when he heard the old man's words. Yuka quickly walked up to the old man who was standing at the counter. Yukito picked up his bag and turned it upside down, and precious coins and stones fell out of the bag onto the table. The old man with glasses looked at the jewelry in surprise. Yukito finished emptying everything out of his bag and looked at the older man with a sly smile, who looked at Yukito seriously and adjusted his glasses. An older man stood behind the counter, and Yukito stood by the shelves with various things and carefully examined them. Yukito was speaking from the shelf to the small bottle and simultaneously studying the notes in his book. Yukito thought that all the items he had chosen would definitely be useful to him. The old man made a face and turned to Yukito. Yukito was standing by the shelves with various items. He was holding a book and several bottles in his hands. There were several baskets with items around Yukito. The old man said that Yukito wasn't collecting too many items for himself to buy. Yukito held the book in his hands and looked at the man. The man continued to say that if Yukito was going to the dungeon, he wouldn't need all these items, or Yukito was planning to start a war. After these words, the man started laughing. There was a lamp burning on the table next to Yukito. Yukito took a flask from the shelf and began to put it in the basket with the other items. Yukito looked at his book and said that the man was right. The man looked at Yukito in surprise and then turned away. The man sat down on the chair behind the counter and turned away from Yukito. He began to say that he had been appraising magic items for many years, so he could assess the level of an adventurer's ability. The man looked at Yukito without turning around and said that, judging by Yukito's appearance, it could be assumed that he was a mage, but he couldn't use fire-breathing heat. Yukito looked at the book without turning around and listened to the old man's words. Yukito introduced the use of this ability. The man continued to say that by learning this spell, a person becomes a full-fledged magic user. This spell was a third-level spell, the range of which was 6 meters. The older man placed his hands on the counter and watched intently as Yukito placed another bottle in his basket. The man stood up and walked over to the wall where the sword hung. Yukito continued to look at the shelves of various items. The man stood in front of a sword with a jagged blade. The man broke the silence and began to speak, saying that he used to be an adventurer too. The man remembered his travels and the chest of gold. He continued to say that not far from here there was a dungeon where he went with his friends, and in this dungeon they found treasures, but not in such quantities as Yukito had. The man looked ahead and continued to say that, unfortunately, his entire squad died in that very dungeon. The man finished speaking and looked at Yukito. Then he started to walk towards Yukito, who was standing by the shelves with items. Walking towards Yukito, the man said that he wanted to warn Yukito to stop this reckless idea. Yukito looked at the shelves in front of him without paying attention. The man spread his arms out to the side and said that with Yukito's wealth, a person could live a carefree life. There was no need to go to meet danger. The man fell silent and began to look at the book Yukito was holding with a serious expression on his face. Yukito did not pay attention to the man standing next to him, breaking the silence without turning to the man. Yukito said that it was scary. Death was really scary. Then Yukito clenched his fist and began to turn to the man. Yukito looked at the man with a serious look and said that he had to do what was planned. The man perked up. He was surprised to hear such words from Yukito. The man thought that Yukito was ready to die but still had doubts. The man remembered how different people came into his shop, and he thought that he had seen many reckless adventurers who were willing to give up everything to go into dangerous dungeons. But Yukito was different. Yukito was different. Yukito looked at the man. The man saw Yukito's serious attitude and thought that Yukito's eyes showed that he wanted to survive no matter what. The man sighed and lowered his head. Then he thought that there was no point in trying to stop Yukito. The man raised his head and looked at Yukito. He asked his name. Yukito looked at the man and said his name. The man was very surprised when he heard this. So much so that he fell to the floor in surprise. Yukito was very surprised by the older man's reaction. He looked at Yukito with his mouth open in fear. The man tried to say a word, but he couldn't. He lowered his head and clenched his teeth. The old man was wearing a ring on his ring finger. The man stood up and walked up to the counter. He said that he thought Yukito's name was very unusual. Yukito should follow him. Yukito followed the man. The older man went behind the counter and started looking for something on the shelves among the bottles. The man then placed several bottles of liquid on the counter in front of Yukito, which greatly surprised Yukito. Yukito looked at the vials and wanted to say something, but the man interrupted him. He said that he was giving all these vials to Yukito for free. A few healing potions would never be superfluous. The man picked up the vials and handed them to Yukito. He started shouting that Yukito should just take them for himself. They weren't that expensive. Yukito nervously held his hands out to the man. The old man rubbed his nose with his hand and said that this happens once every decade. Yukito held all the bottles in his hands and thought that this man was really strange. Clouds began to gather over the streets of the city. An elderly man came out to see Yukito off. Before leaving, Yukito looked at the man and nodded, then turned and walked on. The man folded his hands together and watched Yukito walk away from him. The man's face was still serious. After a while, the man still held his hands together, but he smiled and began to say that how many years had passed since the last time he spoke with someone from that world. The man remembered how he came to this world. He was wearing a suit. He had a bag in his hands. He was surrounded by strangely dressed people who were scared to see him. 39 years ago, he was summoned to this world. He then imagined a man in armor who fought goblins and how he sat and studied various books. The old man thought that at that moment he knew nothing and was desperately trying to find a way to return to his home world. The man recalled how he opened his scribbled diary and began to cry when he took out a photograph of his family. The man took off his glasses and put his hand to his face. He thought that he wanted with all his heart to return to his family. But now he did not have enough willpower even for this. The man remembered Yukito's serious expression and thought that this young man was really trying to fight. The point is not that Yukito was not afraid of dying, but that he accepted it. The man opened the door of his shop and walked in. The old man walked up to the jagged sword and looked at it. Then he put his hand on the sword, his desperate eyes reflected on the blade. He thought that he had already turned into an NPC. The man put his hands on the hay and hunched over. He thought that it no longer mattered whether he was a hit or not. The one who gives up his life as a protagonist becomes an NPC. There was a large window next to where the man stood. The man's eyes filled with tears, and he thought that he wondered at what time he had given up the fight. The man watched Yukito walk away from him. Meanwhile, in the backyard inn, all was quiet. Charlotte stood in a fighting pose with several boards set up vertically around her. She held the hilt of her sword in her hand. Charlotte then unsheathed her sword and struck several blows at the set logs, which she cut and they fell to the ground, one by one. After finishing her attack, Charlotte returned her sword to its sheath. Charlotte was wearing a fancy outfit with a broadsword. She lifted her nomu and said that her uniform was the perfect size and helped her move easily. Then Charlotte covered her eyes and bowed her head. She clasped her hands together at her chest. Charlotte knelt and prayed, she said, "Lord Lurie, please forgive her for becoming a warrior." Charlotte sat on her knees and kept her hands together. She looked at Lumilia, who was pulling the bowstring with a serious expression. Lumilia aimed her arrow at a tree with a wide trunk. Leaves began to fall from the tree crown. Lumilia sharpened her gaze and fired an arrow at the intended target. She used a skill called precision shot. The arrow pierced all the foxes that had fallen from the crown and stuck into the tree trunk. Lumilia held her bow in her hands and said that she now understood what it felt like to level up. Lumilia raised her hand and turned around when she heard Charlotte's excited voice. She put her hands together and with a smile on her face, said that Lumilia was a great girl. An octopus fell from the treetop and the girls looked at it. The door to the street opened and into the yard where the girls were standing, a woman in an apron. She said that she had finally found the girls. The girls looked at the woman who had suddenly appeared, while they were holding an octopus in their hands. The woman put her hands on her waist and said with displeasure that the girls were the companions of that adventurer named Yukito. Could the girls come with her for a minute? The girls tilted their heads and looked at the woman in surprise. The girls found themselves on a crowded street. Yukito was standing in front of them. Lumilia was holding an octopus in her hands. Charlotte looked at Yukito in horror and said that they really didn't have any money left to stay at the hotel. Yukito stood with his head down. Yukito held his backpack in front of him without raising his head, he said. That he had spent all the money to prepare the equipment. Charlotte raised her hands and said worriedly, "Did Yukito really not have a single gold coin left?" Charlotte, without turning around, looked nervously at the disgruntled woman who stood behind her with her hands under her chest. The woman angrily said that if the guys didn't have money to pay for the rent, then they were idiots to immediately pack their things and leave. Charlotte put her hand out in front of the slammed door. She looked ahead nervously. Behind her stood Lumilia and Yukito. Charlotte looked at Yukito fearfully. Yukito raised his hand and said enthusiastically that everything was fine and suggested that the girls spend the night in the stable. Lumilia held the octopus silently, and Charlotte nervously made an incomprehensible sound. Yukito smiled evilly and started looking at his book. He said that if they sleep in the stable, their fatigue will not be restored, but they will be able to restore their spells and skills. Yukito's face became even more gloomy as he didn't look away from the book and continued to say that, however, if they used paladin skills, they would receive the same fatigue recovery effect as if they were sleeping in an inn. Yukito raised his hand up and turned to the girl. He said that they could relax together with Rosinante, and she could also be together with Charlotte. Charlotte put her hand to her face and thoughtfully said that Yukito's idea wasn't so bad. Lumilia and the octopus looked at Charlotte carefully. Night fell over the city. Meanwhile, the boys were in the stable. The girls were sleeping in an embrace with Rosinante. Yukito was sleeping nearby in the corner, and the octopus was sleeping in a barrel of water. The events take place in the city of Orbeda. At the large gate stood a girl with a horse. These gates were surrounded by large brick walls leading into the city. A long-haired girl stood at the closed gate and touched the muzzle of her horse. Another short man stood next to them. Charlotte stroked her horse's muzzle and smiled. Then looking at her horse, she said that their goal was far away, but they were all counting on Rosinante. Charlotte looked thoughtfully to the side and, stroking the horse, began to ask if everything was okay with Yukito. He answered positively to her question. Yukito was sitting in the bag. He was looking out of it and reading a book intently. Charlotte did not take her eyes off Yukito. The bag Yukito was sitting in was a storage. It can store up to 230 kilograms and always weighs 2 kilograms. Yukito was looking out of the bag that was hanging on the horse. He said that he was looking for ways to get to the Temple of Evil as quickly as possible. Charlotte replied that Yukito looked like a demon, but since he was comfortable in the bag, he should continue to sit there. Yukito glared at the book and started to say that there was nothing in the rules about how to use the book. Charlotte, hearing Yukito's words, put her hand to her forehead and thought that it was really okay. Yukito looked at the book. There was a map drawn on the spread. He thought without opening his eyes that they had 6 days left before the start of the ritual of the Moon of Disaster. The map showed the mountains, the black fog, where the Temple of Evil was located, next to which was the city of Orbeta. The arrow pointed to an unusual sign. Yukito thought that if they did not have problems, they would come closer tomorrow. Yukito shouted to the girl that they needed to move. The girls were serious. They set out on horseback, the girls riding in the saddle, Charlotte holding the reins, Yukito still sitting in the bag. The boys set out on horseback. Forest and mountains were ahead of them. Yukito thought they were heading for the Black Mist Mountains. Charlotte and Lumilia were riding on horseback, their hair fluttering in the wind. Yukito was riding in a bag. He was scared and held on tightly to the bag. The boys were riding on horseback across a field. White clouds were floating over the mountains next to them. It was getting dark above the treetops. Lumilia was sitting on the ground with an octopus next to her. Charlotte was standing nearby, stroking the horse's muzzle. Yukito was sitting with his back to the girls. Lumilia held a stack of branches with one hand, and with the other hand she was stacking them for a fire. The octopus sat next to her in a small container, and there were branches in its tentacles too. The horse ate carrots and beamed with happiness. Charlotte held a basket of vegetables. She looked at the chewing horse with a smile and said that Rosinante did well. She needs to eat well. A noise was heard in the bushes near the boys. Rosinante clenched her teeth in anger and a piece of carrot fell out of her mouth. The girls looked anxiously in the direction from which the noise was coming. Yukito stood in front of the girls, holding onto a tree with his hands and kneeling. Charlotte raised her hands and asked Yukito if he was okay. Yukito's face was all in sweat. He turned around, wiping his face with his hand, and said that he was fine. But the rogue had the skill of parallel feeling. Yukito did not finish. He felt sick. He covered his mouth with his hands. Yukito felt sick and turned away from the girls towards the tree again. Charlotte came up and put her hand on Yukito's shoulder. She closed her eyes and thought that Yukito was not okay at all. After a while, Yukito and the girls were sitting opposite each other, a fire burning between them. Yukito extended his hand forward and cast a spell. Charlotte folded her hands in front of her face and watched Yukito's work with a smile. Lumilia and the octopus looked at the pot in which the vegetables and water were placed in surprise. This spell helped to cook the food. Yukito thoughtfully put his hand to his chin and said that although there was a lot of food, it was not very filling. He would like something warm and tasty. Lumilia began to rise from her knees. Behind her was a stack of stells, and in her hands was a bow. The boys watched Lumilia, who went away from them into the forest thicket, then she returned. Lumilia came closer to the boys with a rabbit in her hands. She said that she caught some food. The boys were pleasantly surprised. Yukito rolled up his sleeves and said with a smile on his face that it was time to show his skills at least once. The girls should help him with this too. Charlotte put her hands to her chest. She was impatiently waiting for the cooking to begin. Lumilia stood next to her. Lumilia, with an octopus on her shoulder, sat down next to the fire where a rabbit carcass was cooking. Yukito was trying the broth from the cauldron boiling over the fire with a spoon. Charlotte was sweating as she tried to peel vegetables, and Yukito was looking at her worriedly. There was prepared food on the ground, fruits, a rabbit carcass, bread, buns, and steaming bowls. Yukito and the girls began to eat the food. They began to glow with happiness and pleasure. The boys sat together. There was food in front of them. They continued to eat. Lumilia held an octopus in her arms. It raised several of its tentacles. Charlotte's horse stood next to the boys. After a while, empty bowls appeared on the ground. Lumilia was holding an octopus in her arms. She and Charlotte were looking at Yukito with serious expressions. He was holding a book in his hands and said that since they had finished eating, they needed to hold a strategy meeting. Yukito looked at the girls and said that the recommended level to attack the evil temple was 6. but their level of joy was on average 3, so they couldn't act directly. Yukito and Charlotte were level 3, Lumilia was level 2. Yukito opened the book to the page with the dragon and invited the girls to look at it. The girls looked at the book carefully. On the page of the book was a black dragon with wings. The book displayed its characteristics. Yukito placed the book on the ground in front of himself and the girls and began to say that even though this dragon was young, it was still a monster. Yukito would like to save Sana and Serena without encountering this monster. Yukito remembered the first encounter with the dragon and thought that he wasn't sure if they would be as lucky as the last time when they managed to escape from the dragon. Yukito put his hand to his face and thought of another way to save the girls. Charlotte and Lumilia listened attentively to Yukito. Lumilia looked away sharply. She noticed something in the bushes. Yukito and Charlotte looked at Lumilia in fear as she turned around and half-sitting, drawing the bowstring. Lumilia kept her hand on the arrow, which she aimed at the bushes from where she heard a rustling sound. She did not look away and was ready to attack. The boys saw small bushes between the trees in front of them. Lumilia was half-sitting and aiming an arrow towards the noise. Charlotte and Yukito were getting ready to strike. A fire was starting next to the boys. A horse was looking warily towards the noise, and an octopus was holding a stack of arrows for Lumilia. Lumilia pulled the bowstring and looked towards the noise. Yukito and Charlotte were behind Lumilia. They were wary. Someone walked through the bushes towards the guys. Several armed orcs were walking towards the boys through the bushes. Yukito saw the characteristics in front of them. They are barbarian predators. They are not very smart, but they handle weapons well. The girls stood up. Lumilia did not lower her bow. It was aimed at the approaching orcs. Charlotte took her sword out of its sheath. Yukito hid behind one of the trees. He looked at the girls warily and thought that the orcs were faster than he expected. The orcs began to drool. They began to shout that the girls should drop their weapons. They intended to capture the girls. The orcs rushed to attack, but were immediately hit by a barrage of arrows. The orcs that were walking in front fell to the ground. They were hit by Lumilia's arrows. She held her bow with one hand, and with the other she took out the arrows that were on her back. Lumilia used the quick shot skill. The remaining orcs rushed to attack the girls. Lumilia and Charlotte took up fighting poses to repel the enemy's attack. One of the orcs jumped up and rushed at Lumilia. He called her names and swung his axe to attack. There was an octopus sitting on Lumilia's hand. The orc struck but missed. His axe stuck in the ground. Lumilia managed to dodge and jump to the side. Lumilia held out her hand with the octopus on it and commanded it to attack. The octopus obeyed and shot ink into the orc's face. The octopus ended up on Lumilia's waist and she fired an arrow at the orc, who was covered in her octopus's ink. Next to Lumilia stood an armed Charlotte. She held her sword in front of her. An orc with terrible fangs attacked Charlotte with a roar. Charlotte's sword parried the attack with the orc's axe. The orc loomed over Charlotte, gritting his teeth. Charlotte ducked slightly from the orc's attack. The orc loomed over Charlotte and shouted that he would deal with her. There were coals from the fire under Charlotte's feet. Without thinking twice, she kicked a Stubbs which hit the orc in the face, causing him to drop his axe and walk away. The orc grabbed his bird face with his hands and began to scream in pain. Charlotte screamed too. Then she rushed to attack. Charlotte slashed her sword at the orc's back, causing him to fall to the ground and scream. She activated her skill, a powerful strike that dealt extra damage when attacking. Charlotte stood over the orc's body, with another orc looming over her with maces. Charlotte felt an attack from behind and turned around sharply. Another orc was rushing at her, shouting that he would deal with Charlotte. At the same time, Charlotte heard someone running towards her. Charlotte's horse appeared next to her and attacked the orc with maces. Charlotte was horrified and surprised. The horse began to trample on the body of the fallen orc. The other orcs watched what was happening with their mouths open. The orc stood motionless and shook with fear. Charlotte held her sword out in front of her and touched the horse with her back with a smile on her face. One of the orcs started shouting that it was a war horse. The others had to get arrows to attack it. Charlotte covered the horse with her body. Several loaded crossbows were pointed at them. Charlotte looked ahead and thought about what to do. Yukito stood nearby among the trees and looked at the orcs, who surrounded Charlotte and the horse. Yukito, without thinking twice, stretched out his hand in front of him and cast a spell of protection. Charlotte covered her face with her hand, as she was frightened by the arrow flying towards her. But the arrow shattered on the magic shield that Yukito had cast. It was a first-level spell that helped to repel the enemy's attack. Charlotte held her hand in front of her face. In front of her was a magical defense, against which the orcs' arrows were breaking. The orcs became alarmed. They began to look around and shout that they needed to find the source that was using magic. The orcs looked into the forest and saw Yukito, who stretched out his hand in front of him. One of the orcs took a crossbow and aimed it at Yukito. Yukito, without thinking, said that he would activate the power of the item in a day. A void formed where Yukito had stood. Yukito had disappeared. He had used the invisibility splash. The orcs approached the bushes where they had seen Yukito and continued to search for him. Yukito crouched near the orcs. He was wearing a chameleon cloak. It increased the level of camouflage. It could be used once a day. The orcs were standing in front of Yukito, but they did not see him. Then a blow was dealt to the orc's back. Lumilia struck. She was holding a bow in her hands, and on her back sat an octopus, which grabbed a stack of arrows. Several orcs looked at their compatriot, who was lying on the ground with an arrow sticking out of his back. Several orcs grinned and looked at the girls. The girls and their animals were serious and ready to repel any attack. Yukito, wearing an invisibility cloak, looked ahead and thought that there were 4 orcs left. His squad was ready to defeat them. Lumilia took another arrow and began to aim. Charlotte took out her sword and rushed to attack. Suddenly, the wind lifted the girls and their animals into the air. Then the girls and animals fell to the ground. Yukito, wearing an invisibility cloak, came over and leaned against a tree, shocked by what was happening. Yukito looked ahead and saw a chain with 2 spiked balls at the end. Lumilia and Charlotte were sitting on the ground near the horse's hooves. 2 armed orcs ran away. Charlotte watched in surprise as they ran away. Yukito told the girl from the bushes that they should be more careful. Lumilia sat on the ground and looked at Yukito. A huge orc with a chain with spiked balls in his hands appeared in front of the orcs. He was walking towards the girls. It was a combat class orc. A combat class orc stood in front of the girls, armed with a spiked ball target and brandishing the weapon. The war orc began to scream and swung his chain. He then threw his weapon at the girls. Charlotte held her sword in her hands, and Lumilia stood behind her with a bow in her hand. The war orc hit Charlotte with his chain. The orc's chain wrapped around her sword. Charlotte was shocked to see this. Then the war orc grabbed the chain and pulled it towards himself. Charlotte, holding the sword in her hands, rushed forward. Charlotte's sword began to slip out of her hands. Charlotte fell to the ground in front of the orcs. The war orc began to swing the chain above his head. Charlotte sat on the ground and looked at the orcs in horror. Then she was attacked by an orc's spiked weapon. Charlotte's mouth opened in pain. The war orc began to swing his weapon. Between Lumilia and the war orc, a blow hit the tree, which broke. Yukito, wearing an invisibility cloak, stared ahead with his mouth open in horror. Lumilia began to run away with the spiked weapon of a combat orc behind her, or struck with a spiked weapon, but missed. Lumilia managed to jump away. She was in the air and fired an arrow at the battle orc. The arrow hit the iron chain and broke. Lumilia was shocked. The war orc gritted his teeth and began swinging the chain above his head. Lumilia was still in the air. The small orcs began to rejoice and shout that the fighting orc needed to defeat the elf. Yukito was kneeling in front of the orcs, wearing an invisibility cloak. Lumilia's face was wary. Yukito looked at the back of the combat orc and thought that he had one chance to attack the combat orc. He could not make a mistake. Yukito gradually moved forward. Yukito looked ahead and noticed a vulnerable spot on the back of the combat orc. Yukito used the skill Surveillance at this time, which helped to find the enemy's weak spot. The battle orc decided to strike. He started to scream loudly and pointed his chain towards Lumilia. Yukito took out his knife and rushed at the battle orc. Yukito stabbed the knife into the weak spot of the combat orc. He used the sneak attack skill that the rogue had. The damage depends on the attacker's class level. A shrill scream came from the mouth of the war orc. Yukito held the knife in the orc's back and smiled. Yukito pulled the knife out and back of the orc. The war orc looked at Yukito. Yukito gritted his teeth and held the knife out in front of him. Yukito and the war orc stood in front of each other. The other orcs were surprised by Yukito's sudden appearance. The war orc clenched his jaws tightly in anger. He took the chain in his paw. The war orc swung his weapon and growled loudly. He leaned towards Yukito. Lumilia called Yukito's name in fear. Yukito became wary and thought that the spiked chain was considered a powerful weapon, but it was not suitable for close combat. Yukito rushed forward and slipped behind the back of a combat orc who had a spiked chain in his paws. A small ball appeared in Yukito's hands. Yukito threw the ball at his feet. It was a smoke screen. The battle orc raised his paw in front of him in surprise. This smoke screen could rise 4 places. The fighting orc with an evil face waved his paw in front of him to disperse the smoke. The orc stood with a target in his paws. He and the other orcs did not understand where Yukito and the girls had disappeared to. It was night outside. Charlotte was lying among the trees. She was trying to catch her breath. Her hands were shaking. There was a scratch on Charlotte's face from which blood was flowing. Charlotte placed her hand on her chest and cast a healing spell. Charlotte's entire body began to glow. This skill helped heal whoever the paladin touched. This skill can be used multiple times a day. Charlotte stood up from the ground. Then she touched her stomach and said that she couldn't find her holy sword. Charlotte looked to the side where Yukito's bag was. Charlotte started rummaging through her bag. Then she pulled out a spear from her bag. Charlotte remembered the conversation with Yukito and thought that this was a holy spear. It was a useful weapon that could be used as a throwing weapon. Charlotte remembered holding the spear in front of Yukito, who said that it was the spear that Lord Regdal used. Charlotte doubted that this weapon would be suitable for a paladin. Charlotte clenched her hands in bitterness at the memory. The war orc and the other orcs stood in the clearing with weapons in their hands. The war orc held a chain in his hands and looked around. The orcs were looking for Yukito. Something caught their attention. Charlotte was riding a horse towards the orcs. She had a spear in her hands. Charlotte was riding towards the orcs and screaming. Charlotte rode her horse through the trees. The war orc began swinging his spiked weapon. Spiked weapons flew around the dark figure of the war orc. The war orc began to growl and pointed his spiked weapon at Charlotte and her horse. The weapon flew past as Charlotte managed to dodge. The spiked balls crashed into the ground. Charlotte and her horse managed to jump to the side. The war orc clamped his jaws shut and yanked the chain towards himself. Charlotte screamed and charged with her spear. Charlotte's spear hit a combat orc holding a chain. Charlotte used her skill, Raid, which took 2 points from armor, but added 2 points to attack and damage. The orc's chain of spikes fell to the ground. Charlotte was on horseback and thrust her spear into the orc. A moment later, a large hole appeared in its body from Charlotte's attack. The war orc smoked and began to fall to the ground, watched by his kin. Charlotte opened her mouth and began to scream in shock that the spear had exploded. Charlotte was on horseback, holding a spear stick in her hands, and watched as the war orc began to rise. The war orc was leaning on his feet, gritting his teeth as he began to rise from the ground. He had a hole in his chest from Charlotte's attack. Charlotte held a charred stick in her hands. She glared at the orc. The war orc stood up and looked at the hole in his chest, making strange sounds. Behind the war orc stood a normal orc, holding a weapon in his hands and shaking with fear. The war orc was breathing heavily. He turned to his kinsman and said that he should give him his weapon. The orc stepped back and raised his weapon up. The battle orc wanted to grab the weapon but missed. Charlotte was surprised to see this. The battle orc looked forward angrily. Yukito, armed with an axe, hung over the combat orc. A stream of blood appeared in the air. Before this, Yukito said that the combat orc could not even count how many comrades he had left. Yukito recalled the events of the past, when he raised the smoke screen and transformed into one of the orcs. He thought that after activating the smoke screen, he threw the bag toward Charlotte and transformed into an orc. The other orcs, realizing what Yukito had done, began to scream in horror and clutch their heads. A moment later, arrows began to hit the orcs. It was Lumilia's attack. She stood behind Yukito and aimed at the orcs. The octopus was next to her. Several orcs lay on the ground, Lumilia's arrows still in their bodies. One orc remained, looking at his stricken kin in horror. He then began to run. Lumilia drew her bow and began to aim at the remaining orc. The remaining orc ran into the horse and fell from the impact. The orc sat on the ground and looked at the horse in horror. The horse began to raise its hooves at the orc. He sat on the ground with his mouth open. Yukito ran up behind the horse and shouted that it should stop, as Yukito wanted to question the orc who had stopped. Charlotte was on top of the horse and was stroking its neck to calm it down. Charlotte got off her horse and looked at Yukito. Charlotte walked up to Yukito and held Yukito's bag out in front of her. He reached his hands forward to take it. Charlotte showed a charred stick where the spear used to be. She nervously said that Yukito's spear had exploded during the attack. Yukito slung his bag over his shoulder and said that he had purposely tied an explosive potion to the spear. Charlotte put her hand to her chest and began to nervously shout that she was unhappy that Yukito made her use such a cowardly weapon, because she was a paladin, albeit a former one. Lumilia stood nearby and listened to the conversation of the guys. Yukito remembered the men's faces. Then he raised his finger and said that he had blessed the explosives at the temple, so they were sacred explosives. Charlotte put her finger to her face and thoughtfully said that if the explosives were really holy, then fine. Yukito stood in front of her with his finger raised. Lumilia and the others stood nearby and looked at the boys. Yukito was tying up the remaining orc. The girls were standing behind him, and next to them all were the bodies of the remaining orcs, with Lumilia's arrows sticking out of them. The girls asked Yukito if he had foreseen the orcs' attack. Yukito tied the orcs' hands with a rope and answered the girls' question positively. They were all surrounded by trees and bushes. Yukito recalled how he used the skill to communicate with a girl and a man before. Yukito said that earlier, in Orbeda City, he collected information related to the evil temple. Yukito imagined the mountain where this temple of evil was located. Yukito continued to say that this temple is located in the mountains of Black Fog. This name was invented 2 years ago. Before that, the mountains were called Zoagaya. Charlotte and Lumilia cautiously repeated the mountain's previous name and said that it was the name of the evil Avar god of darkness, worshipped by orcs and goblins. The girls imagined a hairy monster with a goat's skull with horns on its head. Yukito raised his hand and continued to say that with the power of the Black Dragon, the believers captured this temple. Most likely the goblin king that the guys defeated was originally a priest of this temple. Yukito approached the goblin with an arrow in his chest and said that the goblins had surrendered and joined the temple invaders, and the other students had fled and hidden in the forest or underground. The girls stood next to the goblin liaison who was sitting on the ground. Yukito began to rummage through the pocket of the fallen orc. Yukito took out a medallion on a chain and approached the tied-up goblin and asked what this medallion could mean. Charlotte screamed in surprise that it was a deity's amulet. Yukito held an amulet with a skull on it with horns on it on a chain. The tied-up orc looked at Yukito with displeasure. Then he turned away abruptly. Yukito held the amulet over the tied-up orc. Yukito held the amulet in his hands. He closed his eyes and began to say that in the end, they were unable to take back their temple and turned into bad bandits who attack adventurers. The tied-up orc got angry and began to call Yukito names. Yukito, without thinking twice, took the knife in his hands and pointed it at the tied-up orc with a serious expression. The orc fell silent and looked at the blade of Yukito's knife. Yukito stood motionless for a while and looked at the tied-up orc. Yukito held the knife in front of the orc's face and started saying that the orc needed to lead them to the orc base. Yukito needed to talk to the orc leader. The girls stood nearby and were surprised by Yukito's words. Charlotte approached Yukito and nervously shouted his name. Yukito, without lowering the knife, looked at Charlotte and said that the Temple of Evil was their common enemy. If the negotiations with the orcs were successful, then they would be able to combine their efforts. Charlotte nervously replied that it was impossible to unite with the followers of evil. Yukito recalled the negotiations with the Illithid. Yukito looked at Charlotte and said that he was willing to take any chance. After all, they had already allied with the Illithid. Charlotte wanted to object, but she fell silent and looked at Lumilia. Yukito crouched down, not lowering the knife from the muzzle of the tied-up orc. Yukito thought that, in any case, he needed to find out about the situation in the Temple of Evil. Yukito turned to the orc and asked if he would cooperate. The orc looked at Yukito thoughtfully. After thinking for a bit, the orc took some saliva into his mouth and spat in Yukito's face. The girls' mouths dropped open in surprise. The tied-up orc began to laugh and say that Yukito really thought he would talk. Yukito picked up the knife and thought about it. Yukito then grabbed the orc by the mouth and threw him to the ground. Yukito held the orc down with one hand and held a paper bundle in the other. Yukito wiped his face with his sleeve and said that he was sure the orc would want to make contact right away. Yukito held the orc's muzzle and cast a spell to create food. Charlotte and Lamelia watched in shock. Yukito was sitting astride the orc. The orc was swinging its legs in different directions and hitting the ground with them. Yukito asked what the orc had decided to do now to make contact. Tears started to flow from the orc's eyes. Vegetables appeared in its mouth. Yukito looked at the orc. Tears appeared in his eyes, and Yukito said that it was all too sad. Because of the loud cry, birds from the high treetops rose into the air. Yukito continued to repeat the spells for creating food. A thick fog began to appear in the thicket of the dense forest. In the depths of the dark forest, a tall castle with many windows appeared. On the street at one of the walls of the castle, there was a wooden door. This door led down the steps. The passage became narrower and narrower into the depths of the cave. At the very bottom, a passage into a room appeared, which was illuminated by a small torch. There were several fire vats in the room. There were steps along one of the walls with a chair on it. This place was painted with dark fabrics. Someone was sitting on the chair by the wall. Several guards were standing at the entrance. One goblin held a tray with a carved cup in his hands. He approached a man who was sitting on a chair by the wall. The man's face was not visible. The stranger had armor on his hands. He took the cup in his hands and grinned. The stranger threw a carved cup with a drink on the floor, which greatly frightened the armed guards. The stranger began to shout that he was unhappy with the appearance of the servants of the Temple of Evil. The stranger stood up, but his face was still invisible. The stranger extended his hand and began to shout that the minions of the Temple of Evil were not so difficult to deal with. The stranger clenched his fist. The stranger grabbed his head and bared his teeth. Then he introduced the black dragon and began to shout that the black dragon was to blame for everything. The stranger turned out to be Lady Raverna. The orc guards began to calm her down. The orc with a hammer in his hands dropped to one knee. An armed orc with a gray beard said that a group of orcs managed to capture several adventurers in the forest. Raverna stood in the semi-darkness and answered that. Why the group captured the adventurers, and not just did not deal with them. The old man raised his head and looked forward. Then he said that he thought they had beheaded one of the men. They imagined a group of orcs surrounding the girls who were sitting on the ground. They looked at the girls and smiled. The old man introduced the girls with their hands shackled, and they also had a chain around their necks. The man said that the squad had found two beautiful girls, one a noblewoman, the other an elf. Raverna clasped her hands together and began to laugh evilly. Then she plopped down in her chair against the wall. Raverna put her hand to her face and said with a smile on her face that if they sold the girls to the slave trader, their chest would be filled with gold. Could they get a ransom for that noblewoman? Raverna held her hand out in front of her and said that she was ready to examine the girls. They needed to be brought to her. The older man was kneeling with his head bowed. He agreed to carry out Raverna's order. On a large chair sat a short girl in unusual dress with lace and a bow on her neck. She smiled evilly. This girl was the mistress and priestess of darkness, named Raverna. The two beautiful girls that Lady Raverna's servants had brought stood right in front of her. They had iron collars around their necks, connected to each other by a fairly wide chain. Mistress Raverna grinned both contentedly and maliciously and put her finger to her chin. With a grin, she thoughtfully hummed and then said that the girls were certainly pretty. She smiled broadly and looked away. Lady Raverna told them that this was excellent, and that she wished to reward Orod and then asked them to bring him. The servant told her that the warrior Orod had taken some of his subordinates and gone to plunder the village. Mistress Raverna closed her eyes and grinned, noting that he was very passionate about his work. After that, she added that the orcs were stupid and wild, but as fighters they were really good. Suddenly she noticed something. Her gaze became very serious and wary as she frowned. Raverna asked what it was. Behind the beautiful girls stood one of the orcs. He was holding something of impressive size in his hands, which was covered with a white kerchief. The noblewoman and the elf turned around and looked at the orc with interest. The orc, with a very satisfied wide smile, told the lady that this was a gift for the priestess of darkness. After that, he pulled the white napkin from what was underneath it. The orc continued to smile contentedly. When the orc threw the napkin aside, underneath it was Yukito's bloody head, with blood dripping from his lips. The handkerchief under his head was also bloody. The beautiful shackled girls standing behind him turned their heads away in disgust and fear, closing their eyes and furrowing their brows. The orc standing next to them laughed quite happily, looking at such a gift. The servant with a very lush beard and mustache also laughed quite happily, closing his eyes. Mistress Reverna looked at what the orc showed her. After that, she sighed quietly. After that, the girl calmly and even a little proudly said that the adventurers were very stupid. She asked them if they took their equipment. Suddenly, Yukito suddenly and unexpectedly opened his eyes and grinned, looking angrily at Lady Reverna. He asked her seriously and quite contentedly which of them was stupid. Abruptly and unexpectedly for everyone, the scarf fell off and Yukito stood up from under it, after which he reached out his hand to Lady Reverna. She was very dumbfounded by this turn of events, from which she jumped up from her place and with bulging eyes looked at Yukito. He rushed at her with a brutal and very angry look. Lady Reverna tried to hit him in the face with her fist. From her face, you can only say that she is very angry. She looked at the guy with a grin. In one movement, Yukito was already behind Lady Reverna. His face was still imperturbable, but determined. He put his blade right to Reverna's neck. The girl was very surprised by his dexterity. But after that, Lady Reverna bared her teeth, gritting her teeth, and turned her evil gaze to Yukito's blade. She became wary and did not know what to do now. Seeing the hearts in his eyes, she realized it was charm personality. Components BCM. Ruby powder, cat hair. Range, 9 meters and duration, 1 hour. It can charm a humanoid creature within the radius of action. The charmed creature considers the caster a close friend. The other orcs grabbed their weapons tightly and rushed towards them quickly and aggressively, shouting that they needed to save Lady Reverna. The beautiful noblewoman, with an embittered and confident look, easily removed her shackles. The elf did the same and with the same ease. Her look was just as embittered. The noblewoman swung her leg with all her might and hit one of the orcs, who was about to attack them to protect his mistress. The elf, with a deft and quick movement, threw the blade at the second one, which pierced him right in the neck. The girl stood in a fighting stance with a very confident and angry look. Around them stood many more orcs who held their weapons in their hands and were ready to fight them at any moment. The other servants of Lady Reverna quickly ran towards them to protect the priestess of darkness. They bared their teeth and grunted angrily. Suddenly, Yukito very loudly and seriously ordered everyone not to move. The orc stopped and stood in a stupor. He told everyone with a very confident and serious look that this blade was covered with a deadly poison. Lady Reverna looked at him angrily without making any movements. The man waved his hand, stopping the orcs who were clearly angry from attacking again. Yukito looked at Reverna, thinking that he had thought so, that they all valued this priestess of darkness very much. Ms. Reverna's lips lost that evil grin, but she continued to look at Yukito with confusion and a little interest. Suddenly, she looked down. She looked at her hand. Yukito took out the Zoagwaya amulet and showed it to the priestess of darkness. He calmly asked her if this was what she was looking for. The girl looked at the amulet in the guy's hand in shock, standing in a stupor for a moment. The girl made several not very deep wounds with her claws on her thigh. She asked him very angrily and loudly about when he managed to do this. Yukito brought the amulet closer to him and seriously told her that since she was a religious class, she definitely wouldn't be able to use spells without it. Lady Reverna was very angry and displeased with what this unfamiliar young man said. Reverna's servants, who were standing not far from them, asked if he was from the Temple of Evil. The young man confidently told her that it was not so, and that everything was the other way around. The servants of Lady Reverna bared their teeth, gritting their teeth. Yukito kept his eyes on Lady Reverna and confidently said that he had come to discuss the possibility of an alliance with them. The priestess of darkness looked at the young stranger with an angry grin, frowning. Reverna the Dark. Race Duergar. Dark cleric, priestess of the dark god Zoahohai. Originally a princess of a small country in the underground depths, she later devoted herself to Zoa and fled her kingdom, settled in an underground cave, but was defeated by the forces of the Temple of Evil, and fled to this abandoned castle. The young man held the blade, the entire blade coated in poison, to Lady Raverna's neck. He asked if they would discuss the possibility of an alliance. The noblewoman and the elf stood in fighting stances, keeping the orcs away from Yukito. Mistress Raverna looked at the young man with a mocking smile. She asked if he was thinking about it after everything that had happened there. Afterwards, she finally agreed to his proposal. Yukito looked at the girl with all seriousness, telling her that he thought she wouldn't have given him a seat at the negotiating table if he hadn't done so. After his words, the girl silently and a little disappointedly looked down and thought about something. She looked a little upset. After that, an order was heard from Lady Raverna for everything to stop. Her servants were very surprised by her order. They tried to say something, but Lady Raverna interrupted them, saying that everything was fine. The girl waved her hand very proudly and confidently said that they understood that they would not leave her alive if they ended her life. Yukito still looked at the girl seriously. Then he turned his gaze to the servants of Lady Raverna and pointed at someone with a blade smeared with poison. A man with a very lush beard and mustache became wary, silently looking at the young guy. Afterwards, the same man waved his hand to prevent the warriors from attacking Yukito. After that, the servants of the Priestess of Darkness removed the orc who had been given the personality charm and dragged him back. Yukito still held the blade to the mistress's neck. After some time, all the warriors and the man with a very lush beard and mustache were already standing behind the door, and with worry and sadness they looked at their mistress Raverna. The door made a loud and drawn-out creak. After that, the door closed with a loud sound, but the beautiful girls in the middle of the room still stood in a fighting stance for a while. The young man and Mistress Raverna stood in place, not making any movements. When the door closed and silence fell in the room, the noblewoman and the elf sat down on the floor, leaning on each other, very tired and relieved. Yukito also sighed in relief and relaxed. Lady Raverna crossed her arms and looked at the young man who was still standing behind her. She asked him without much interest if everything was okay. Yukito said that it was. She frowned and looked at the stranger with a very intense gaze. She thought about how she could smell the same evil smell from this guy as she did. Meanwhile, the beautiful girls took the bag and said something to Yukito. The young man looked away somewhere. Lady Raverna thought about the fact that this guy was confronting the Temple of Evil. She was tormented by the question of who he really was. After that, she turned her gaze to the blade that was still pointed at her neck. The poison that the young man had spoken of was dripping from its blade. Lady Raverna told Yukito that he had said that he was not connected to the evil temple at all. Yukito looked at her without much emotion and calmly said that it was true and that they were their enemies, and that Lady Raverna's base had been stolen by them. Yukito asked if she thought that they could unite against their common enemy. The girl looked away a little hesitantly, frowning and thinking about something. After that, Mistress Raverna grinned and laughed quietly. She closed her eyes and asked with the same mockery that he really wanted to say that the three of them were going to destroy the Temple of Evil. Then Raverna added, asking if they knew that a black dragon lived in the mountains of black fog. The young man, not particularly surprised, confidently told her that the three of them were able to defeat the Goblin King, who was a follower of the Temple of Evil. That is, their enemy. Lady Raverna turned to Yukito in shock, and suddenly a soft knock was heard. The girl loudly asked if he was talking about Shamizu. She claimed that it was impossible. On his palm lay a small, simple ring. Yukito calmly said that it was a dwarven ring and that it belonged to the Goblin King they had defeated. The ring gave +1 defense. The young man carefully placed the ring in Lady Raverna's hand and said that he was returning it to her. The girl looked at the ring without saying a single word. She held this ring in her hands, thinking that this ring was proof that she was from a royal family. But when the underground temple fell before the Temple of Evil, Shamizu stole it from her. The girl squeezed the ring in her palms, then pressed it to her chest, and tears of joy flowed down her cheek. Raverna lowered her head down so that her eyes were not visible. Afterwards, she turned away from the young man, still with her head down. She wiped the tears from her eyes with her finger, and her appearance was still just as pitiful, but at the same time a little happy. After that, she proudly and calmly raised her head, closing her eyes. Lady Reverna told them that if they were only going to talk, then she would definitely listen to them. The noblewoman Yukito looked at the girl with a little surprise. The young man told her seriously that although it was unexpected, there was something he really wanted her to show him. Mistress Reverna looked at the young man with confusion but interest. After some time, they were already descending some stairs. The stairs themselves were very large. Lady Reverna walked quickly ahead of everyone. The elf looked around, and the noblewoman held a lamp in her hands, from which a weak light emanated. Yukito, who was walking behind Lady Reverna, held the blade at the back of her head, the blade of which was completely coated in poison, so much so that it was dripping off of it. After some time, they came to a door. The area around this door was illuminated only by the light coming from the lamp in the hands of the noblewoman. Mrs. Reverna opened the door with a very serious but at the same time very responsible look and looked forward. The young guy looked at the half-open door with interest and expectation. The four of them found themselves in a huge room, in which there were some statues, as well as many shelves with various books. The noblewoman raised the lamp up, illuminating the room. The noblewoman's attention was drawn to a statue of some creature, and she looked at it with surprise, her eyes bulging. The elf approached the skull of some huge animal. She looked at the creature on her shoulder with a little fear. Walking further into the room and looking around, the noblewoman placed her hand on her chest and told Yukito that this room had a very evil aura. The young man said absolutely calmly that there was a feeling that everything there would sparkle if he used evil detection. Ms. Reverna walked over to one of the shelves and pulled out a rolled-up paper. Yukito stood behind her and watched her actions. After that, they walked over to a small table and Ms. Reverna placed the rolled-up papers on the table. Unfolding one of the papers, it turned out that there was a plan of some building drawn on it. Lady Reverna told them that it was a map of the Zoa Gruaichai Temple. The young guy took it in his hands and was very surprised by what he saw. Yukito said with delight in his eyes that this was exactly what they needed and that the dungeon structures were not recorded in the Book of the World. He then added that the old way of creating maps could only be used against stupid creatures. Ms. Reverna picked up a piece of paper and confidently told the guy that this map would not be of much use. The girl crossed her arms over her chest and, looking down, said with a stern expression that the followers of the Temple of Evil could change Zoagaihe as they pleased, as well as change the location of the traps. The young man continued to study the map, telling her that it was sad, but at least they would be able to roughly imagine the layout. The beautiful girls looked at the map in Yukito's hands with interest. The noblewoman pointed to one of the places on the map and then said that the end of the dungeon was connected to an underground lake. The young man calmly agreed with her, saying that most likely there was a black dragon's lair there. The elf looked at the young man and asked him what he thought about where the prisoners might be. Yukito grabbed his chin and looked at the map carefully, thinking, asking her to give him some time to think. Two beautiful girls and a young guy were enthusiastically discussing something, looking at the map. Lady Reverna silently looked at them, almost not listening to their conversations. Reverna was extremely surprised and looked at them with wide eyes, wondering if they really planned to fight the Temple of Evil. The young man looked very serious and was obviously studying the map with all responsibility. She wondered if he was really going to fight them and what this guy was trying to achieve. She continued to look at them discussing something among themselves in surprise for some time, after which she looked away a little sadly. The noblewoman and the elf actively participated in the discussion. Lady Reverna thought that, of course, the enemy of her enemy is her friend. After that, she closed her eyes and lowered her head in great disappointment, pressing her lips together. She remembered the sinister goblins and thought that she wasn't sure if she could trust them or not. She looked at her ring again and thought that despite everything, he had returned it to her. She looked again at the young guy who was enthusiastically talking to the girls and thought about him. Lady Ramina pressed the ring that lay in her palms to her chest and pressed her lips together. The girl's cheeks turned red and her heart began to beat fast. There was a clear misunderstanding in her eyes. Suddenly, her eyes widened in realization and she raised her head. There was only one thing in her mind, that she couldn't feel like this because she was a princess of the underground depths and he was a man who was too cruel. She remembered how he put a knife with poison to her throat and how angry she was because of it. When she looked at the young man again and thought about him, Yukito suddenly raised his interested gaze to her. The girl stood in a stupor from not understanding why he looked at her. Lady Raverna loudly asked what he wanted from her, calling him a moron. They looked at her in confusion, and Yukito calmly asked her if the Black Dragon was the one who brought the evil temple together. Lady Raverna calmed down and told them that this was not so, and that for them, the Black Dragon is something like a god who protects them, but in fact, the elf druid is at the head of the followers. When Lady Raverna told them that his name was Jiraza, the elf asked again, very shocked and indignant about his name. The noblewoman asked her, confused, what was the matter? Yukito, worried but at the same time serious, asked her if she knew him. Lemelia looked a little scared. She pressed herself against the noblewoman while looking at the young man. She started talking about Jaraz, remembering what this Jiraz looked like. She told them a little hesitantly that he was her older brother. Meanwhile, in the Temple of El, the underground temple, a loud sound was heard. A lot of people in cloaks and with hoods on their heads were going somewhere. In one of the rooms near a large table stood a tall man with long hair and a staff in his hands. Loud sounds were heard from the mouth of some sinister animal which bared its sharp teeth. The long-haired man turned out to be Jiraza. He looked up at something without much emotion, saying that the time had almost come, and that soon the goddess of darkness would descend upon them. Behind Jaraz stood a huge, sinister wolf, whose eyes were terrifying and whose mouth was drooling. It was making loud noises. Jaraz was very calm and addressed it as Monagaram, asking if it was disturbing. There were many candles burning in this room, and a soft sound of a blazing fire on the wick came from them. There was also someone else in that room. There was long hair lying on the table, and on the hand there was an iron handcuff, chained. She was lying on the table, as if unconscious. She was dressed in very light clothes. Her eyes were closed, and her hands and feet were chained. Lemelia frowned and lowered her head a little. She told the others a little sadly that Jiraza was like an older brother to her and Serena. Lemelia began to remember the time when she was only 5 years old. With great interest in her eyes, she asked her brother Jaraz what kind of book he was reading. At that time, Jiraza was only 12 years old. He was sitting on the ground, holding a book in his hands. Jiraza looked at Lemelia in surprise. After that, he smiled sweetly and told her that he was studying magic, and that with its help he could become a druid. Little Lemelia became even more curious and asked him another question about what he could do with magic. Suddenly, Serena came up behind her. At that time, Serena was only 8 years old. She looked sternly at Lemelia, telling her to be quieter and that she should not disturb her brother when he was studying. Jiraza held the small flowers in the air with his magic. He told Serena with a sincere smile that everything was fine and that he was just thinking about taking a break. He then added, asking Lemelia if she could lend him her flowers. He closed his eyes and made light movements with his hands, saying that now this was all he could do. Jiraza looked at the flowers and using magic, he began to do something. His hair was slightly fluttering in the wind, and small sparks of magic appeared around the flowers. The flowers moved under the influence of magic, making quiet sounds. And so, after some time, a very beautiful, delicate wreath was already howling on Lemelia's head, and on Serena's neck there was an equally beautiful flower necklace. The girls were surprised, and they clearly liked their new decorations. Jiraza smiled contentedly. They were jumping up and down with happiness, saying that it was really cool, and that Jiraza was an amazing guy. Some aunties and an archer standing nearby were looking at them with a smile. The archer folded his arms across his chest and with a wide smile told Jiraz that he was an amazingly beautiful child, and that this was expected of a forest genius. Jiraza, embarrassed and a little uncertain, told him that this was not so. Suddenly, an auntie holding a small child by the hand called out to him. She told him that she needed help, and that's why she wanted to ask him to come to their house later. Jiraza agreed to her request. Lemelia's brother was a nice and kind person. He learned magic by sitting with a bunch of different books when he was 12 years old, and after that he was called the Forest Genius, and the villagers relied on him a lot. Lemelia, remembering her brother, said that Jiraza was constantly improving his magic. Remembering the happy faces of the people, she said that thanks to Jiraz, hunting became much easier, because with the help of his magic, he could determine where the animals were. Then she added that he could determine where the necessary grass was. He was very useful. She recalled a smiling Jiraz with a book, saying that in a little while he would become an elder. But one day, merchants came to their village on some big bowls. Sirena and Lumilia were looking at the goods that the merchants brought. Suddenly, they found something among the previously unseen things. Lumilia looked at the find with interest. It turned out to be some kind of dark book. Its cover was a little worn. Her brother was very attracted to this book. He looked at the pages with bulging eyes. Lumilia looked at her brother in great surprise. She couldn't read what was written in the book because it was too small. However, when her brother read it, he laughed and a wicked smile appeared on his face. One of the hooded merchants looked at Jiraz. He told him that the book was too old for anyone to buy, and so since Jiraz was so interested, it would be his. Jiraz stood there dumbfounded, looking at the merchant with his mouth slightly open. That day was a turning point. Lumilia's brother began to sit in his room all day and avoid everyone. After that day, he began to go out into the forest when it was dark. Lumilia and Sirena were very worried about him, watching their brother through the window, with fear in their eyes. There were people who saw Jiraz in the forest, and they saw what he was doing. On that person's face was fear and confusion about what was happening. Remembering Jiraz's face with its sly and frightening grin, they said that he was muttering something to himself and laughing. Soon the entire village learned of the strange changes in Jiraz. At the same time, all the animals in the forest disappeared. Watching Jiraz's adventures in the forest, the villagers became worried. The villagers decided to follow Lumilia's brother to find out what he was doing in the forest. They saw Jiraz in the forest. He had crazy eyes as well as his smile. His face was smeared with something. He called out to Sirena and Lumilia, and then to everyone else. Then he asked what happened. There was some strange animal standing next to him, which looked very dangerous. Jiraz kept smiling, putting his hands on it. He asked them about why they all came to the forest at such a time. Everyone was shocked and scared. His sisters asked him loudly and incomprehensibly what it was. Their brother, still smiling, asked if this was what they were talking about. He said that he had created it by crossing different animals, and at first he had failed, but it had become alive. He asked them with complete delight if it was not amazing. His eyes were shining with happiness. He loudly told them that he was his valuable creation. He took his face in his hands, which was very happy, and his eyes were shining with admiration. He sighed contentedly and said that this book was amazing and that it helped his magic grow to become more amazing. Lumilia, with fear and indignation in her eyes, shouted at him that by ending the lives of forest animals for the sake of creating something so terrible, he was completely against the rules of the village. The rest of the villagers said that it was exactly as Lumilia had said. They indignantly asked him if he even understood what he had done by creating such a monster. Jiraz drooped a little and the smile disappeared from his lips. Jiraz's gaze became very angry and frightening. He frowned and asked them if they really called this amazing creature a monster. Jiraz told them that they were all very stubborn and that they did not understand anything at all. He spread his arms out to the sides and confidently told everyone he wanted to send all the rules to hell because he was going to change them. Everyone was surprised by such a statement. He spoke very loudly about how the more he developed his magic, the more he could develop the village, and they would no longer have to hunt or do tedious things like gathering herbs. And if they obeyed him, they would be able to lead an easy life. His gaze was crazy and his appearance was terrifying. He shouted loudly that from now on he was an elder. He called everyone fools and then aggressively asked him if they understood him. When he noticed the arrows that were heading towards his created being, his eyes were filled with worry. After which, he frowned and rushed towards the being that had fallen to the ground. Lumilia looked at her brother with concern. Suddenly, a tall man came, looking at Jiraz very seriously. It turned out to be an elder whom everyone greeted. After some time, Jiraz was tied with a rope around his hands and then put in a cage. Jiraz was shocked by this turn of events, and his eyes showed confusion. Jiraz frowned and shouted very loudly to be released. He asked them why him. The cage Jiraz was in was placed in a cart. The villagers gathered around, including the elder. Jiraz asked everyone with an angry look why they were just standing there and watching. He told them all to hurry up and help him. The elder and the villagers looked at him with frowns. The elder told him with a very serious expression that he had broken the law. Jiraz stood in a stupor and was shocked. The elder continued, saying that as punishment he would be banished from the Elven village. Jiraza's eyes widened and hesitantly asked him again whether he would really be expelled. After some time, the cart moved and went somewhere with a loud sound. The cart was driven by 2 elves. Jiraza sat in the cage completely empty. Then he hissed. He frowned and shouted loudly that they should not think that this was the end, for he would make them all regret that they had cast him out. The cart continued to move away, and the villagers watched as Jiraz was carried away from the village. Serena hugged Lumilia. They both cried because of what happened. After that, little by little, the Les began to return to normal. Many books covered in animal blood were found in their brother's room. But that dark book that was all tattered was never found. Yukito, the noblewoman, and Reverna listened attentively to Lumilia, who stood by the table with a sad expression, talking about how her brother was banished from the elf village and never returned. The creature that was sitting on Lumilia's shoulder made a slightly sad sound. Suddenly, Lumilia's eyes widened sharply and she placed her palms on the table. Her hands trembled. She said that this couldn't be. She said with fear in her eyes that the one who revealed the location of the elven village to the forces of the evil temple was precisely Jeriz. But she did not finish her thought. After some time, they were still in that room. Lumilia was sitting on the floor, hugging her knees, and her creature was looking at her very sadly, making some sounds. The noblewoman looked at Lumilia with concern before calling out to her. Lumilia was sitting on the floor, not far from them. Yukito frowned slightly, holding a book in his hands, and told her to leave her alone for a while. Yukito looked away and thought about Lumilia's older brother. He flipped through the book, thinking that he felt sorry for Lumilia, but he couldn't do anything. He stopped at a page where there was a picture of a beautiful elf girl next to a wolf. Yukito said that Jiraza's class was a druid. Druids specialize in using the powers of nature. They use nature magic and have animal companions. They can also transform into bears and wolves and fight in this form. He frowned as he looked at the book. The young man thought that if this class was not analyzed and countermeasures were not developed, they could become dangerous opponents. Yukito's specialization window remained empty. He thought about how he didn't want to limit himself, so he left his special skill field empty. Yukito continued to look at the book, thinking that he was tempted to use it to get an extra HP, but he would hold off on that for now. Lady Reverna slammed the sharp tip of her weapon onto the floor. Reverna asked him what he was reading. Yukito turned to Reverna, a little scared. He placed the book on the table, closing it, and asked her what it was. Mistress Reverna raised her weapon and said with a grin that it was a legendary weapon of the underworld, the Giant's Hammer. The dwarven warhammer gave +2 to strength. The young man let out a small breath of surprise. He asked Reverna if this meant that she would fight with them. Lady Reverna turned her gaze to him. She closed her eyes and began to tell him a little proudly that they had also thought about the imminent attack on the Temple of Evil, and it seemed that since they had indeed defeated those goblins, they were not against joining forces with them. She said this quickly, and Yukito rejoiced. He had a very happy smile on his face. Yukito thought that it seemed that returning that ring gave me more trust than he expected. He remembered how he returned the ring to her. He extended his hand to Lady Reverna and said that this meant that they were now allies. Lady Reverna looked at his hand with a little surprise. Yukito frowned a little and suggested that they work together. Lady Reverna blushed deeply and looked at the young man very nervously. She turned away abruptly and shyly shouted at him to at least be grateful. Yukito smiled nervously, looking at Lady Reverna a little confused. Suddenly, someone called out to Yukito, and he turned around to see why he was called. There was a noblewoman standing there, next to Lumilia. Lumilia looked very confident. She said that she was going to save her older sister, Serena. The noblewoman placed her hand on her waist. Lumilia frowned and confidently said that even if their enemy was her brother, she still would not back down. He pointed his finger at the map where Winter Haven was. Looking at the table, he said that this place had become a deserted desert city, but now it was the base of the followers of the evil temple, and that first, they would infiltrate it and get information. Afterwards, he looked at Lady Reverna and asked how many subordinates she had. Reverna looked at Yukito very seriously. She told him that she had about 20 orcs and that they were stupid savages, but could be quite useful. Then she added that they were all first-level orc warriors, and that it felt like they could escape, ruining their plan, or betray them at the last moment. After that, she very proudly said that she also had 4 elite dwarf fighters and that they were absolutely loyal to her, their princess. Yukito thoughtfully took his chin and said that they were all warriors of the 2nd or 3rd level. He closed the book and thought about how it would be nice to have a rogue, but this would do. He told Riverna that he wanted the dwarves to split the orcs up and lead them as a distraction. Riverna asked about the distraction. Yukito raised his finger and said that he wanted them to attack several villages where the evil temple was located, and if their bases were attacked by the Zoa Guaihai followers, then the evil temple would have no choice but to split its main forces. Lady Riverna looked away and thoughtfully grabbed her chin, asking if they would really split their strength. Yukito said with a serious expression that they would, since they were not an opponent they could defeat head-on. Afterwards, Yukito asked Riverna why they hadn't retaken their temple yet if she thought she could defeat them in a frontal assault. This question was a blow to Riverna. She frowned at Yukito. He raised his head and closed his eyes, saying that if numbers were an important factor, they would simply hire adventurers. Mistress Riverna lowered her head a little upset and said a little uncertainly that he was right. Then she raised her head sharply and turning around told him that she would go and explain it to the old people. Yukito opened the book again and stared at it, thinking that a careless attack would only be a loss for them. He pictured in his mind how things might play out. He thought that if they charged at the enemy and were destroyed in one breath, all they would do was give the Black Dragon extra experience points. Mistress Riverna was saying something to her subordinates who were listening attentively. Suddenly, one of the subordinates looked at Yukito very sternly, and he frowned a little, covering his face with his hands. After some time, they had already developed their plan. The dwarven warriors would command 2 squads of orcs and attack the villages that had become the bases of the evil temple. They would attack each village repeatedly, and when the temple sent reinforcements, they would retreat. Hit-and-run tactics. Yukito continued to study the book. Although it was not a power that would pose a threat to the evil temple, they would not be able to ignore it. The young man grinned evilly. They would have no choice but to reduce their forces. The girl stood behind Yukito. Lady Riverna said that he was a little scary. The noblewoman simply remained silent. Lady Riverna turned her attention to Lumilia, who was frowning and looking at her. Her gaze was very confident and serious. Lumilia stood there, not taking her eyes off of Mistress Riverna. They looked at each other very seriously and angrily. After that, Lady Riverna grinned evilly and asked her if it was sad. Then she continued talking about the Dark Priest Paladin. The noblewoman frowned and looked at Riverna, thinking that he was already an ex. Lumilia frowned and didn't take her eyes off her. Riverna continued that in the same way. 2 natural enemies, the dwarves and the elves, unite. Lumilia also stood still after she confidently told her that if it was for the sake of saving Serena, then it didn't matter to her who she united with. Lady Riverna didn't answer her. She continued to look at Lumilia silently. The situation between the girls was very tense. But then the noblewoman closed her eyes and bent down a little. She took the girls by the hands and said that even if it is not allowed to unite with the forces of evil for the sake of good, the temple of evil is their common enemy. She held their hands, confidently telling them that they should work together to achieve their goals. She turned her gaze to Lady Riverna, saying that it was almost like the legend of the War of the Ring. The legend says that long ago in ancient times, humans, elves, dwarves, and another small race united to fight a powerful enemy. Lady Riverna, Lumilia, the noblewoman, and Yukito were standing near the horse. The young man and 2 beautiful girls were looking at Lady Riverna. Riverna put her hand on her waist and told them that she would show them the way to Winterhaven, as she was very familiar with the area here. While the noblewoman was petting the horse, Yukito agreed with Riverna, thanking her for it. Riverna looked away, and the young man looked at the book where it was written about Lady Riverna. Yukito thought about how when he thinks of a priest in an RPG, he imagines a rearguard who specializes in healing. Afterwards, he thought that despite this, the priest in this world is a stubborn vanguard who wears half-dresses and waves blunt weapons, and that the same applies to the Lankopans. Yukito looked at the book without much emotion, thinking about how many healing spells couldn't be used without directly touching someone, and how you couldn't be a healer without being a vanguard. Looking at all the special skills for a warrior, Riverna had a hammer listed in the lines about weapon mastery, weapon knowledge, and helmet crusher. Yukito closed the book and thought that in any case, Riverna was a third-level priest, so a healer was very useful for a good party balance. The young man said that Mistress Riverna would take the place of the vanguard healer. Riverna pointed at herself, a little surprised, and asked him again about the healer. She told him a little confusedly that she couldn't use healing magic. Yukito stood in a stupor and smiled nervously while chuckling questioningly. Lady Riverna grinned wickedly and said that it was because she was a dark priest. After some time, they walked forward along the forest road. Yukito was buried in a book, walking ahead of everyone. He told Riverna a little hesitantly that she was right. The girls looked at Yukito without much emotion. Looking at the book, he thought that he did not have all the attributes of a dark priest. They learned spells of harm instead of spells of healing. When spells of harm damage all forms of life, they act as healing spells for undead. Yukito became very nervous, not knowing what to do at all. He thought that in this case, the priest in the title was completely meaningless. Yukito looked at Lady Riverna, a little upset and uncertain, and asked her if she couldn't at least learn the standard healing spells. Riverna smirked and said that it was impossible. Yukito turned away and grabbed his chin, thinking about something. After that, he suddenly grabbed Riverna by the shoulders with a very serious face. Riverna was extremely surprised by his actions. Mistress Riverna blushed deeply and asked him a little nervously what it was he was planning to do to her. Yukito told Riverna to listen to him with a very serious expression. Riverna frowned at him, her lips pressed together. The young man abruptly showed Lady Riverna an open book, and she was a little frightened. He showed her a page with some god. He asked if she could worship Roandris, the god of order and goodness, from now on. He grinned very evilly and contentedly. He rattled off that calling on Roandris would increase the amount of healing spells she could use each day, and she would also be able to use the Detect Evil spell, which was very useful, and when she leveled up, she would be able to emit a holy beam from her eyes. Riverna told him sternly, and even more so, she didn't understand what holy beam he was talking about. That she would never do that. Yukito thought that he thought so. Class skill persuasion was a complete failure. The noblewoman and the Amelia were riding a horse and galloping somewhere. A bag was attached to the side of the horse, in which Lady Riverna and Yukito were sitting. The two beautiful girls looked straight ahead calmly. Suddenly, Riverna's loud cries were heard that she couldn't believe it. She screamed hysterically, asking Yukito why she, the princess of the underground depths, had to endure such treatment. Yukito sat with his face buried in his bag. He didn't look very healthy. Yukito looked at Riverna and Tylo said that he couldn't do anything because a horse can't carry more than 2 people. Yukito looked back at his bag, saying that he had the feeling that she didn't care about all this shaking. Riverna, a little surprised, told him that humans were quite weak and then giggled. Lady Riverna smirked mockingly as she told Yukito that such a build was nothing to the Duergar. Her racial stat gave her +8 stamina. Yukito told her that he envied them, then covered his mouth with his hand and coughed. After some time, they were already in a completely different place. There was a lot of different grass and trees. They got off the horse and walked on foot. Yukito walked with his head down. Riverna closed her eyes and said very displeasedly that she could not believe how impudent he was, and that the way he treated her, the princess, was unthinkable. Riverna raised her hand to her face and told him with a sad expression that her precious armor of evil still smelled. Yukito covered his mouth with his hand and told her that he had already apologized. He still felt sick, and Lemelia's creature was rubbing his back. The young man looked at Mistress Riverna and asked her where the so-called gates of the Doom Mine were. Riverna thoughtfully took her chin and looked off to the side. She began to push aside the bushes, saying that she was sure that they were definitely somewhere around here. The noblewoman looked around with a very wary expression. The fog was gathering near them. She looked at Yukito, saying that the fog had become thicker. Yukito also became wary, saying that she was right. They all walked forward together, looking around. Yukito told them that they should continue moving without losing their vigilance. Lady Riverna walked ahead of everyone. After some time, they have already reached the foot of the Black Mist Mountain. In order to get to Winterhaven, the base of the evil temple, they need to get through this foggy forest. In addition to the difficulty of movement due to the forest terrain, there is a chance of a random encounter with an enemy. They had a huge list of random encounters with various creatures. Despite all this, Raverna knows a secret passage through an abandoned mine that can be used to get to Winterhaven. Suddenly, after some time, Lady Raverna froze. Yukito was wary of such a sudden pause. He came closer to the girl and leaned slightly, looked at her, asking what happened. Then he raised his head and looked up. In front of them was a huge rock, the slope of which was absolutely vertical to the ground. They all stopped in front of it, and the young guy asked if it was a dead end. Lady Raverna panicked greatly. She began to hesitate, saying that there should be a secret entrance somewhere. Yukito emphasized the phrase that it was somewhere, a little disappointed. Suddenly, Lumilia and her creature turned around warily, frowning. Lumilia took her bow and said that there was definitely something there. She had +6 insight. The noblewoman also became wary and looked in the same direction. There was something huge walking behind the trees, obviously bigger than them. The girls and Yukito kept their eyes on the direction of the unknown creature's movement. Lumilia had already pulled the arrow, ready to attack at any moment. 2 chicken bears came out to them. Large monster. Chaotic neutral. Health, 42. Speed, 9 meters. Special skill, strike. They are very temperamental and ferocious, aggressively attacking both animals and people. Yukito was shocked and asked the others if it was a chicken bear. Everyone was surprised and a little scared. Yukito stood in a stupor from what he saw, his mouth slightly open. At the same time, he thought about the fact that in that random encounter table there was not a single monster with a threat level higher than 4. The bear chickens noticed them and narrowed their eyes a little. They looked scary. Suddenly, one of them opened its mouth and started to attack with a loud sound. They were all scared of this monster, and Yukito stepped back, raising his head up, and Lumilia was ready to shoot. The chicken bear attacked the noblewoman with its huge paw, but its blow hit the girl's sword. The noblewoman flew back. Her gaze was very angry and wary. These monsters were preparing to attack the girl with a sword again. They were very aggressive towards them. The noblewoman was sitting on the ground and trying to get away from the blow. And Lumilia covered her, pulling her arrow and preparing to attack. She was serious. She shot her arrow at those horrible monsters, and they opened their mouths and retreated a little. But after that, their eyes became simply fierce. Lumilia gritted her teeth, looking at them with apprehension. These chicken bears brushed at them again with even greater aggression. They rushed at the girls with great speed, and they did not know what to do. The young guy reacted quickly and unrolled some kind of paper roll, shouting the spell web. The monsters suddenly stopped, and one of them rose up on its hind legs. They were chained to a large web. Web is a 2nd level spell. Range, 15 meters. Duration, 1 minute. Saving throw, dexterity and strength. This spell creates a mass of thick webbing at a point of your choice within 6 meters. These monsters tried to free themselves from this trap by twitching their heads and paws, but all to no avail. They opened their beaks and screamed very loudly, continuing to twitch. Yukito turned to Charlotte and Lumilia. He loudly ordered them to form an attack formation against the large monsters. He frowned and seemed confident in his actions. Charlotte took her weapon and stood up from the ground, telling him that she understood him. Lumilia pressed her lips together and her gaze became even more confident. Lady Raverna did not understand what formation they were talking about. She watched their actions in surprise. The beautiful girls quickly stood in their places, and Lumilia jumped back a little. They took their weapons, ready to attack. The young man put his hand forward towards the girls and confidently shouted the spell, Increase. Some loud sounds were heard, and these terrible monsters stared at something in shock. Yukito calmly watched what was happening, but Lady Raverna was very surprised, and her mouth was wide open. A large shadow fell on them. The girls grew much taller and even more terrifying. Their confident gaze never left these monsters. Enlargement, a 2nd-tier transformation spell. Range, 6 meters. Duration, 1 round. Concentration. Increases the size and weight of creatures in the caster's field of vision. Charlotte swung her sword and rushed towards the enemies with loud screams. She dealt a very strong blow to these monsters. The chicken bear screamed very loudly from the blow, and Charlotte looked at them menacingly. One of these chicken bears reached out with its paw towards them. Suddenly, some sounds were heard, and Lumilia pulled her arrow, and her eyes narrowed a little in anger. The arrow shot straight at them while these monsters were still trying to get out of the web trap. This arrow hit one of the monsters right in the neck, and its eyes were filled with pain. The second one looked at the wounded one with fear. Suddenly, a huge explosion occurred. Explosive arrow, a special arrow with an alchemical potion of fire applied to the tip. When it hits a target, it deals additional fire damage. The second monster's gaze became even more ferocious, and she cowered in anger. The chicken bear tried to break free from the web with a sharp movement. Lemelia looked at what was happening, a little scared but still stood in a fighting stance. Yukito remained calm, but Raverna was shocked. The tactical schemes for different types of enemies were somewhat written in the manual for preparing for random encounters with monsters. Charlotte gritted her teeth and rushed towards Lemelia. She struck the monsters again. First, he uses a web spell to limit the enemy's movement, and then uses an enlargement spell on Charlotte, which allows her to beat the enemy half to death with a long weapon, while at a distance from the web's area of effect. When Yukito read this from the book, he smirked contentedly. This tactic is effective against large monsters that can only use physical melee weapons. Charlotte and Lemelia continued to attack these terrifying monsters, while Yukito and Lady Raverna stood to the side, watching them. Lady Raverna frowned slightly, thinking about how they had dealt with the ferocious chicken bear so easily. After some time, these monsters were defeated. Lemelia lifted their skin and wiped her forehead, exhaling, saying that even though they were forest monsters, they could not waste their lives in vain. Yukito and Charlotte admired, and Raverna was shocked. And now they are standing before this huge barrier again. Lady Raverna told them that this is the gate of the Mine of Doom. Yukito thoughtfully grabbed his chin, asking if it was true that there was nothing here. Raverna confidently said that it was because the location of the Doom Mines was a secret, and the entrance could not be found in the usual way. After that, Lady Raverna put her hand forward and, closing her eyes, confidently said that she, the rightful ruler of the kingdom, opens the gates to the kingdom of darkness. Tall, magical doors appeared in front of them. The others looked at what was happening in shock and confusion. They stood in a stupor, looking up. Raverna, however, was not surprised at all. After that, the walls began to move apart, opening a passage for them. And then, a dark, huge tunnel opened up in front of them. Yukito's gaze became more determined. Charlotte was still in shock. Lady Raverna turned around, looking at Yukito. She smirked contentedly, her eyebrows furrowing. After that, she spread her arms and looked again at that dark tunnel, which had a staircase leading down. Raverna told them that they had entered the underground depths. Yukito confidently walked forward, suggesting that the others start moving already. Charlotte worriedly asked Yukito to stop. Afterwards, she hugged her horse and told him that Rosinante was too big and couldn't get in. Rosinante had a very pitiful and sad look, just like Charlotte. Yukito thoughtfully grabbed his chin, looking at the horse. He thought about using a shrink spell to make her small, but the duration of the spell was too short and he didn't have many scrolls. But suddenly an idea came to him, and he opened his mouth slightly. After some time, they were already walking through the caves. Stone spikes had formed on the ceiling from which water was dripping. Yukito was holding a lamp in his hands, from which a not very strong light emanated. They walked along the rails, passing by the minecarts. There were skulls of some creatures lying on the ground as the boys walked past them. Raverna raised her hand and told them that there were no dangerous monsters in this mine, and that it was just dark, so they should watch their step. Charlotte, who was walking behind him, began to twitch violently. Yukito turned around, looking at the girl. He asked her if she was okay. Charlotte was dripping with sweat. She smiled a little nervously, saying that she was in perfect condition. Charlotte leaned her hands on her knees. She looked tiredly at the young man and said that, despite everything, the horse was a little heavy. The head of the horse, which Charlotte was carrying on her shoulders, was sticking out of the bag. Yukito felt a little sad as he lowered his head, thinking about how the storage bag ignored the weight of what's inside. However, it didn't apply to what was outside the bag. But still, with his strength, he wouldn't be able to carry a horse's head that weighed around 60 kilograms. He asked Charlotte, a little annoyed, to let him know when she was tired and they would make a stop. Lady Raverna turned around looking at them. Then she smiled broadly and said that in that case she knew a great place a little further. They came to the shore of a large body of water. Mistress Raverna, with a wide smile, told them that this was the underground lake of the Mine of Doom. Everyone looked at this large lake in shock, with their mouths open. Mistress Reborn waved her hand and closed her eyes, saying contentedly that it was her favorite place and that she had often played there when she was little. Lumilia squatted down and reached her hand toward the water. She dipped her fingers into the water, then put her hand to her mouth and licked her fingers. She said that it was beautifully clean water with a huge amount of minerals. Yukito watched the girl with a little surprise. After that, the young guy put his hands on his waist and suggested that everyone take a short break. Mistress Reborn raised her hand and said that she wanted to take a bath. Charlotte literally fell off her feet. Lady Reborn looked at the young man with displeasure, crossing her arms over her chest. She said that all this was because, thanks to someone, she had to clean her armor. Yukito smiled a little nervously, looking at the girl. After some time, Lady Reborn went into the water to bathe. Loud splashes were heard from the water. Yukito told them that he would be on guard. Charlotte petted her horse, thanking him. After some time, Reborn climbed out of the water onto dry land. But the water continued to splash as it crashed onto the shore. They put all their things and weapons near the rocks, including the lantern. The girls took off all their clothes and went swimming in the lake. The horse also got into the water, swimming not far from the others. Mistress Reborn let out a relaxed breath and smiled, telling them that she felt alive again. She was almost completely in the water, her hands on the shore and her head on them. Suddenly, Lumilia, sitting in the water, turned her gaze to Mrs. Reborn. After that, she reached out her hand to her. Lumilia poked Reborn lightly, looking at her body with interest. Lady Reborn screamed loudly from the touch. Her cheeks were covered with a slight blush. Mistress Reborn covered her chest and turned to Lumilia, asking her shyly what happened. Lumilia told her without much emotion that she had very nice skin. Reborn put her hand to her chin and proudly told her that it was natural, because she was a princess of the underground depths. Lumilia thoughtfully put her finger to her chin, looking at Reborn with interest. After Lumilia started talking about some smell, Mistress Reborn raised her hands worriedly and sniffed them, then asked if she still smelled. A slight blush appeared on Lumilia's cheeks, and she reached out her hand to Reborn, saying that this was not the case and that she smelled very nice. After that, Lumilia added, saying that she smelled like flowers. Ms. Reborn asked about flowers, slightly surprised, raising her eyebrows. After that, she turned around, taking something from the shore, saying that this is it. The girls looked at the thing that Mistress Reborn showed them with admiration. It turned out to be a very beautiful soap in the shape of a flower. Mrs. Reborn told the girls that it was excellent soap brought from the West. Lumilia looked at her with very cute and puppy eyes, telling her that it was very interesting. Reborn raised her head proudly and, closing her eyes, placed the soap in the girl's hand. She told her that if she was so interested, she wouldn't mind if she used it. Lumilia accepted the soap and thanked Reborn for it. Lumilia looked at the soap in her palms with a little surprise, thinking that it was similar to the sweetness she ate in the Elven village. After this, the beautiful girl bit into this soap. Mistress Reborn very worriedly and indignantly reached out to her hand, very loudly saying that this is not food. Charlotte approached Lumilia, asking her worriedly if she was okay. Lumilia quietly told them that it was very nasty. Suddenly they shouted that a huge wave was heading towards them. While the girls were swimming, a young guy was sitting on the shore and looking at something on paper. Very loud sounds were coming from behind the stones in the water. There were many scrolls and various items lying around Yukito. He thought about re-preparing his spells during a quick rest. Quick rest. The party takes a rest for at least 2 hours. The young man also thought that according to Lady Reborn, there were no dangerous monsters in this mine, so he didn't need sleep or a magic bolt. He looked at the pile of scrolls and thought that while they were still at rest, he would go through them again. Lumilia's being gave Yukito a scroll, and he thanked it. Yukito thought about how he puts the scrolls he often uses in the holder on his cloak, so that he can use them quickly. Yukito began to put the scrolls into the small pockets on his cloak. He thought about how most of the scrolls he bought were Tier 1 or Tier 2 spells, and that he could use Tier 3 or higher scrolls. But in order to use them, the success of using them would be based on his knowledge criteria. He imagined the unfortunate situation, thinking that it would be bad if he couldn't use it at a critical moment, and that if he failed the knowledge check, the scroll might explode. The young man pursed his lips, thinking that the damage from the random fire was not that big, but he only had 1 health, so he would end his life. Looking at the scrolls, he thought that high-level magic scrolls were also quite expensive, but he bought a few scrolls just in case to be on the safe side. After closing the bag, Yukito said that he would finish here. Lumelia's creature folded its tentacles and said that it was a good job. After that, he turned his gaze towards the girls, thinking that it was time for them to get out of the water. Suddenly he heard very loud screams which made him alert and bared his teeth, shifting his eyebrows. Lumelia's creature raised its tentacles, preparing to fight. Mistress Raverna, with tears in her eyes, pressed herself against Charlotte while looking at something sitting on her shoulder. She asked the girl in fear what it was. Charlotte looked at Raverna a little scared and surprised. Lumelia calmly said that everything was fine and that a leech had simply attached itself to her. After that, she took the leech from Mistress Raverna's shoulder and threw it away. Mistress Raverna was shaking all over with fear. Charlotte put her hand to her lips and, smiling a little, told her that it was very sweet that she was afraid of such trifles. Raverna indignantly stood up on her feet, clenching her fists. After that, Raverna bent her arms very displeasedly and loudly told the girls that she also had things that she didn't like. By this time, Yukito ran up to them. He worriedly asked if everything was okay. When he noticed that the girls were in the water completely naked, he stood in a stupor, his mouth hanging open. The girls were a little surprised to see Yukito there. Shirota covered her mouth in surprise. Mrs. Raverna began to cover her body with her hands and her cheeks turned red. She was very embarrassed and indignant at the same time. The young man was also very embarrassed. He shook his hands, starting to apologize to them. Mistress Raverna looked at the boy angrily, clenching her teeth, and tears rolled down her eyes. She screamed very loudly, asking the young man why he was such an impudent fool. She grabbed her soap and threw it with all her might at Yukito, hitting him right in the forehead. Yukito was thrown back by the impact, and the soap bounced off to the side. Charlotte and Lumelia looked at Yukito with wide eyes and concern. Lumelia's creature reached out to the young man with its tentacles. The boy's lifeless body lay on the surface. Usually, throwing a non-weapon-like object, such as soap, does no damage. Raverna's eyes were full of tears, and she was looking at the young man with anger. Despite all this, the throw was also given a bonus of the thrower's strength. The girls pulled Yukito to the ground. His eyes were completely empty and his mouth was slightly open. He lay motionless on the ground. Unfortunately for Raverna, this throw becomes a critical attack and is an exception to their rules. Yukito's health was at 0. Some kind of shellfish was swimming in the absolute darkness. A sea creature was sitting in a chair and drinking some kind of drink from a cup. Suddenly, the cup suddenly cracked with a loud sound. The creature looked at his cup with some surprise. The drink began to leak through the cracks and drip onto the floor. He put the cup on the saucer and wondered if something had happened. The second creature looked at what had happened, uncomprehending. He looked up and decided that it was absolutely nothing. After some time, the young guy slowly fell somewhere into pitch darkness, which seemed endless. He opened his eyes and thought about where he was. He realized that this feeling was very familiar, just like then. He remembered his previous end of life. The guy looked at his hands and thought that everything was exactly the same. He kept looking at his hands. He said in shock that it was impossible. Then he asked if it was true that he ended his life because of soap. Yukito began to look around, gritting his teeth. The boy began to call first Charlotte, then Lumelia, and finally Raverna. But there was no answer. He was floating alone in this pitch-black and endless darkness. The young guy was already starting to panic, and his face showed obvious fear. He said that they must be joking. After that, he started calling Charlotte and Lumelia very loudly again, but to no avail. Yukito bared his teeth in fear and looked at the source of the sound. A huge hand was reaching out to him from the darkness. It grabbed the young guy abruptly. Yukito stood in a stupor, not understanding what was happening. Someone said that she had finally found him while holding the guy tightly in her hand. Yukito looked at that hand with anger, gritting his teeth. Meanwhile, in the cave, the girls were calling Yukito over and over again, very worried. But he was still lying motionless on the ground. Charlotte said very upset that this couldn't be happening. She put her hand on Yukito. Lady Raverna looked at him with confusion, crossing her arms over her chest. After that, Raverna leaned closer to Yukito and asked about the drama queen, then added that she only touched the soap. Lumilia stood next to them, her head down. Suddenly, Mrs. Raverna loudly said that he had ended his life while placing her palms on his cheeks. She started running from side to side, not knowing what to do now. She was very worried and panicked, repeating about what they should do now, and that something had to be done right now. Lumilia leaned towards the young man and pressed her ear to his chest. She listened carefully, when suddenly she realized something. When a person reaches 0 health, he loses consciousness and enters a state where the person has practically finished his life. He will never end his life right on the spot. When a person's health drops below 0, they must make a saving throw every turn with a difficulty of 10. If the saving throw fails, the person will end their life. If they succeed, they will remain unconscious in the same state, and if health is restored by the beginning of the next time, consciousness will return to him. However, if health falls below the level allowed by the endurance indicator, the person will end his life immediately without the ability to make a saving throw. Yukito successfully made his endurance saving throw, keeping his life within a hair's breadth of its end. Charlotte folded her hands and began calling out to the holy light, begging for the blessing of the righteous God to flow through her. Lady Riverna and Lumilia looked at Yukito's body warily and seriously. There was a loud sound, and Charlotte brought her palm close to Yukito's body and cast the spell laying on of hands. His hair began to flutter in the wind, and his gaze was very confident. Suddenly she jerked, and opening her mouth and bulging her eyes, she raised her head up. Charlotte was grabbed by the leg by some large creature from the water. She looked at what was holding her, scared, just like the other girls. Slippery tentacles wrapped around Charlotte's shin. The girls asked in confusion what was going on, when suddenly some creature crawled out of the water with a nasty sound. Riverna asked hesitantly and nervously if it was a gelatinous cube. A gelatinous cube. A large magical creature. It has a punch, a special grab, a swallow, and some other abilities. It is a giant mass of translucent slime. It has no intelligence. Mistress Reverna asked in confusion and indignation why it was there because there shouldn't be any monsters there. The girls became wary and looked at the creature angrily. Charlotte was lying on the ground, slightly panicking, watching the nasty tentacles wrap around her leg. Lumilia ran towards the girls, carrying all of their weapons in her hands. She shouted loudly to Charlotte that she had brought her weapons, after which she handed them out to the girls. Charlotte began to pull out her sword with an angry look, while Lumilia's creature held her hand. But suddenly, she was pulled somewhere, and Charlotte screamed loudly. Lumilia's creature could not hold her, and so it was dragged along with her. Lumilia reached out her hand in concern, but Charlotte shouted at her to run. Her body was slowly being absorbed by the strange slime creature, and now only her palm remained outside. And so Charlotte was already completely absorbed by this slime, floating with Lumilia's creature among other objects. She closed her eyes and opened her mouth wide. Her sword fell from her hands, floating next to her. The other girls began to call them. Suddenly, the horse accelerated sharply, rushing towards this slime cube, but his leg was suddenly grabbed by this creature and very quickly sucked in. The horse could not move inside this slime cube, and now in this slime, beside Charlotte, there was also her horse. Lady Reverna, sitting next to the young man, and Lumilia were extremely shocked. Lady Reverna grabbed her weapon and stood up from the ground, baring her teeth. Lumilia drew her arrow and loudly told Reverna that she was leaving Yukito to her. Lady Reverna became wary, at first looking at Lumilia with confusion, but then she took Yukito, so that he was wrapping his arm around her neck and dragged him away from that place, telling Lumilia that she understood her. The arrow that Lumilia fired flew into the slimy creature and entered its flesh, but was then simply slowly absorbed by it. Lumilia was stunned by this turn of events, and she continued to stand in place, spreading her arms slightly to the sides, and at the same time not knowing what to do. But then she gritted her teeth and said that her weapon had no effect on him. Lumilia again took an attacking pose, but this creature suddenly grabbed her hand. Lumilia looked at these nasty tentacles with anger and fear. The creature swung its tentacle and sent Lumilia flying into the rock, striking her in the stomach. Her bow fell to the ground. The girl sat near the stone, her eyes closed. Arrows fell from her shoulders, and those nasty tentacles wrapped around her body from her legs to her chest. Lumilia continued to groan quietly and exhaustedly. After a while, Lumilia was inside that huge slime cube. Lady Reverna was hiding behind a small rock, slightly peeking out from behind it. Yukito's body was seated next to her, leaning against the rock behind her. Ms. Reverna suddenly opened Yukito's bag and started looking for something, asking about where they were, where those healing potions were. Afterwards, she finally found several vials and fought with the light that she had finally found them. Lady Reverna began to pour these potions into Yukito's mouth in a very strong panic, thinking about how he would swallow it all quickly. Yukito remained lifeless, and the potion was now flowing from his lips and dripping onto the ground. Mistress Reverna was in complete despair and looked at the young man with disappointment, thinking that it wasn't working. She bit her lower lip and looked very upset, thinking that it was all her fault, but she never thought that it would turn out like this. She was very upset and didn't know what to do. Lady Reverna continued to stare at Yukito's lifeless body, with the potion dripping from his lips. Suddenly she frowned sharply and her gaze became a little more confident. She pressed her lips together and looked at the potion vials, thinking that of all creatures to do something like that to a human. She quickly turned the potion vials over and began drinking the potion from them. She grabbed Yukito by the hair on top of his head, squeezing it tightly into a fist. A blush appeared on Lady Reverna's cheeks, and she hesitantly placed her hand on her neck. After that, she finally made up her mind and pressed her lips to the young man's, placing her hand on his shoulder. She passed the potions from mouth to mouth. She was in complete despair. Meanwhile, Yukito was still being held by the huge hand. He was surrounded by pitch-black, endless darkness. Someone had very ominously told Yukito that she was a goddess who ruled the realm of death. She squeezed Yukito's body even tighter, causing his eyes to bulge, and he screamed very loudly. She told him that his soul was in her hands. Yukito gritted his teeth, looking at that huge, painful hand with great anger, and wondered if he was really going to end his life like this. This goddess had no intention of letting the young man go, telling him that after his life ended, the book of the world would finally return to her hands. Yukito lowered his head. Suddenly, the pitch black above him began to crack with a very loud sound. Yukito wondered in confusion what was happening. He looked up tiredly and heard someone asking him to open it for heaven's sake. Yukito saw his beautiful girls in the light, Charlotte, Lumilia, and Lady Reverna. And he also saw his smiling sister, Sana. She looked at him with her shining eyes. Yukito froze, his mouth wide open at what he saw. He didn't move but began to say something. The goddess holding him became wary when he suddenly spoke. The young man clenched his teeth in anger, after which he frowned and shouted very loudly that he would not allow himself to end his life in such a place, especially because of some soap. Yukito twitched from side to side, trying to get out of the grip of that huge hand. He tried with all his might to get out, but it didn't work. The goddess told him that it was all useless, and that death had already bitten into his soul. Suddenly, the young man bit the hand that was holding him very hard and sharply. It trembled, and Yukito managed to get out of its grip and head somewhere away. He reached up with all his might, with hope and a little fear in his eyes, clenching his teeth. He reached for those cracks through which the bright light passed. The goddess reached for him again, cursing him and calling him all sorts of bad names. But the young man continued to reach with both hands, trying to reach the top until his fear left him. But now there were more and more cracks. More and more light was coming to Yukito. And then this black curtain was destroyed and Yukito was illuminated by a bright white light. The goddess had to retreat, but the guy did not stop, continuing to reach up. Meanwhile, Lady Reverna was thrown into the stone by this horrible creature. Reverna closed her eyes and covered her face with her hand. She stood up on her feet, exhausted, and exhaled heavily as the creature reached out to her with its tentacles. Lady Reverna gritted her teeth, turning to see if Yukito had woken up. Suddenly, this creature grabbed Mrs. Reverna by the leg with its nasty, slippery tentacles. Feeling this, Reverna was very scared. Mrs. Reverna screamed very angrily and scared for it not to do this. Suddenly, some loud sounds were heard, and then a loud, magic bolt spell sounded. A magical attack flew past Lady Reverna, which easily cut through those tentacles that were holding Reverna. Reverna fell to the ground, looking at the severed tentacle. Her eyes widened in shock, and she asked loudly what that was. But she didn't finish her thought, turning back. Yukito stood behind her, holding out his hand. He said with confidence in his eyes that they probably had some problems there. He looked at Lady Raverna and grinned contentedly. A dark-haired guy stands in front of a small wall and looks at it. He asks about a gelatinous cube. A girl is sitting on the floor next to him. Unlike the normal games, the slimes in this world are dangerous, absorbing and dissolving objects. Some of them are harder to defeat than the demon lords. The girl got to her feet and now runs to the guy, shouting that he finally woke up from his sleep. The girl has a weapon in her hands. Suddenly, someone shouts very loudly for the girl to watch out. The face of this girl with long hair becomes very scared. The monster suddenly attacks the girl, knocking her to the ground. The girl, raising herself up, winces in pain, squinting one eye, and indignantly asks, "Who do you take me for?" This long-haired girl stands up and raises her staff onto her head. She addresses the evil god of darkness, Zoa Guhai. The girl stares ahead and asks very loudly for this god of darkness to grant her the gift of his shadow. The tall girl jumps and starts screaming while swinging her staff to attack the monster that attacked them. Raverna lands a blow that is supposed to be a helmet breaker. The girl swings her staff, cutting the monster's body in half with a distinctive sound. However, it instantly regenerates. The boy and girl, looking forward, realize that the creature is capable of regeneration. The guy ponders that Raverna's hammer is a magical weapon that can deal damage to magical creatures. But the monster that attacked them can resist piercing and blunt damage, so it's useless. There is a magical creature somewhere nearby. Mind control magic does not work on this creature. The guy has a whistle with a fire-type spell, but Charlotte and the others are still inside this creature. The guy understands that this slime is very slow and they could have escaped long ago, but if they leave for a long time, their friends can dissolve completely. The guy even imagines the bones that are left of his friends. The guy stands still and doesn't understand what to do next. A sword is stuck into the ground a short distance from the guy. The guy thinks of something, his eyes widen. The monster begins to move. Roberta takes a stone from her pocket and approaches it. She thrusts the stone inside, preparing for another fight. The girl loudly pronounces the spell of inflicting wounds, activating it with a gesture. The effect is instantaneous and works at close range. The monster's eyes widen in surprise. Inflict wounds use negative energy and deal a lot of damage to all creatures. Using this spell on undead will restore their health. The girl stands with her hand outstretched forward, holding a stone tightly in it. Suddenly, Raverna flies back, trying to somehow protect herself from the monster with her staff. The girl stands next to the guy and shouts that it's all useless. Yukito stands next to her, never moving once. The boy asks Raverna to listen to him and asks if she, as a dark priest, can use necromancy. Raverna confirms, adding that all priests have mastered this art. The dark-haired boy leans towards Raverna's face, embarrassing her. They talk quietly and Yukito is forced to bend down since he is taller than Raverna. Finally, the girl steps aside, rubbing her face and closing her eyes, saying that the guy's plan makes sense. The guy remains standing in place, one arm extended forward. The guy casts a shadow image spell, creating several phantom clones. If the enemy attacks, it is randomly determined who gets hit, the guy or one of the clones. The clones line up in front of the monster. The magical creature itself begins to move and make sounds. All of Yukito's clones, including himself who is among them, jump high in order to deliver a powerful attack. The monster attacks all the clones. The monster's attacks land between them. The clones and Yukito run in different directions to avoid the attacks. Yukito suddenly stops. A monster's attack hits him. The guy excitedly says that it was pretty close. The guy stands with his head slightly lowered, looking forward. Yukito looks worried and asks to turn around quickly. Hurry up. Raverna sits behind them. The girl stands with her eyes closed and says something. She calls upon the departed souls of the damned to rise with the help of her power of darkness. She asks them to become her damned soldiers. There is a squelching sound inside the monster, and someone is moving inside it. Suddenly, a clicking sound is heard inside the monster. The skull of a person who has lost his life begins to click loudly. Next to the skull are other remains of this person. The dead man's limbs begin to move. The skull opens its jaw and makes a sound. Smoke appears near Raverna. She uses magic to animate the undead, raising it to her level, allowing it to issue simple commands. The animated skeleton, clutching a sword, slices the magical creature in two. Raverna and Yukito watch happily, amazed at his success. The skeleton holds Charlotte's sword, which can defeat the slimes. The skeleton stands still as the slime spreads across the ground. The skeleton hides behind a huge mass of slime, holding a sword behind its back. Small fragments of slime twitch on the ground. Nearby lie the bodies of the dead, partially submerged in the slime of the defeated creature. A new girl appears on the ground, covered in slime that is gradually sliding off. Raverna, standing behind the boy, explains that the slime threw them out, caring about its own regeneration, not about preserving the prey. Raverna and Yukito approach the two girls. They begin to hug them. The girls themselves remain unconscious. The slime starts to gather together. The skeleton is alive. The girl is still standing in the slime and is trying to somehow fight it off with a sword. Raverna says that this monster is very stubborn, because it is still trying to recover. The guy says that this will definitely not happen while he is alive. A small open vial hits a magical creature, its contents spilling out and corroding the area where it hits. The monster makes strange sounds. The boy and the girl look at this with rather surprised eyes. The girl's mouth is open in surprise. The same bottle appears in the hands of the guy with dark hair. The young man says that it is an oil potion. Raverna starts screaming. She says that now she understands everything, because if you cover the individual parts of the slime with a layer of fat, they will not be able to merge again. Yukito stands in front of a large pile of slime in which the skeleton that the girl revived is stuck. The guy holds out a roll of paper and shouts for it to burn his enemies to ashes. Suddenly, 3 clots of fire magic appear. They fly forward. Yukito still stands in place. The youth summons Scorching Rain, a spell that releases fiery rays, each of which deals significant damage. The number of rays increases with the caster's level. All of the creature's slime and skeleton ignite. Raverna supports one of the girls who has not yet regained consciousness. Yukito remains in place, holding his hand out in front of him. Yukito brings a bottle of water to the mouth of one of the girls he just saved. This girl opens her mouth and starts drinking. A small amount of water runs down her chin. This girl carefully and very slowly opens her eyes. Suddenly, the girl jumps up and says in surprise that Yukito was able to return to life. The guy himself only makes a short sound as confirmation. Yukito raises his head, and now he looks at Raverna, who stands with her arms crossed over her chest. The young man says that he came back to life thanks to Raverna. Yukito puts his hand behind his head and starts scratching the back of his head. The guy smiles awkwardly and says that he is stuck between life and death. But he was still able to hear someone's voice. It turned out that Raverna used a healing potion on Yukito. Raverna stands with her arms still crossed over her chest. The girl remembers how she touched her lips with the guy's lips. Her face looks very surprised. Raverna stands next to Yukito and looks at him with displeasure. She clearly doesn't like the fact that the young man told all this. Raverna blames Yukito, claiming that she is partly to blame. She points at him, clearly annoyed and disappointed that someone could die over something as trivial as soap. The girl turns around and goes off somewhere to the side, making some dissatisfied sounds. A horse looks in her direction. Yukito thought about it and finally realized that he really almost lost his life because of such stupidity. Yukito is caught by a huge hand. Realizing the danger of delaying the potion, he sits with the girl and notices the skull, swallowing with tension. You can prepare and plan endlessly, but if you lose your life, you will be dead anyway. However, Yukito has an Ophelia's blessing. Yukito understands the need for careful strategy and learning new skills. While the extra health points will protect him from small things like soap, he is still vulnerable to fatal blows from enemies. Yukito is holding a book in his hands and he is flipping through the pages. The guy thinks that this is his only possible option, although he would like to avoid it. The boy meets an elder lich, a creature that emerged from a high-level mage who became undead. It looks repulsive and has a lot of evil spells and techniques. High-level mages can become liches, eliminating their weakness to physical damage. Even undead kings have vulnerabilities that require magical artifacts. Yukito thinks about his future as he closes the book. Yukito's gaze goes forward. Yukito looks quite tense and serious. The guy wants to become the richest lich, having a large number of different expensive things. After some time, everyone is in a large cave. On the ceiling of the cave are quite large stalactites. A graceful girl walks with a confident gait somewhere straight. Her weapon is fixed on her hips, which she holds with one hand. The tall girl apologizes for the delay and asks if they can go further. Yukito agrees, but first wants to do something important. Using detection magic, Yukito illuminates the magical objects in the cave. He collects them, suggesting that others do the same, as he needs resources to become a rich lich. A tall girl kneels before the remains of a man who has lost his life. Charlotte clasps her hands and closes her eyes, praying that Luria will be the guide of this man who lost his life. Riverna stands nearby and looks at her hands with great interest. Suddenly, Riverna also starts praying. Black smoke starts coming from her. The girl who was sitting before looks scared. Suddenly, Charlotte screams at Riverna to stop doing this, as she might confuse the souls of the dead. Riverna doesn't understand how this could be. Yukito continues to pick up something from the ground. Suddenly, the young man notices a small piece of a gelatinous cube, which makes the guy smile and let out a short laugh. Yukito collects it in a small bottle. The boy hopes that he will be able to use it someday. The team continues their journey through the large cave. Everyone follows one another, with Yukito lighting the way for them. The team stopped and Riverna points somewhere ahead, where it is very dark. Yukito looks carefully in the direction his friend is pointing. The team, on a kind of bridge in the cave, goes to where Riverna pointed. The young man continues to light the way. The guy and 3 girls walk along the bridge. With them there is also a horse, which calmly follows the team. Yukito is surprised that there could be such a bridge in this cave. Riverna says that it is the Behemoth Corridor that was built by the dwarves about 600 years ago. Yukito asks Riverna if they will find the same dangerous monsters down there as before. Riverna quickly tensed up and stared at the guy in surprise. Riverna turned away and stuttered that nothing like that was waiting for them there. The girl herself looked rather awkward, sweat running down her face. The girl with short hair and long pointed ears thought about it. She says that at first they were attacked by a chicken bear while they were in the forest. And then there was a gelatinous cube. Amelia says that these monsters are not natural. These magical creatures were born from forbidden spells. Yukito looks away suspiciously and asks if the girl thinks that Jiraza is already involved in this. Lumelia lowers her head and says she doesn't know. Behind the girl's back, a large number of arrows are visible, which are her weapons. Suddenly, Charlotte notices something to the side and looks there in surprise. The girl points down and says there is something there. Yukito lowers the lamp and asks about the city of stone. The light does not illuminate the room very well, so only a small part is visible. Riverna smiles as she talks about Galdora, once the largest settlement with over 800 inhabitants. Yukito corrects her, calling it a village, not a kingdom. Riverna stands in front of the boy and asks what he just said. The boy puts his hand forward and, stuttering slightly, says that he didn't say anything. A team of 3 girls and 1 guy goes down. Lighting the way, Yukito and the team approach the large gates guarding the Doom Mine. Everyone looks at the impressive structure in amazement. Suddenly, the eyes carved into the gate begin to open. Yukito and the 2 girls step back, looking forward in fear. The sealed gate says that Yukito will not pass until he proves worthy. The boy looks angry after hearing the sealed gate's words. The team stands in front of a sick gate. Charlotte puts her hands in a lock and looks at the large gate, asking what it is. Riverna says that it is a sealed door that cuts off the great dungeons of the deep from the rest of the world. A glowing ring appears in Riverna's hand. Putting on a black glove, she raises her head and, introducing herself as the Princess of the Dark Realm, commands the doors to open. The 4 team members and the horse stand in front of the large gates, silently looking at them. A tall girl with long hair asks what is going on. Riverna stays ahead, studying the gates carefully. Suddenly, these gates say that this girl has no passage and she is not worthy of it. Yukito asks what's going on. Riverna says she doesn't know and suggests that the door has forgotten her name. The gate keeps saying that it is a sealed door. It will never open itself to those who are not worthy. Riverna looks at the sealed gate with displeasure. Suddenly, Riverna gets angry and swings her leg at the gate to kick it. Riverna asks what's wrong with this stupid door. Riverna stands with her back to the rest of the team, slightly hunched over and making some sounds. Yukito looks at the girl's back and remains silent. Yukito approaches the girl and reaches out his hand to her. He assumes that when Reverna ran away, someone changed the locks. Reverna continues to sit on the floor, quite angry. The girl agrees with Yukito's assumption. Charlotte asks what they should do now. If they don't go through here, they'll have to go back, avoiding the forest, which will take much longer. Yukito looks at the gate and agrees with the girl, saying that she's right. Suddenly, a bow appears behind Yukito. Lumilia stands with her bowstring drawn and ready to shoot. Lumilia releases the bowstring and the arrow flies very close to Yukito. The guy continues to stand there, quite surprised by what the girl just did. The arrow flies into this talking gate, and a big explosion happens. The whole team looks at it all rather stunned. Yukito, Reverna, and Charlotte turn around with rather scared faces. They run up to Lumilia. Everyone calls her by name, asking what she just did. When the smoke that was left behind from the explosion from Lumilia's arrows cleared, Yukito looked at that gate as he passed by. Yukito looks at this gate in surprise and thinks that there is not a scratch left on it. Yukito understands that it will not be possible to break through it. Suddenly, the voice of this gate is heard. This gate calls the team fools. They say that their brute force is useless, and it will open only to the smart. Yukito looks at the gate in surprise and asks again about the smart ones. Meanwhile, behind the guy, a tall, long-haired girl tells Lumilia that you can't shoot at unfamiliar things. A glowing field appears under the guy's feet, which is divided into squares. Lumilia, Charlotte, and Yukito himself are in this field. Reverna stands aside and looks at this in surprise. The girl is shocked, her hair swaying in the wind. Yukito stands in front of the gate with a riddle, solving it. He remembered the crosswords from the dungeons. The door turns to the guy and asks him to answer a riddle. Yukito raises his head and looks forward a little angrily. The gates-on begin to make a riddle. Someone deeper than the Eisen Valley, and surpasses the Iron Mountain dragon in rigidity. He is hot like lava, but also cold like a sword. Who is he? Yukito looks up slightly, a little scared. Yukito didn't quite understand the riddle and asks what it could possibly mean. The dark-haired boy turns to Reverna and asks if she has any guesses. The girl smiles and replies that she has no guesses at all. Then the young man turns to the other two girls who are standing slightly behind him. He asks if they have any guesses. The girls stand a little stupefied, and the guy realizes that they have nothing either. Yukito ponders the riddle, but realizes that he doesn't know the answers, as he is unfamiliar with this world. Raising his head, he realizes that the intelligence potion will only clarify his thoughts, but will not provide a solution. The book of this world appears in the guy's hands. This book only contains an explanation of the rules of this world, but it will not answer Yukito's riddles either. Yukito repeats some parts of the riddle he just asked again, his face looking very serious and thoughtful at the same time. The rest of the team also begin to ponder the riddle that was just posed. Their faces look rather thoughtful. In the book that Yukito is holding, there is a drawing that looks very similar to the gate they are currently standing in front of. Yukito placed one finger on his cheek and began to study the page. The guy's face looks rather thoughtful. Suddenly, the guy finally notices something that really interests him. In a book with a certain language, it is written that health 100 resistance, 50 physical magic damage. The rest of the team turns around at Yukito's loud voice. Their faces look quite surprised because they didn't expect Yukito to start shouting something. Yukito closes the book very hard and abruptly. The guy stares ahead. He says that he finally understood everything. Yukito approaches Reverna and asks her if she can borrow her hammer. The girl says that of course she can, but asks why the guy needs it and what he plans to do with it. A guy with dark hair starts to approach the gate with a face carved into it. Suddenly, Yukito swings the hammer he borrowed from Reverna. Yukito lands one very, very powerful punch that is aimed at this magical gate. Yukito's face is distorted with anger and rage. Charlotte stands next to her horse and looks at this in amazement. Lumilia is also very surprised by the guy's actions. Reverna stands next to the girls. Her face looks just as surprised. No one expected such an action from Yukito. Yukito picks up the hammer he borrowed from the girl and thinks that this door is not so easy to break through. The guy grips the hammer handle much tighter than he did before. Yukito starts hitting the magical gates many times again. All three girls run up to the guy, calling his name and asking what he is doing now. These gates say that all this is meaningless and call the guy a traveler. The gates will open only to the smart. Yukito starts to attack multiple times without any pauses in between. Yukito looks serious. The door sees all the movements the guy makes and says that it's all pretty reckless on Yukito's part. The guy is standing on 2 legs and breathing heavily. He is still clutching the hammer he borrowed from Reborn. Suddenly the boy started screaming loudly and running very fast at the same time. The boy swung the borrowed hammer again. Yukito delivers another very powerful blow to the magic gate. A small piece from the cheek of this gate falls off. A small sign appears, which says that the health of this magic gate has decreased by 1. Reverna, Charlotte, and Lemelia, who are standing slightly behind, look at what the guy just did, surprised and even very stunned. The eyes of the magic gate also widen from the fact that the guy was still able to hurt them. Yukito stands near the gate and continues to breathe very heavily. The hammer he borrowed from Reverna is still clutched in his hands. The guy lifts his head slightly, and now he looks at this magical gate from under his brows. There is a weak grin on his face. The guy thinks that this is exactly what he knew. The gate is dented by the guy's blow. He understands that the door with 50 defense points is almost indestructible, but a critical hit can reduce its durability by 1 point. Sweat is running down the guy's face, and there is a rather wide smile on his lips. His eyebrows are furrowed and the guy starts walking forward again. The door says that it will repeat itself and say again that Yukito is a stupid and indifferent traveler. The door says that Yukito must first prove his wisdom by solving the dungeon master's riddle. The boy approaches the gate again, about to strike. Yukito calls out to Reborn and says that a little damage doesn't mean anything. The dark-haired boy stops and turns to face where Reverna is standing. Yukito returns the hammer he borrowed from the girl and says that it is her turn to attack the magic gate. Yukito stands with his back to the gate and points his thumb, saying that they should keep hitting that thing until its health drops to 0. 3 girls stand next to each other and look at the guy in surprise. Suddenly, these 3 girls all start asking what the guy meant. The magical gate turns to Yukito and asks him to stop, because all he has to do is solve the riddle that was given to them and the gate will be able to open. Yukito turns around and apologizes to the magic gate and says that they don't have time for this. Yukito stands behind Reverna and says that they need to push themselves a little. It's a great way to relieve stress. Reverna remembers the time when the door wouldn't open even though she said her name. Suddenly, a girl with a hammer jumps very high and swings hard to deliver a fairly strong blow. The girl says that this is because the door forgot her name. Reverna continues to attack. The door continues to say only that the team must first prove their intelligence. The dark-haired guy stands to the side and supports Reverna, saying that she is doing well and needs to continue in the same spirit. Lemelia and Charlotte stand next to the guy and have rather scared faces. Suddenly, another small piece of the magic gate falls off. Reverna says that she was able to break this door after all. Yukito continues to stand aside. He claps his hands and says that it was cool. Usually using this method, the weapon will break faster than the door, but not magic-buffed weapons like Reverna's hammers. Lemelia assumes that it is her turn and gives her arrows to Yukito. Reverna turns to the girl and agrees with her. Charlotte awkwardly raises her hand and says, slightly stammering, that she will be after Lemelia. Dora is surprised that this team is lining up to attack her. Yukito steps back as the 3 girls stand in front of the door. The magical door asks if they are seriously going to attack her now. Yukito sits down on the ground next to a small lantern he brought with him. Yukito looks relaxed. After some time, a guy with dark hair lights a fire. Next to him is a large white horse. Yukito turns to the girls and says that he will make tea. He suggests that they take their time and take this moment to rest, since they have a piece of chicken bear left. The magic door, which is one left, looks rather stunned by what is happening to it now. From the side, the voice of the team is heard, which says that it is very tasty and sweet. Suddenly, the magic door starts screaming very loudly and calling for the team to pay attention to it. The door states that the dungeon master has been working on the puzzle and it cannot be ignored. Players need to focus and solve it because those who break the rules are the worst. Yukito approaches the magical gate and swings some kind of weapon and delivers a very strong blow. The guy's face looks very tense. The next attack comes from Reverna, who also tries to swing very hard to make the blow stronger. Yukito and Lemelia sit by the fire and eat. Meanwhile, Charlotte and Raverna continue to damage the door. Charlotte lands one hit after another, each hit being quite powerful. Charlotte's face looks very focused on the matter. 8 hours later, Yukito stands near a fire and begins to roast the coins he collected in the dungeon. Charlotte approaches Yukito and asks what he is doing. He explains that he heats up the coins he finds over a fire to check if they are poisonous or if they are disguised as mimics. Raverna continues to stand near the magic door and deliver many powerful blows to it. The girl delivers another powerful blow, which breaks through this magic door. Suddenly, the door began to be covered with many cracks. Raverna stands at the ruined door where she delivered the finishing blow with her hammer. The rest of the team approaches her. Raverna starts shouting happily that they were able to do what they wanted to do. Yukito comes closer and says that it's a pretty good job. The team begins to move forward. Ahead of them awaits the Temple of Evil, a mountain range of black fog. The guy with the dark hair is the last one to go through the hole they were able to create. Some of the team asks where they are. Someone replies that they are halfway up the mountain outside the mine. Suddenly, Yukito stops in his tracks because he hears a voice cursing. Yukito looks quite surprised. The young man looks down. His one foot stepped on the remains of the magic gate. This piece of the magic gate commands the boy to go back and solve the puzzle. The magic gate asks him to stop trampling on it. The dark-haired guy, Lemelia, and Charlotte look at all this with a very surprised look and wide eyes. Yukito suggests that they quickly leave here. The small piece that remains of the gate tries to stop the team. The team continues walking along a small path that is located on a high mountain. Under their feet is a very deep gorge. Suddenly, a very strong wind blew towards the team. The hair of all the team members rose up. All the team members tried to protect themselves from the wind with their hands. The guy thinks that this wind is quite unpleasant and wet. It seems to him that this wind remains on the skin. The guy's face looks unhappy with what he felt. Yukito remembers the moment when he encountered a similar wind sometime in the past. Suddenly, Raverna points somewhere ahead with her index finger and says that they have arrived at the appointed place. The team watches the Black Mist mountain range from afar. Everyone is silent, staring ahead, their hair blowing in the wind. Someone remarks that the range is a temple of evil. Yukito clenches his fist very tightly and thinks that they finally got to the right place, even though it took so long. The young man remembers some moments that are connected with his sister. The guy understands that they have been through a lot. The boy turns to his sister, whose name is Sana, and asks her to be patient with him a little longer. Yukito looks straight ahead, his face looks tense. Suddenly, Charlotte appears next to the guy. She hugs herself with her own arms and says that they seem to be far away. But even at such a distance, she feels the presence of evil. Yukito says that's why he is the Temple of Evil. The Black Mist mountain range, known as Black Feather Mountain, was famous for its typhil ore. About 200 years ago, during the reign of King Argon, a giant hole formed underground, from which dark energy gushed out and monsters appeared. A young man watches through a telescope. He thinks that he has found a village where the followers of the evil temple live secretly. All these 4 places, Horus, Handels, Kolbach, and Neriko, which are mostly located near the village, are now under the influence of evil. It all looks like they were all forced to cooperate with the evil temple just like the village of Ida. The young man turns to the girls. He says that to begin with, they will gather information directly as planned. He wants to find out well how strong their enemy is. The young man suggests using this time to split up the orc groups and then have them attack each village at the same time. The Temple of Evil will still send reinforcements. They will retreat without looking back. They will also set fire to their food supply and mix all sorts of things into their well, so that the water becomes undrinkable. The guy says that it's a fairly simple tactic, so they'll most likely immediately realize that they're being invaded, but they'll have no choice but to respond. If they continue like this, they'll eventually weaken the evil temple's army. Raverna wants to know how to contact her servant and the others. Charlotte warns that the smoke signals will give them away. The guy with dark hair assures that he has already found a solution. As the team walks through the dense forest, they notice the treetops rising high. Suddenly, a small octopus reaches out with its tentacles to a bush with berries. Lemelia calmly holds it, and Charlotte, standing behind her, laughs. The dark-haired guy looks around. His face looks quite calm. The guy thinks that this place would suit him quite well. Suddenly, Yukito turns to Lemelia. The girl looks at the guy questioningly and then understands what he wants to ask her. Although not a single word was spoken, the girl puts her fingers to her mouth, raises her head, and starts whistling very loudly. There was a rustling sound in the bushes not far from the guy, which caught his attention. Charlotte notices the same rustling in the treetops. Riverna looks back at the small bush of flowers next to her and hears a knock. Riverna's hammer appears in her hands. The girl looks around and stutters slightly, asking what is happening here now. Riverna looks very worried. The team stands and looks around. Ranger class skill, call animals. While in the forest, a player of the Ranger class has the class ability to call any small animals to him. Suddenly, a lot of small animals appear, which look quite beautiful. Charlotte is very touched by them. These animals have won her heart. Charlotte's voice is heard off to the side, calling some animal to her. Meanwhile, Lumilia gives a small bundle to Yukito. Lumilia used the spell Carrier Animal. This spell causes small creatures to seek out any person the caster chooses. Charmed animals can carry small items with them. The guy carefully opens the package he received. Yukito looks at it curiously and reads it carefully. Yukito brings this small piece of paper to Lumilia and asks what it is. The girl says that these are numerous orders to all their squads. Suddenly, a small creature approached the piece of paper and began to sniff it. Suddenly, this animal grabbed the paper and began to chew it. Charlotte was very surprised by this. Lumilia says that she asked the animals to deliver their messages for them, so the enemy would not understand what they were up to. Charlotte stands next to the little animals, her eyes shining with joy, and has fun with them. Yukito also plays with small creatures with a smile on his face. Riverna stands alone with a dissatisfied face. Although small animals sit even on her face, but it does not bring her pleasure. Riverna gets angry and chases all the small animals off of her, saying that she is not a tree. Yukito says that the animals are cute and they could just sit on her. Suddenly, Riverna turned around, a small blush visible on her cheeks. The girl wonders if Yukito really called her cute. Riverna began to smile widely and, raising her hands to her face, said that she would let the animals sit on her. After a while, Riverna asks worriedly if this is really a good idea, as the animals might get caught and then the plan will be revealed to their enemy. Yukito says that he has already thought of a solution in this case. 9 out of 10 of these notes are fakes. If the enemy does catch the animals, the false information will light them out of the way. Yukito himself says so. There is a small bird sitting on Charlotte's shoulder. Charlotte, looking at the bird, asks how their troops will distinguish real notes from fakes. Yukito says that he has coded their orders in a cipher that only their allies know. Each squad leader must have a copy of the Zoa Guihai book. If you read it with the right page, everything will become clear. Lumilia extends one hand. She tells the little bird sitting on her hand to let it and all its relatives fly. Many birds took off from the ground and flew at high speed to where they were ordered. The team stands on the ground and looks at these birds. Lumilia continues to look at the birds, which have already flown quite far away. Suddenly, she hears some kind of splashing sound to the side. The girl with short hair turns around and notices a small octopus. This octopus moves its legs and tries to get off the ground to catch up with the birds that have already flown away. Lumilia tells it to stay here. The two-legged wolves with weapons notice the footsteps behind them and attack the motionless man. Rudis draws a glowing sword, illuminating his gloomy face. Attacking the attacking creatures, he confidently uses a powerful attack, Smite Evil. The man turns around as more people appear behind him. Next to the man lies the magical creature he defeated a few seconds ago. The man's name is Rudis Caburn, a level 5 paladin. The man stands firmly on his feet and looks forward warily. Rudis says that there is and was no mistake here, and that here, in this place, there really was the head of some sect. Lando is surprised by the vastness of the underground areas beneath the black fog. Chase mentions that many women have disappeared here recently. Ramira urges everyone to move. Rudis turns away from everyone and, looking ahead, asks if it is possible that Madame Charlotte could be in such a place. Chase says that the first time a girl resembling the Duke's daughter was spotted was in Arbida, where she left her horse as collateral. Rudis doubts that Charlotte would do the same to Rosinante. Lando says that they then saw her in Ida, and then in Alda, and there was a boy and an elf with her. Ramira says that their trajectory was heading towards the Black Mist Mountain. The man, very short in stature, simply said that he had heard that the locals would be holding a sacrificial ritual in the next few days. Rudis puts his foot forward and says that no matter what happens, they must hurry immediately. Rudis goes ahead of everyone and says that their goal is to find Mrs. Charlotte and return her to the Bronia house. Rudis goes on to say that after the Duke ordered them to find Charlotte, he doesn't know how to present himself to him if it turns out that something terrible happened to her. Lando comes closer to the man and talks about his injury. Rudis says that he is fine because there were no problems with that kobold. Lando offers to heal Rudis. The man refuses. They still have a long way to go. Lando should save his spells. Lando agrees and in this case suggests using potions. A middle-aged man asks if these potions are healing potions. Ramira stands nearby and listens attentively to the conversation of the two men. Lando says it's an acid resistance potion. The black dragon in the mountains is said to be spitting acid. The potion that provides protection only lasts for an hour, and the team decides to take it. After some time, the team moved on. They walk along a dark corridor. A small ball flies in front of them, which lights their way. Chase ran ahead of everyone and began to look around. This man stood behind the wall and began to look out from behind it. He looked at the door. Rudis appears next to this short man, saying that the only guards they have are kobolds and that they are rather weak. Chase says he heard that groups of orcs were looting local temple-related villages, so it's possible they sent all their forces there to defend them. Lando says that this is a great stroke of luck, and all thanks to the divine grace of Luria. Lando and Rudis have their hands clasped together over their chests, their eyes closed and smiles on their faces.